Guerilla Cricket. Whoa. Guerilla Cricket. Whoa. Guerilla Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerilla Cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerilla Cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerilla Cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerilla Cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's Guerilla Cricket, and it's day 3 of England versus India at Headingley, and England's still rather behind the 8 ball. Harry Brook got lucky in the last over when he was caught for no ball from Jaiswal Bumrah, who looks like a one-man demolishing team. But England's still out there, still in with a chance. I'm joined by Mog. Morning, Mog. You had a haircut?
What?
You had a haircut?
No.
Ah, okay.
Just brushed it.
Oh, okay. We're supposed to be joined by Krishna, but he's not here. Tony, in his wise wisdom, who got me in on my day off, decided because he's got me on his day off, he's going to come in later, which is a bit fucking cheeky as far as I'm concerned.
Do the rosters yourself.
Well, I have to run everything
have a
else.
chance to get this stuff back on them.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can't do everything, Mark. That's the whole point.
Oh, what?
What? Yeah, I know.
Ruining all the illusions.
I like to be a benevolent overlord, not someone telling everyone what to do. But I do have anger. It's okay. It's all right. Krishna's supposed to be here, but he's not here. I don't know where he is. I've sent a little message out on the group chat. How do you feel about the game, Mog?
I hope it's not just going to peter out to some boring ass draw.
It could get there.
England makes 500, India goes back out and makes another 400, and then it's like, whatever, move on.
Yeah, we don't see many draws, but this does have the feel of a draw if England kind of gets parity. But there is a big question of whether England will get to parity. Still got a fair bit of batting to come.
Always chance of a collapse.
There's always a chance.
Everyone loves a good English collapse.
I should point out as well this morning, very sad news just before we came on air. Sid Lawrence died this morning. He had motor neuron disease. There's been a lot of chat about him in the media recently. And it's very sad. I remember watching him bowl for England all those years ago. And he wasn't particularly old. So another one.
Only like 61.
I don't even know how old he was. Yeah, it can't have been much older than that. Late 50s or early 60s. Yeah. I mean, what? He's bowling in the 80s. So yeah, maybe in the 60s. A bit older than me. It's very sad. I mean, there's quite a few sportsmen have died of MND in the last couple of years. Not just obviously Sid, though, but there was Rob Burrows, rugby player over here. I don't know. Is it going on? Is it all happening in Australia? That kind of thing. Sportsmen suddenly.
We have a round of AFL which is dedicated to it because a former player and coach has got it and has been a bit of an advocate and activist and such for it.
No, that's cool. That's cool. It just wastes people away so quickly. It's like 2 years and these people are gone from very healthy and that's it, done. It's not great. But yeah, so that's the very sad news this morning. But back to the cricket. Obviously, England will be hoping to rack up some more runs. Ollie Pope hoping to not get out straight first thing this morning. And Harry Brook, why'd you fucking head in, mate? And don't play stupid hook shots. That will get you out. I don't know why we're having more. I don't know. Presumably this is for Sid Lawrence, I think. Yeah, because it was just announced for the start of play, so they're all lined up. Looks like there's going to be a minute's silence or something. They're all applauding him anyway. And then we'll get on to the action, one presumes. Have we got any early people joining us on the old socials?
Well, we do. Muttley's arrived. He says it's already too fucking hot. Loving sausages.
Yeah, it's supposed to be cooler today, but it doesn't fucking feel like it. I'll tell you that.
I don't want to mock the English for their very weak summers, but if you feel hot, you feel hot. It's not my fault. You're a bunch of soft.
Yeah, but you see,
Lee's joined us. Colin's joined us.
We don't.
Eric J says, if you see Sid, tell him we loved him.
Yeah, indeed. We don't do aircon here. That's the problem, Mog. See, we're generally a cold country, so nothing comes with aircon. Unlike in Oz, where everything's airconned, which is probably ruining the climate. To be fair, it's your own fault.
Don't air conditioning for 26 degrees. Come on.
It's not 26. It's about 30, and yeah, we do.
Oh my God.
But our houses are all designed with brickwork. It insulates, keeps the heat in. Not designed to let the heat out. We're a fucked country. Anyway, we're about to get started, so I'm going to play some jingles for who is out there. This man is 100 overnight.
We got a Pope! We got a Pope! Take a good hard look, it's Ollie Pope! It's Ollie Pope! It's Ollie Pope! Take a hard look at Ollie Pope!
This guy's lucky to be out there. Now imagine this guy's opening the bowling because the other guy finished last night.
When you gotta fight your way from the streets, gotta find a way to land in your food. There's only one man who can save us now. Where's Mama Siraj?
The only Indian bowler to take any wickets is Jasprit Bumrah, and he's taken all three. And looked the most likeliest to cause England some problems. And a big
And he's not even going to play all the 5 tests, is he?
No. I mean, that is a bit of an issue, isn't it? I mean, you've got a guy who you want to play every test and you can't play him every test. I suppose England have got the same problem.
But you drop for Archers who can't even play 1 test, much less.
Listen, he's going to play a test.
Serious.
All these naysayers who say he's never going to play a test again, all bullshitters, as far as I'm concerned.
We'll see about that, won't we?
We will indeed when he turns up at Edgbaston for the second test and gets a 5 for in his first innings. That's what I'm predicting.
Oh, look, we have a super chat.
Oh, do we have a super chat? Let me play a jingle.
We do.
We'll have one of these.
Super chat game, super chat game, super chat game, super chat game.
From Minsk and Boo's Clip Corner, $10. Love the commentary, love the jingles. Go England.
First
very
ball
much.
is just worked into the leg side. Thank you very much indeed. Worked into the leg side for a single. Pope gets himself off strike. Oh, it's not. It wasn't Siraj who opened the bowling, which is quite interesting.
It's Prasid Krishna.
It is Prasid Krishna, so he'll get his jingle.
Krishna showed up after all.
Yeah.
Do you want to play dirty with him? Do you think you can handle him? Prasid Krishna, Prasid Krishna.
That's fucking terrible.
What? Harry Brook
That
last night.
jingle.
Oh, I quite like it in a weird, strange way. We're watching Harry Brook get out to a no ball last night, which was fucking so lucky.
They dropped a couple of catches yesterday too, didn't they?
They did. They weren't the easiest. First ball that Brook faced this morning, times nicely, but straight to cover, and there is no run. Jaiswal got, I mean, it was going quick to his left and pretty low at slip, so if it held on, it would have been a really good catch. Maybe Jadeja's one was a bit easier. It just went straight in and straight out.
Catches win matches, blah blah blah.
Yeah, true. There was another one as well, but I can't remember which one that was. Someone said there was two at slips, but I only remember one at slips. I thought one was a half.
I can remember one at slips. And
Oh, Shimon Gill, showed another one that was pretty low down. Oh, big drive, no foot movement. Brook outside his off stump, goes through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Admittedly, I've only watched the highlights. I didn't watch all of the.
Well, that's
second half of the
okay.
game yesterday.
I can fill you in on anything you need to know. I've watched every fucking ball of the. Oh no, actually. I
Oh
missed
well, what happened
yesterday.
in over 47?
Well, I can't remember exactly if only over, obviously.
Oh,
That might have been around about the end
Fine.
of yesterday. It might have been around about the end of the Indian innings. In fact, I missed all the wickets at the end of the India's innings. That's defending the offside. There's no one. I was doing my viewing.
as you do.
Indeed. I had to go away at lunch, and I came back at 2:30, and India were all out, and it was raining, which is a bit weird.
Are they like 7 for 14 or something? That's some
Yeah, they were 41 for 7.
Colossal
41
crash.
for 7. The last 7 wickets. So
41 for 7.
41, yeah. Which was, it's kept England in the game. Still think we should have batted day one, obviously. Krishna in, cut hard, no one out there. Brook gets off the mark, a lovely shot. Can't bowl there to him, that's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4.
Beautiful shot.
statement of intent early in the day.
Indeed. And England will need to. Well, I mean, England, if they can get parity by the end, well, they should have, bearing in mind the last 2 days have had 300 plus runs. If England, oh my word, that's fucking enormous. First over Brook has faced a third ball. Krishna's just dropped it short, and he has been slammed miles back into the stands. First over of the day. Last ball's gone hammered into the stands. 6 runs. Go Harry. Well, you got lucky with your no ball yesterday, didn't you? Fuck me. Don't do that to. Well, see,
Cash in where you can.
Well, yeah, but I mean, this is it. If you can see off bloody Boomer every spell he bowls, then there's plenty of runs to be had. Oh, good catch. Oh, well, it came down bobbling off the roof, I think. So it wasn't straight into his hands.
Didn't catch it.
He didn't catch it on the full, if you like. Yeah. First bounce should have been 1 hand, 1 bounce.
Jeez, turn the celebration down a bit there, son.
Yeah.
A bit much. Pirate Badger has joined us. And
Morning,
says,
Pirate.
respect the draw. Also, ahoy, old salts and sea dogs. Rich Turner's here. Stephen Coke's here. The Harryman is here. Jay Grover has arrived.
Morning, Jay.
Apparently, Stephen King is mates with Dickie Bird.
What? Boomerang is at the other end. First ball he bowls to Pope is clipped around the corner. A bit misdirected. I'm sure we won't bowl so many of those, but it's 4 runs.
I'm looking over a 4.
And very nice shot that was too. England rattling along already. I'm sure it won't last
He
forever.
looks like Ian Bell under his little helmet. I think it's Ian Bell he's reminding me of. Just his face, not his necessarily anything else.
Brummer in. Better ball defended by Pope. Back down the track, and there is no run. He was at 105. Do with a big ton here from Pope. Ton from Brook. We wouldn't be too far off.
Let's just set your sights on avoiding a follow-on at this point.
Ugh.
47 runs.
47 runs
Quite a
is
struggle.
true. I don't think they'd enforce it, funnily enough.
Yeah, probably not.
I think in the modern
Questions
era,
would need to be
in the
asked.
modern era, people like to be about 350 ahead before they forced to follow on. Unless the wicket is a real spitter, and time is short. That's defended by Pope up to mid-on, and there is no run. Wearing a black armbands, of course, for the India air disaster, which is another horrific thing. And I see that Trump decided to launch some ballistic missiles. No, some missiles at Iran overnight.
Drop a few bunker busters.
Buckbusters. Probably didn't do the
Depending
job.
on,
From what I can gather, they
depending on who you read, it might have blown up a generator or two, but it doesn't. Affect that much.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I can figure out, from beautiful clip off the pads by Pope. There is a man out deep mid wicket. It'll only be one run. Those things go down to about 30 metres, but from what I can figure, this thing is about 80, 90 metres underground. So
Yeah, third hour's 90 metres inside the mountain, apparently.
that's going to be pretty fucking difficult to
So,
get at.
might be a token gesture.
Mm.
But that's cool. Makes the world safer for everybody else, doesn't it?
No.
You fucking cretins.
Exactly that. It'll probably crash every single financial market on Monday as well, as everyone fears that the oil supply will dry up. Oil will spike, will all be fucked even more. Joy, joy, joy to the world. Bumrah is in, defended by Harry Brook. Up to mid-on, there's no run. There's a bit of gap between bat and pad for Harry Brook. Ball was 88 miles an hour, arrowing in at his stumps.
They had a graphic up yesterday that the fastest English bowler since 2006 or something was Mark Wood, and it was about 90 miles an hour.
No, he bowled a sustained over, I think, in the Ashes last year when he first came back, well, 2023, when he came back in 2023, first came back at Headingley, and he bowled a sustained over that was averaging 95 miles an hour. The fastest ball he bowled was about 97 or something. That's
Might just be at this ground.
might be at this ground. Harry Brook,
It's pretty fast.
yeah, drives up to mid-off to end the over, and there is no run. Give some more messages.
Very well. Stephen Coke says, Bear, you've got one final chance for this academic year to help you grade linear programming exams. Are you tempted?
No, I'm not tempted. Linear programming, no idea.
That's very disappointing. Mayank is here and says, morning, all the Wi-Fi's back up and working. See you all at 12:30. It's also hot in New York City, apparently.
Well, if you can jump on now, Mayank, that'd be really handy because Krishna didn't show up. So if you can be bothered.
Well, and Farong has said, Wibble.
Wibble. We're wibbling, don't you worry. Prashid Krishna is going to continue. Surprised didn't open up with Siraj to go along with Bumrah this morning. Krishna's gone for 67. It's not a T20, mate. Ooh, cut out. Oh dear.
Okay, well, that answers that question.
He gets his first wicket, as I just talked nonsense, because Pope's gone to cut one, and it's maybe got a little bit high on him, and he's feathered it through to the keeper. He's not happy with himself. Dear, oh dear. And England scored a few runs this morning and lost their first. I mean, it was, to be fair, it was there to cut. And it is only the third over of the morning. Not quite got his eye in, and he's not quite got it right. Should have raced away to the boundary, but instead he's back in the hutch.
The crowd says.
Don't wave your bad son.
The crowd says.
Well, he did get 106. He only got 5 this morning, or 6 this morning. But I would be upset with myself. They've got a whole day ahead of you. Easily done in the first few overs of the day. That's the problem. You can be vulnerable. But I certainly thought the ball there was there to hit. He just got it wrong. Which is shit.
Well, give somebody else the opportunity to come in now and add to the collapse.
Does indeed. It'd be Stokesy, wouldn't it? It'd be the skipper, or it'd be Jamie Smith.
Smith?
Well, I don't know.
No. What's in Stokes?
They're kind of interchangeable, aren't they?
Going.
Well, I suppose Stokes bowled 20 overs, so he might consider himself dropping himself to 7. Smith in. I mean, England could really fuck it up here and end up, as you say, 200 runs behind. So I was poo-pooing just 10 minutes ago.
Well, Muttley says we're doomed, and my Yank says, let me in, I'm in the waiting room.
Ah, yes you are. Hold on a minute.
Hey. It is indeed Ben Stokes, 112 tests, 6,000 odd runs, 200 odd wickets, lots of really shite tattoos. He's ginger, so clearly he's not really a proper human being. And he'll be eventually facing Krishna. Hi, Mike.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Well, good morning, Mike. How are you, sir?
Can you hear me?
Yep, hear you fine. You're looking fine. You're doing your hair. You look lovely.
It's 6
Did
in
you
the
have a
morning.
haircut?
I've had many haircuts. I'm just in between one to the next.
Stokes first ball defends square in the offside, and there is no run. 6 o'clock. You up at this time normally, or you got you out of bed to do this? No,
absolutely not. But it's a test match, and I don't like missing any test matches.
No, it's been quite good.
Big
Well,
wicket,
it's been a
by the
slow
way.
burner, this one, to start with.
Well, you say that, but I think, one thing I was actually watching some post-match analysis stuff in the Hindi media on YouTube.
Clipped into the leg side. Stokes gets himself off the mark, probably with 2 actually. Nicely placed, and the outfield is pretty quick. Carry on.
So basically yesterday, for those that do follow any Hindi media, I was just listening to some of the stuff that was going on, and a lot of the things that the Indian media is now talking about is a couple years ago, if you remember, New Zealand versus England. I think it was at Edgbaston where they scored 553 in the first innings.
Yep.
And then England came from behind. So that is now kind of creeping into the media. They've been talking about it last night. Is this going to be another one of those matches?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think we were behind, and we had to score a stupid amount of runs in the 4th inning.
They did. They ended up coming from. I mean, I say behind because at the end of the first innings, I think it was a modest lead for New Zealand.
Yeah.
I think they were up maybe 20 or 30, and that is possible again here. You look at the scores for India. It's a lot of Indian media was saying after day one, if India doesn't make 550. It's not going to be good enough. They expected at least 525 to 550 after such a good start.
The first ball was just let through by Stokes. The second ball. Third ball he faces is defended into the leg side, and there is no run. I mean, we were bloody lucky to get away with that, I thought. I mean, at 4, whatever it was, when Gill got out, it was what, 430 odd for
430.
4? Yeah. And you thought...
And so that decline of 41 runs, 7 wickets, or 7 for 41, that is what is bothering the Indians right now. England, they don't rate this England bowling. I've heard it consistently. They don't rate your attack.
No, I don't think many English people do, really.
And so for that reason, that's where they're feeling a little irritated. Is it going to matter in the long run? I'm not so sure. That's what we're hearing.
That's defended into the offside once more by Brook. That's end of the over, and there is no run. 227 for 4 after 52. Mold, give us some socials.
Spangley Sai says, well, that was a great time to fire you guys up on YouTube, wasn't it? And he said that, I imagine, just as Pope went out. The Harriman says, too bad we'll never see Brook against Ashwin, Jadeja, Axar in India anymore. He was shite during his IPL and white ball duties in India. Weird.
Sorry,
Brook says, how angry will Bun be?
How angry will who be?
Bun Stokes.
Huh?
Let's assume who he's talking about. New Zealand accent, no?
Well, Bumrah is going to continue. He's bowling at Harry Brook. Comes down a track. Smash! What the fuck? Smashes it through the offside. Yeehaw. He's going to get out soon, I tell you. But it's going to be fun watching.
I love how every time there's a big shot, expansive shot, there's always a camera now on McCullum. That you could, because the problem I think now for England for these broadcasters is you can't show Virat Kohli every 2 balls.
Well, yeah.
Who do we go to? There's no Kohli cams.
no
We gotta
Kohli
go
cams
to-
anymore.
41 times on the first day, though.
Oh,
So
I'm
they managed
sure.
to get him in there. He was just going down
Absolutely.
to the shops to get groceries, but they still filmed him.
Oh, he might be in the toilet and they'll get a
That's on
reaction
the special
video.
channel.
Presumably
of
they're going to
course.
get him over at some point in the series, aren't they? If it's a punditry, they got to, haven't they? If he's not there already.
He's well known for not being one of those kind of guys. Kind
Instead
of
of
like
Dinesh
Sachin.
Karthik.
He doesn't like to do. Kartik's an annoying man.
Oh, I quite like DK actually. I mean,
He's better than Ravi Shastri.
Clip
I
down
am.
to long leg for a single.
I'm sorry. I'm speaking from just personal experience. I've met both. DK is the most irritating human being I've ever met from the Indian cricket team because the guy, I don't know what he did to stay in that team for so long. When I felt he personally didn't deserve a spot after 2007, let alone he was still there in 2020.
Yeah, but he wasn't there in between, was he? To be
Exactly.
fair.
How did he even get back? We have so much talent. India has so much talent. But I have met Ravi Shastri incidentally at Wimbledon. The day he was appointed, the morning he was appointed. He hadn't been appointed yet. I met him that day, and he was an extremely nice man.
What a
And
good omen for him.
he's also exactly meeting me was everything he needed, and he's also a very heavy drinker, yet composes himself very well, and I find that extraordinary considering his age.
Functioning alcoholic. Dan
He
Norcross.
is, pretty much.
That one is defended by Stokes, square on the offside.
Kindred
There is no
spirit
run.
there.
No, I'm no longer a functioning alcoholic.
I tried on Friday night. I made a mistake because I didn't realize these test matches are so bloody early for me. And yesterday I was on right after the lunch break, and it was rough. And then my Wi-Fi cut out, couldn't get back on, and I'd be lying if I said I was trying really hard to get back on. I was in a really tough position yesterday. So I give Ravi Shastri a lot of credit because I've heard some stories about that man and how hard he can drink and yet still be sharp the next morning.
Well,
Professional.
guided by Stokes, can't be the man at gully. And there'll be no run.
And speaking of drinking, of course, Ben Stokes has a long history of this as well with the
Right.
whole Bristol thing. So I guess maybe, that's just something these athletes can do that we can't. They can excel in all facets.
I
of
could
life.
do it when I was young, Mike. I just can't do it now. I'm in my 50s. I mean,
Well, I'm in my 30s now. Maybe that's my problem.
well,
I'm not
20s are the prime age. I mean, I could pretty much do anything I liked in my 20s.
I hope as soon
and
as
get
I
away
hit
with it.
18, I'll be able to drink and find out.
Oh, that's true. You're still so young and so full of
Fresh-faced.
life, aren't you? Yes.
Yeah, and
So
we all need
unaffected by the world.
transplants of 18-year-old livers and kidneys. Left alone outside the off stump by Stokes through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Unaffected by the world, as you say. You were talking about earlier the whole fun geopolitical things going on in the world. So, luckily, not a big deal, is it? I mean, just a few missiles thrown here, a few words thrown there, but let's see if because you never know. This might be the final test match before we go into
Before the world blows up.
the end of time.
The end of time.
You never know.
Well,
Lots of talk about that here, of
The
course. in the
cockroaches will
US.
play cricket.
I can imagine. I mean, Bumrah around the wicket, defended nicely by Stokes, gets right behind it, and there is no run.
He's coming at express pace. That last ball, 143 k's,
Yeah.
miles an hour. So he's really starting to get up there.
Well, there's a lot of talk. There's a lot of talk in the British media about he's basically the one-man attack.
He is, and that's a big issue actually for on the Indian media. It is, why the hell do we only have one? Because he's going to break down. He broke down last year, and that did cost India. They ended up winning a lot without him, but still, you don't want to be reliant on one individual in terms of fastball.
No, exactly. Well, England. I mean, the problem with
Something
England.
that England has been doing for a long time, because you constantly keep hearing Jafar Archer, Mark Wood. We don't have either. When are they going to come back? Are they going to play the next test match? The reality for
and
most
again,
people
we've
is-
managed to win tests without either of them. Gus Atkinson has proved okay, and the others have kind of stepped up. But you kind of need some experience in your lineup as well. That's a lovely shot by Brook. Just guides that down to third man. there is a backward point, but he's too square, and it's going to be 4 more. And the thing about bowling is people get a reputation, right? So Prasidh Krishna could be a really good bowler. Siraj has kind of got a reputation. I kind of rate Siraj over here, actually. But, you know, is he going to bring enough? With only him and Bumrah in the side, you kind of think he's got to have a couple of really good days, and he doesn't have as many good days as Bumrah does.
A lot of people have been poo-pooing Shardul.
Well, yes. Well, I don't rate him at all. I think, you know, and he got slapped around as soon as he came on yesterday. It's defending the offside and there is no run. So, you know, yeah, as much as you can poo-poo England's attack, which I kind of agree with, you know,
I think the only reason
Bumrah's the only man to really be scared of in the Indian attack.
Right, and I think the only reason they're poo-pooing somebody like the England attack is just because for so many years you had Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson.
Well, we did.
So
you
it's
know,
like having diamonds and then you put them away for a little bit. It looks like shit afterwards.
Well, exactly. That's pulled by Stokes. He's not going to get a boundary today. Just
that's Brook.
Round out there, and it'll just be. Sorry, it was Brook. Yeah, it was only going to be a single.
Get that super chat jingle ready.
Oh, okay. I can do that.
Super chat cash. Super chat.
Well, no, we're having this one.
Super chat, yeah. Super chat, yeah. Super chat game. Super chat game.
Give it to us, Bob.
And Pirate Badshaw with €2 says cricket only stops for rain, not the apocalypse.
That's 100% true.
Yeah. Well, I hope so.
Cricket is our kryptonite.
It's pretty windy up there. I think
very windy.
Presumably there's going to be some showers again today.
Well, I also saw that I think Brook is wearing a sweater, and I was in Nottingham for that test match against Zimbabwe. I bought the long sleeve one in the shop, and those things are like beautifully hot and warm.
Well, they're designed that way for the English shit summers.
They're designed for winter.
Yeah, well, yeah, it can be like that at the beginning of the cricket season in England. They're defended by Stokes. That one jumped a little bit on him. And there is no run. Yeah, I mean, this is it. I think England's... I mean, I'm surprised they didn't use someone like Jamie Overton. I think he kind of could fill a role in this England side. I mean, there's a lot of things I don't rate him for, but I actually think he is quite a decent bowler who bowls at a heavy length. He's reasonably accurate. That's defended back down the track and there's no run. I thought Josh Tongue bowled pretty poorly on day one, but as everyone says, he likes rabbit pie, and he certainly wrapped up the tail, which is something England haven't been able to do for fucking years.
Sorry, rabbit pie?
But yeah, obviously the rabbits at the end of the...
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That's just shit saying. Don't use it again. It's terrible.
I know. That's just what the English media said, so I thought I'd repeat it. And apparently that's what they said in the dressing room, so, you know. Around the wicket, Krishna defended again by Stokes back down the track, and there is no run. Stokes probably knows he can't just throw the bat and be stupid, which he has a tendency to do. There is no run. Last ball of the over. Over to you, Mog.
Well then, Parong says we'll get Shastri on GC then, and could he drink the beer or Grubby under the counter?
Grubby's a better drinker than me these days. I'd put him up instead of me.
Jay wisely says the drinking isn't the issue, it's the recovery.
Yeah, well, that is also very true. That's the wise
Although
words.
make a substantial drink, says Collins.
Yeah, see, when you're halfway through drinking, you feel like you're on top of the world, and once you go to bed and you wake up about 3 hours in with sweats and
dry mouth, desperately needing gallons of water.
Holy guacamole!
That's why you don't stop drinking; you just keep going.
Wow. Or there's chemical assistance.
That's what hospitals are for.
Bumrah bowls short. Brook just lets it ride through to the keeper, and there is no run.
I've also noticed that one thing for Brook is he really loves to go hard.
Yeah.
But sometimes not smart.
No, that's very true.
Yet he has a good average.
Well, because he's a very talented batsman. I mean, he is fucking good. He is really genuinely good. He's got an amazing eye, and he's young, and he is sometimes overly aggressive. Works that one down to picks up the ball so quick. To be fair, down to long leg, and there's no one. I mean, look, he scored
It's all those youthful hormones raging through.
Raging through his body. But I mean, you think when he went to Pakistan, he scored a test, an innings. You know, he scored 300 over there. I mean, he clearly likes batting in Pakistan, but that's, you know, it's flat.
He's
track.
also, of course, he's sponsored. If you look at his bat on the back, he's sponsored by Major League Baseball, and he's done a lot of promotional videos on YouTube with Major League Baseball. I don't know if that's influenced his batting, because he is a slogger, just like he could be in baseball, and he's been making some good runs the last couple seasons.
Yeah, well, left alone by Stokes through the keeper and
Lining up
no
for
run.
a spot on an MLC team.
Well, I watched an interesting video the other day. I mentioned it yesterday. I had to go onto YouTube to check our analysis, and one of the videos was I don't know who he was, but he was clearly a decent batter. Maybe a YouTube influencer. Was testing out cricket bats against baseball bats against a pitching machine. And he was quite impressed with cricket bats, which I was quite glad. And he was only
surface area to hit something within a baseball.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you've got to, you've got to time it as well, haven't you? I suppose same as that. Nicely clipped by Stokes, but can't beat the man with wicket.
I'm assuming you're talking about like some American YouTuber.
Yeah,
I think this is also a trend I've noticed in the last year or so, is that cricket is kind of starting to creep into Americans. Not in the sense that they are following the game, especially not internationals. Americans, we don't do internationals really. You know, you look at NBA, NFL, MLB, these are all franchises between cities. But in terms of just the basics and the understandings of how cricket works, I've noticed it's starting to creep into American lingo.
Well, that's good. Left alone through the keeper and there isn't a run. I mean, one of our biggest audiences is actually America, because obviously there's a need for cricket commentary for some people out there, like yourself, you know. So
the only issue is that if once that American money comes in and that American influence comes into cricket, you're going to see a lot more franchise. You're not going to see internationals, and you're going to see a lot more T20s. You're not going to see ODIs, let alone tests. And that's where the switch is going to come. Once American money comes with capitalism. Once that capitalism comes, we will see those issues.
Well,
creep into our sport.
That's defended up to mid-off, and there is no run. I mean, you can't put the genie back in a bottle with T20. You just got to manage how it works. I mean, it would be lovely if the Americans got themselves a test side that was reasonably competitive, and I'm sure, you know, they could do. I mean, it was interesting, this guy, he was with the baseball bat and the cricket bat, he got a few to go like 400 feet or whatever, but at one point he was like, don't they bounce it on the ground? And he was trying to get the guy to pitch it into the ground, and he couldn't get anywhere near it. Didn't have a fucking
I think what we all
clue.
need to acknowledge is that there won't be in America in 5 or 10 years' time anyway, so...
But, you know, well, this is it.
Looking at all the successor states.
You know, it's like everything. Like Afghanistan cricket started with T20, and I think that for every nation, it is actually a very good entry level, because anyone can be a slogger, right? And it is a batsman's game. Brooks guys the next ball, first ball by Krishna down third man, gets himself off strike with a single.
Well, you say that, but I think Afghanistan's also a massive anomaly in the fact that all their players were living in Pakistan at the time due to the wars, and so they were heavily influenced by the Pakistani culture of cricket. You don't have the same in the U.S. because the U.S. cricketers are basically people like me. They're first generation, second generation immigrants. They're not white Americans. They're not the American Americans.
Yeah, but soon you'll have overtaken the white population anyway. They don't like it, but that's the way it's going to be.
Well, that's why we have Trump, of course. To keep us in check,
exactly. But eventually, that's not going to be the case, because it's you can't keep it down forever, like all things.
He will eventually die in a toilet.
Exactly. That's played out into the covers. Stokes gets himself a single.
Hey man, don't threaten me with a good time, okay? Like, that's all we want.
It's a way off yet. It is a way off yet, and there'll plenty of backlash, I'm pretty sure. But
also just wanted to say, did you guys see the whole thing about how Gill, I mean, this is a totally different topic, but it just came to mind, that Gill was wearing black socks, and that's against the rules, and so he is going to be penalized.
Is he actually going to be penalised for that? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's against the law.
I know, I saw it was against the law. Someone put it up on the WhatsApp group, that's defended into the offside, and there's no run. You have to wear white or grey or something.
or
10
white,
or 20% match
cream-colored,
fee
or
fine.
yeah, so it'll probably be like 10% match fee, but it has to be white socks, cream-colored, or light gray. He was wearing black. Barmy Army made a funny post. They said, well, all his runs should be struck off. He should be banned from batting. I would like to go a little further because this was a grave injustice to cricket, of course. You cannot wear black socks.
Well, you cannot.
India should forfeit all 60 points in this, regardless of the results. He should be put in the Met Police, Scotland Yard should be into this investigation.
Stuck in jail.
He should.
That one actually jagged back a little bit on Brook, but he defended it quite nice. And there is
I don't think that's an overreaction at all. That seems a very proportional response.
I'm a purist of the game. Test cricket is my favorite version of cricket, and for this man to commit such a crime, he should be not only jailed, I think he should be, put into the middle of the town square while people throw feces at him. It was.
It's not just you he's mocking. It's the ancestors, generations of players who've upheld the law.
Yes, he's destroyed cricket for us all. That's a great shot while the bear is busy outside off stump. It was a full ball driven beautifully into to the boundary there from Brook, and now England moved to 244. They are on fire this morning.
They are indeed.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The early wicket. Brook is class, I'm telling you.
That I was gonna say that was not a shot that somebody plays out when they are impatient. That was a pure cricketing shot, a test shot.
That one again jags back a little bit. Defended by Brook. It's the end of the over. We are due a change, but Dave's not here. Fucking hell.
Do you want me to stick around, or do you? Because I only did 10 minutes, whereas you guys did the whole half hour.
Yeah, you can stick around. You can have a little bit of time off, Mog. Kat's going to join us.
I'll be having all the time off.
Hey there.
Hey, Kat. This is the first time I've seen Kat live. How are you?
Hi there. Hello, Mayank. Good to see you.
How's the beautiful Melbourne weather?
It's freezing. Freezing.
You're lucky. It is so hot here. It's unbelievable. 35 today, 38 tomorrow.
Oof. Oh, good grief. Where are you?
New York City. I'm in Manhattan, and this is very odd. Normally, we don't get these kinds of weather until August. Last week was 17. This week, 38. It's bothering everyone.
That's Melbourne style.
Wow, that is 4 seasons in one day, as they always say. Look, I suppose I ought to carry on. Oh no, Dave's actually turned up, so I'm going to do this first ball, let Dave in, and then actually you can have some time off, Mike, because I'm supposed to be still here anyway. First ball was defending the offside, and there is no run. It's all a bit chaotic this morning.
And I'll see you guys later. See you, Kat. See you guys.
See you later. See you later, guys. Hey there. I think we got Mog as well, have we?
No.
No. That was a good yell.
It's
yell
me
from the background.
It's me, you, and Dave.
Ah, yes. Okay. Terrific. And Dave, I think you're ball by ball.
You are on ball by ball, Dave.
Welcome and good morning, everyone. I hope you're hearing me loud and clear.
I am indeed.
Yeah.
And that's for defensive goes Stokes. Now, I've missed the first half hour.
You have.
For those listeners like me, can you just fill me in?
Well, Pope was out in the third over, cutting at 1, which, to be fair, it was there to cut. It was reasonably short, it was reasonably wide. It was only the third over today. He hadn't seen too many balls, and he did that classic early morning thing where he just got it a little bit wrong and feathered it through the keeper. It's a bit annoying. Brook has looked fucking fantastic, as he always does. He smashed his fourth ball from Prashik Krishna. He drove him beautifully through the covers, and the last ball of the over, he just nonchalantly smashed him into the massive 6, way back over Cow Corner, into the crowd, onto the roof.
Here's Boomer to Stokes. Stokes goes for a big drive, gets nowhere near it.
Safely not edged to the keeper.
Yeah. Kat, a word about Boomer. He's taken another wicket. I see he's taken 3 out of 4.
Yeah,
he's spectacular. One of my favourite bowlers of all time.
How did you rate his spell in the first half hour?
Brilliant. I mean, all you have to do is get rid of an English person every so often, and they'll be all out by 300.
Well, you seem to have done a good job getting rid of the English person sitting next to Bear. It's an empty seat. All we're looking at is you and an empty chair, Bear.
Oh.
Who was that? Or is it invisible?
Oh, no.
Boomer comes around the wicket, Stokes covers up, plays defensively, and there's no run.
Oh, no, because that's just the camera you can see on Zoom. That's not going out.
Ah.
Going out are you two in little boxes and me just sitting on my own.
How do you feel about being in a little box, Kat?
Yeah, it's good. I'm in a little box with a gigantic bookcase behind me as well.
Yes.
And of course, if you want to super chat, Bobbin's asleep, but Batman is available. He keeps trying to intrude his way onto my knee, but he can't yet.
Okay. Well, there you go. If you want to see Bobbin, you've got a super chat.
Yeah.
Dogs for money.
It's Stokes, full of concentration now as Boomer around the wicket to him. It's short, ducks underneath it. 244 for 4 England. Trailing now still by 227. Brook is on 26. Stokes is on 3. So that was the wicket that fell, and that was Pope. Someone complete it for me. I'll get the scorecard.
Yeah, Pope 106. He was out for.
And his mode of his dismissal?
Caught behind. He went to cut it, and he just
off
got.
Boomer.
No, it wasn't off Boomer. It was off Krishna, who I was literally just berating for going for about 8 and over, and hadn't got any wickets and didn't look threatening. And then Pope got himself out to him. So
his Boomer defensive goes Stokes. He thinks about a single quite wisely. They decide against it. At the end of that over, England 244 for 4.
It's me. I'm doing this shit, aren't I?
Yeah, you're on the socials.
Let me see where we are. Eric J says he's walking up St Michael's Lane to the ground at Headingley. Yesterday, I was almost clipped by a speeding golf trolley. That's a bit nasty. On the back of it, grinning at me, was one Jeffrey Boycott. Well, that's Jeffrey. Can't get anywhere these days.
What a golf trolley, huh?
Probably around the ground, yeah. Kartik Kumar says, out of form Shami, much better than informed Siraj and Prasid. That might be the case, but he's just come back from injury, isn't he? He's not even in the squad. Steve Bruce says, morning, Kat. Hi, Kat. Lovely to see you again. A wonderful voice and woman. Oh, look at that. You've got a fan club out there.
That's great. Fantastic. Thank you. Hello to everyone. It's lovely to be here for the next hour or so. Let's see how many wickets we can take here, David.
Well, we don't want any catch. Steve Bruce says, who is in Bear Studios today, Bear? Well, currently it's only fucking me, and it's supposed to be my day off. Dave, you're coming in later, I believe.
Yes, I'm coming in for tea time.
Okay. Well, Dave, Tony thinks you're coming in for 3 because that's what you told him.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Tea time.
Wow.
I mean, it's Sunday. You should all be just heading into the studio on a Sunday. Right?
Well, it'd be nice
exactly.
that. It is my day off, and I wouldn't like to be here. And Tone decided, because I'd given up some of my time, that he would deign to come in late. And then we were short-staffed this morning when I turned up, so it's okay.
Jadeja round the wicket to Brook, wants a single, gets one. Is this a continuation of Jadeja or a new spell?
New spell.
New spell.
New spell.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Now, why don't you try and get some students like we used to have in the old days? The students come in and open up and get everything.
Well, I think we'll get Abby back, actually. I think Abby's really into this, but I think he's kind of in exams down at university, which should be finished by the end of this month, so he should be available. We got a couple of youngsters, but everyone likes.
What's happened to Hector?
Hector's now become a big-time well, he hasn't become a big-time journalist, but we've on the back of us, he's managed to get himself into a load of grounds, met Athers and all the crew down in New Zealand, is now flouncing around the ground. Well, I think he might be at the ground, probably, hopefully, maybe trying to write an article for us, or he's got employed by somebody.
Jadeja, and that's defensive by Stokes. So Brook took that first ball single. He's on 27. Stokes is just on 3 from 26 balls, which is a good sign for England fans. Covers up again. What we don't want to see, if I can use the royal we, is Stokes coming out all guns blazing. We want an innings from Stokes where he starts slowly. This one very studiously played down by Stokes. We know that
Stokes looks like he hasn't brought any guns to this battle.
Yeah.
At all. Except maybe the ones in his t-shirt.
A couple of water pistols.
3 singles. Well, I think that was single.
Jadeja round the wicket. Stokes covers up dangerously off the back foot. He's almost trodden his stumps. He was so deep in his crease there. And Jadeja is interested because the short leg was briefly interested in that. Would have been an amazing catch if he pulled that one off.
A little bit sharp, but just bounced in front of the short leg. There was a lot of spin. Has he played that between his legs?
I think he has.
Stokes has got to be a bit careful there because we've seen Stokes get out like that before. If he got an inside edge, that would have been the end of Stokes, but he's still there. And he looks set for a big one here.
Don't say that. That's too early, Dave.
I'm just saying it because I'm going to put my money where my mouth is, Bear.
Oh, okay. What are you going to bet on,
Is that
Stokes?
literally in the GPL?
I'm betting on Stokes going over 30.
That's a reasonable bet.
Danger.
Okay.
And that's covered up by Brook, who is on 27.
And how much money did you put on those overs?
That's what we don't ask, Kat. That's like asking an Englishman, how much do you earn?
Yes.
As an opening
asking them
gamble.
how old they are.
Well, I'm happy to tell you I'm 64.
I love the fact that you're happy to say your age, but not how much you've bet. I think that's a good number.
Bear and I
You
know.
put $64 on it. £64.
Right. We have one of these.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Jay Grover, just to buck the trend, piss off Cat. Well, I don't know why you want to do that. Jay. Steve Bruce says, laughing my arse off, lazy Tony. Yes. Kartik Kumar, he wants wickets. He's with you, Cat.
Oh, really? I mean,
Yeah.
I don't really want wickets. I'm not sure who I'm barracking for here. I'm neutral.
Change your bowling, Bear. Siraj coming on.
Oh, okay. We'll give him a jingle. Sounds like this.
When you gotta fight your way from the streets, gotta find a way to land in your food. There's only one man who can save us now. Where's Mama's Siraj?
Over to you, Dave.
Well, just looking to go with Stokes getting 10 to 11 over 33, Bear. 5 to 4 over 43. I'm going to go over 43.
Oh, okay. That's wise bet, because if he gets to 33, imagine you get
Exactly.
43.
Exactly. By that stage, you'll be all guns blazing. So the bet is a $40 bet is going on. There you go, Cat. I never usually say that.
Fantastic.
By the way, that first ball was just driven up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Thanks, Bear. And that's next one is played down by Stokes. Just a backward point, and there's no run there.
I have no bets on this match, only by accident. I'm a pretty poor bettor, I always forget. And you should always only bet the amount you are happy to lose, of course.
Of course.
Gamble
Thank you for
responsibly,
saying that.
everyone.
Well, my standard bet is £5. I bet £5 on pretty much everything.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
It's easier than changing the default if you've just got a £5 in there.
Yeah, exactly.
What we say, it's a little bit of fun. That's what we say. Isn't it?
Well, I mean, that's it. I mean, we've been doing... And my one big regret, which I'll explain after this next ball.
Siraj round the wicket to Stokes, covers up, plays that defensively, and there's no.
Back in the day when we were doing Test Match Sofa, we were involved with an Australian betting site called Cricket Bet Live, I think it was. And they literally, it was kind of one of the first sort of when you could bet on things other than just results and shit, and it was all online. I mean, this is back in 2010 or something. And when the West Indies won their final in Sri Lanka in the T20 World Cup, they were in all sorts of trouble. And it was only Marlon Samuels who got them out, and then he still managed to get to about 130. And at one point they were 366 to 1. And it was like, we should just put a fiver on it, because what the hell. But I was so convinced Sri Lanka would win, I just kept piling money on Sri Lanka, and then the West Indies won.
Uh-oh.
Stokes plays that, times it well, gets the single down to deep cover point, and he just walks through for a single. As we see India's captain, Shubman Gill, placing the field. It's been a pretty assured start by Shubman Gill to his Test captaincy, I have to say. He's just looked like he was to the manner born. I mean, there is a princely sort of countenance about him anyway. Let's hope he doesn't go the way of Mohammed Azharuddin, who had a similar princely countenance and ended up being banned for taking the money. He was reprieved and married one of the top tennis stars in India, so let's not feel too sorry for Azharuddin. Azhar had his immortalised in a film, the Rise and Fall of Azhar, which I had a small part in as a executive producer there.
Yeah, nice.
Didn't know did Bollywood, did you? And that's played away wistily by Brook. It's, well, it would have been possible too, but it's been collected by Bumrah. wide of mid-on, and they take a single. So just 1 run to Brook, who goes on to 28. Now, Harry Brook there, obviously the range on Brook is, the target is much higher, over 73.
Well, you see, I'm betting on over the fall of the next wicket. Assuming these two have a partnership of 100, I should be able to get 3 overs on that partnership. So I've gone over 281.5 for the fall of the next wicket.
You don't think it's going to be...
Well, I don't care. I just think if they're both there, I can just pile in on the overs.
Absolutely right. Here's the 5th wicket partnership. Stokes plays that. It's gone all the way for 4.
That's beautiful. That's Stokesy at his best. That is a lovely shot.
Glorious straight drive.
Absolutely.
No one had any chance of cutting that off, and perfectly timed.
Okay. Steve Bruce says my colleague Luke Hallahan would happily come to the studio. Plus, he's a young bear cub, loves to rant. How do we get him in? Well, Steve, send us an email at gorillacricket@gmail.com. You know, you can email us on the Guerilla Cricket Gmail, and we can work that out. We're always looking for people who want to come into the studio. I much prefer it when people are in the studio. It's beautiful having people like Kat and the worldwide people we can get in, and obviously they can't get into the studio, so there is no problem with that whatsoever. Over to you, Dave.
Jadeja to bowl the second over of this spell. That's played defensively by Brook. There, you're aware of my day job.
Yeah, I know. Everyone has day jobs, Dave. And I'm
No, I'm not saying that. What is where do I work?
You work at university.
Which university? We used to have a partnership with Guerilla Cricket.
Are you at Westminster now?
Yes, I am. I've been there for 3 years, Ben.
I thought you were at Oxford, whatever it was.
That was ages ago. And that's played away by Brook. They're looking for 2 here on the onside. And,
getting 2.
They're going to get 2.
Well, get us some students, Dave. Come on.
Exactly. I can put this back on the programme. We need to re-sign a heads of agreement there. Are you able to do that on behalf of Guerilla Cricket, or do I need to speak to Tony?
Well, you can speak to Tony, but what sort of heads of agreement? Just get them in, man. No, we don't pay any money anyway.
No, it needs to be within the context because of our safeguarding. That's a good ball from Jadeja. It's the one that goes on with the arm, and it's played defensively by Brook.
What do you mean?
On first,
well, we did have to do something like that with Brighton.
Yes,
so we can do all that. That's fine. But I don't understand why adults need safeguarding, to be honest. Once they're over 18,
that is a different story there. And that's played defensively, and I'm just about to put my $40 on that 5th wicket partnership, because when Bear coughs, I sneeze.
Okay.
Well, maybe I'll put on the same bet, and then we'll all go down together.
We'll go up together, Kat.
We'll go
that's
up
the
together.
way to look at it. Yep. That's the way we punters like to regard it, because we get value even when we're waiting for the target. That is defensive by Stokes. He covers up. Again, very defensive play from Stokes, which will delight England fans who've seen one of his big test match scores. He always starts in this mode, and hopefully Brook can stay with him so he won't be batting with the tail, which is so often the case with Stokes, because you've still got Jamie Smith to come. That's a sweep, bit of a fancy shot from Stokes. It was outside the off stump. It was safe because the impact would have been outside, but he doesn't make any contact. At the end of the 60th over, Stokes is on 9, Brook is on 31. They trail by 216, England are 255 for 4.
Our own Messi Jez says, morning all. Remember, GPL is currently £205. He says, make allowance for rain.
There's another way of gambling. That's another good one.
There it is, £1. You go to gorillacricket.com, enter competition. All the rules and terms and conditions and shit are there. Put your £1 on, guesstimate the amount of runs that will be scored in the entire day. If you get it on the nose, you win the pot, which is currently £205. The more people who enter, the bigger the pot gets. Can't be simpler than that. Muttley says, a lot of adults need safeguarding, Bear. As a vulnerable adult, I for one need safeguarding and accommodations. Yes, okay, I get that, Muttley. But also a lot probably don't, you know.
Here's Siraj now to start his new over. He bowls that driven by Brook. Good timing, but it's straight to extra cover.
Brook looks.
These two do look pretty good. I think your bet's a nice solid one. And thanks to everyone who's listening to us busy organising students and putting our bets on, as well as commentating the game, aren't we?
Well, yeah, you know, we have to organise ourselves whilst in production on air.
Yeah, you might have
most
like
of the time.
a run of people into the studio now.
Oh, that'd be nice. That would be nice.
Yeah.
Defensively by Brook, and there's no run. And just to sort of add to what Kat's saying, if you are available in the Lewisham area, southeast 13, or any part of southeast London, or southwest for that matter, northeast, northwest, but
London in general, really.
London in general, and you want to get some experience onto your CV, or you have some time on your hands as a retired lady or gentleman, or well, there's the two main groups: students who want to get some experience to lead them in the same path as Dan Norcross, Atif Nawaz. Do I need to go on? Cat Jones. Or you're retired and you've got some time on your hands. Here's that is a quicker ball from Siraj. Almost gets through, but it's actually out to mid-on and there's no run. We need in our new studios, which are the Ladywell Studios in Lewisham. Lovely studios, great environment for Guerilla Cricket. Congratulations to Bear for all his hard work in A, finding a suitable property, 2, turning down all the others, and C, lugging all the equipment up there, because he's done a fantastic job. It's ready to go.
Fortunately, there's a goods lift, eh? That was fucking genius.
Because the call went out to Gorillas to help Bear with the move. How many people responded to that?
Less than one, Dave.
Who was the one?
I said less than one.
Oh.
Yes.
You see, that's when we turn to people like Hector and Billy, and they really should be, doing their bit as students to show that they are not above doing some manual labour. This is the in-swinger from Siraj, driven back by Brook, stopped off by the foot of Siraj. Otherwise, that would have been 4 runs.
That was a really nice shot. Kind of missed out there. Yeah, I did get help from my son, funnily enough. We hired a van to move all the furniture. Everything else was doable. It was just tedious.
Hold on. I thought you said you got help from your son. This was a piece of manual labour.
It was.
How did you get your son to do it?
I asked him. I said, can you help me? Offered him some money, which I obviously haven't paid him yet.
Yeah, we knew there'd be some bribes involved.
Well, there would be some bribes involved, but the fact is, if I offer him some money, I'm paying for his entire life as it is, so it's kind of moot point, really.
Yep.
And now he's a big strapping 17-year-old. It's quite easy to get him to help.
Yeah, they're nice and strong.
Give him a name. Give him a name. Give him a name, Bert.
Nate.
Give him a shout out.
My son Nate. He won't be listening.
Nate.
He'll still be in bed.
Might be listening in bed.
He won't be.
Siraj has put a silly bit off him, and Brook comes down, charges him, and then plays a late cut for 4.
That was outrageous. That's all you can say about that. He was looking to go over the top, wasn't he, down the ground, and then just adjusted and guided it down to third man.
It was a very deliberate shot down to third, just one bounce over the boundary. A beautiful bit of adjustment. Brook looks like he's playing a T20 and Stokes is playing a test at the other end. It's a wonderful combination.
It is. I mean, he is. This is where Brook can be overly aggressive and get himself out, and then it's really disappointing. But he does seem to be in a little bit of control this morning. I mean, I don't know if any of you saw the shot last night that fortunately was a no ball. But I mean, it was a fucking ridiculous shot to play. It was literally 2 balls before the end of the day. Bumrah has clearly got a plan to bowl short at him. He bowls a short ball. Brook tries to pull him, gets a fucking horrible top edge that just loops up and gets caught by mid-on. And we're all like, oh, Christ, Brook. It's the last over of the day. Unfortunately, the umpire stuck his arm out as a no ball. And he's just like, make that count. And he does seem to be doing that this morning.
So what we're seeing now is that every single one of the Indians so far have queried the ball and taken it over to the umpire. Every time the umpire puts it through the rings, with absolute ease and just says, what are you talking about? No misshapen ball here. But I think they're querying the seam. Is that it, Dave? Is that what they're doing there?
No,
looking at the seam.
I think they're definitely
pointing
querying
at
the shape of the ball.
the shape. Yeah, Punt's not very happy with it at all.
But they have rules. They have handcuffs. That's what they're there for, isn't it?
Offensive by Brook. When play eventually resumes after a lot of discussion about the ball. And that's the end of the over 259 for 4.
Oh, that's me. What have we got here? Ombre No Able says, it's brutalist commentary. Not that the commentary is brutal, but the inner workings are all on show. And that's what makes it beautiful and fun. Oh, I thank you very much.
It's all inside baseball.
It's true. We let it all hang out here, but there's no shying away from it. Matthew Van Erick says, what, did I just hear right? Did you say there is a lift in the new studios? There is. There's a goods lift, and it's a very handy goods lift, especially when you've got to bring stuff up to the 3rd floor. The stairs are quite long and arduous. Hence, I was trying not to give away the lift code so that some of our elder and more portly members who need a bit of exercise were made to come up the stairs.
It's covered up, and there is no run. Now, any Gen Zers listening to this coverage, I need your help now. Gen Zers, or those of you with offspring in the Gen Z or Alpha age ranges, that's anything between, I'll take 12 and 25, please. Defensive goes Stokes, and there's no run.
We're not going as low as 12.
What do you need them for, Dave?
I need them to work out how to... It's a new phone I've got out of action for 3 days, and I need to know how to find my number on this new phone. And that's reverse paddle swept by Stokes out in 4 runs.
I'll tell you how to do that, Dave. Ring me and I will tell you it.
There's not one bullet for me, I must have 2 or 3.
Is that the one you've been texting me on?
No.
Oh, right.
No, that was an emergency phone.
Okay.
It feels like Bear is now an honorary member of Generation Alpha after coming up with that solution.
Well, that's not really a hard one to come up with, I have to say.
Well, we haven't solved it yet. Here's Jadeja, and that's... Oh, no, that was nothing from Stokes. He sort of paddled it back. He could easily got out like that.
Or even just text me, Dave, from your new phone, and it'll tell me what your number is.
I'm going to call you now, Bear.
That's defended on the offside. Out to point, and there is no run.
Thank you, Ben.
Got it.
That's just... You got it?
Yeah.
Right. Can you now read out... This is a production note. We're letting it all...
No, I'm not going to read it out. I'm just going to text it back to the same number, you muppet.
We're going to read out your mobile number on air.
No.
I've got no problem with that. And that's a single to Stokes. He moves on to 13. Brook is on 35. Are we seeing the start of a sizable partnership? It's 264.
I hope so.
62 overs.
I'm just texting you your number, Dave. There you go.
Can you say something to fill the pregnant pause?
It's all right.
I usually put a bet on the tie. That's what I'm usually betting on. And the tie at the moment, first innings tie, is 101 to 1.
Which is
so, yeah, what do you reckon? Is that worth a bet?
No.
50 cents?
No. Because how many ties? There have been 2 ties in Test history in what? 1,400 tests or something like that? So the odds are 100 to 1.
First innings tie. First innings tie. I feel like it's probably worth a $1 bet.
No,
I often put a bet on a tie in a T20. That is definitely worth a bet. But it tickles me that this bet is available to me here for the first innings tie.
I've never seen that. Have you got your number, Dave? Dave.
I have. Here's Siraj round the wicket. Stokes covers up. Defensive, solid from Stokes.
And with only 1 minute left in Dave's ball-by-ball spell, people listening may be wondering why nobody could wait until that minute has passed before we solve the technical difficulties.
Well, it's true.
This has been a very productive shift, I might say, fellas. You've got multiple students on board now, and you've sorted out Dave's done IT super tech support.
Kat, tell us about the early days of Test match, so far the antecedent of Guerilla Cricket and the students. Tell us all about that. What do you remember those days?
That podcast that you did during the World Test Championship match was fabulous. It talked talked all about Test Match Sofa, and that was where I got a reminder about the students. And I think it was in the early days of Guerilla Cricket, actually, the students, weren't they?
Yes.
I better let you ball by ball it.
Stokes covers up, plays that defensively, and there's no run.
Yeah, I mean,
the students were great. They were at the at that pub. What was it called? The Walkabout?
No, it was the jet lag. Yeah, that's what you came over, didn't you, that summer for the Ashes 2005?
Hold on a moment. Pat, we know that students drink in pubs. What I want to know is what useful things did they do apart from drinking in the local pub?
I think they probably recruited them from the pub, Dave. They probably just went.
Yeah, but what useful things did they do for Test Match Sofa?
They used to. So one of the things they used to do was just take snippets of commentary, the funniest bits, the most interesting bits.
Driven by Stokes, well timed, straight to the fielder, there's no run.
And so every now and again we would get this little sort of supercut of really good commentary moments. So that was really great. You could do a little podcast of it, or you could just replay something really funny that had made people laugh. And the students were constantly scanning for this stuff.
I didn't pay Kat to say that. Did I? Have any money changed hands between you and I, Kat?
No.
Nothing at all. This is all I remember. Spur of the moment memories here.
Well, at the back of the end of the Test Match Sofa days, we did have producers and shit, and that's precisely what we had. And we tried to emulate when we did Guerilla Cricket, and we did get a whole bunch of students in, but a lot of them were pretty flaky, it has to be said.
Defensive by Stokes, and there's no run.
We ended up with about 2 or 3 who were half decent, and they stayed with us throughout probably the first year, and then that drifted off.
I mean, they probably got good references from you, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, they were very handy. I mean, the students are very handy. And the problem is, when you can't pay anybody, even students.
Hold on a moment there. That's not strictly true, is it? You've already said on air in front of everyone that you paid Nate.
Well, A, he's my son, and B, not out of Guerilla funds, and B, he probably won't end up getting paid.
And make it a super highlight.
Stokes waits for Siraj defensively, angles the bat. It's going to go away to 4 runs. Nicely played by Stokes. Siraj is furious. Can't do anything about it. 4 runs to Stokes. This is the start of an immense partnership. England trailing by 203. Stokes is on 18. Brook is on 35. 1 more ball left in this thing. Can I give a shout out to Phil Savage from the Sussex Martlets, who's listening to us? Big shout out to him and the whole of the Sussex Martlets operation down there in God's County. And also a shout out to my very good friend James Knights, who's listening to us now. Stokes on 18. Oh, and a shout out to Doug Brook from, yes, he's my brother. He's in Los Angeles, in Sacramento, rather than Los Angeles. And a big shout out to Sacramento, Guerilla Cricket, the official broadcaster in Sacramento. Of course, BBC coverage is geo-blocked outside the UK, which is why we have
maybe the only way of listening, right?
It
the
is.
Only way of
That's
listening
why
to
we
cricket.
have so many international listeners, and it really is the world of Guerilla Cricket here. As Siraj, this will complete my spell round of the wicket. Oh, wonderful play and miss from Stokes. So hopefully there's going to be no more of that during the next ball by ball stint. I'm going to move over to the summariser's chair. Kat, great to see you, and Bear, you'll tell us who's going to be taking over the ball.
Well, Kat's doing the ball by ball.
Oh, sorry, Kat, I didn't see the rotor.
Dave, you're moving on to summarising.
Yes.
Toby is supposed to be here, but he's yet another person who's not really turned up when they're supposed to.
Are you sure they're not just in the waiting room? Because
no, I can see the waiting room from here. No one's there.
No one waiting.
Tony's rotoring this morning, considering he's not in, is absent of control. It has to be said.
I'm just trying to remember some of the other things, Dave, that the students used to do and be.
Did they used to open up and close up? That's what Bear wants to know.
Yeah, well, that's good too.
No, they didn't
turn everything on.
No, they couldn't, and that's one of the biggest problems with any of this, is that too many of my compadres are old and fucking useless. Can't turn on a fucking computer. It does get a bit frustrating, it has to be said. Jason's kind of okay. There's a couple of others who can work it out. But even some of the youngsters...
all the rest of you, by the way, who come into the studio, we appreciate you regardless of your tech ability. Just please don't be put off by this little rant.
Yeah, it's my own personal bugbear I have to deal with. I guess I'll hang around.
What we're getting exciting. We're in the middle of, I don't know, a drinks break or something here, and They were getting different advertising on the England feed versus the Australian feed. And the Australian feed, I have Pat Cummins advertising razors, and you've got some other person advertising razors on the English feed. So I'm glad there's a bit of symmetry there.
Do you know how to use that?
What's that for?
The jingles.
I don't. I'll figure it out.
You'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Come and sit here. Toby's turned up. I didn't realise you were coming in the studio. I thought, come on in.
Toby is literally here. Toby has just admitted he doesn't know how to do the jingles just a second after Bear said there were terrible people coming in. So I hopefully you get your comeuppance from that, Bear. I'm sure Toby will be able to work out the jingles, not a problem.
Welcome to you, Toby. You can work out the jingles for Gen Z like yourself.
Press some buttons and do whatever. It'll figure itself out.
You just press buttons at random. Yeah. That's usually what Toby does.
Production note, Kat. I just have to refill my coffee cup and get my other phone.
That's important. You do need to have coffee, and it's a little bit later in the day here. It's 6 minutes past 9, and we are having a drinks break here. And in Australia, of course, we could potentially be having an alcoholic drinks break. It's late enough. But no, in the ground, why are the cricketers lying on the ground to have their drinks break? What do you reckon, Toby?
They always seem to be on the ground when they can. There's obviously a lot of chat about, well, they're all getting massages. I think Jaiswal was getting cramp yesterday as well, wasn't he? And then I think it's just, take a break. It's quite hot. Have a lie down, little nap, power nap for 3 minutes, and then you just go again.
Yes, so we are having drinks here in the Burwood studio of Guerilla Cricket. I'm having soda water. Dan is next to me. He's having soda water as well. We're very neutral and tame here. What are you drinking, Toby?
I've got nothing at the moment, but probably just some water at the moment, and then we'll see how the day goes and whether I need to move off of that and on something else.
Yeah, see how this goes. And anyone out there listening, Toby's about to read out some of the social media. So tell Toby what you're drinking, and hopefully you're probably having a cup of tea this time of day. The cricketers are not having a cup of tea. They are lying on the ground drinking, I don't know, protein water or something.
Yeah, electrolytes of some sort, I'm sure. What other comments have we got coming in then? Who is the richest cricket YouTuber?
Oh, that's an interesting question. Rhetorical? Did they answer it?
They didn't answer it. They've not answered it yet anyway. That was Kartik Kumar. Trying to work out who might be the richest cricket YouTuber.
Yeah, that's a good question for the rest of the social people to go off and see if they can work that out. It's probably Kohli. I mean, I don't know.
Oh well, actually, yeah, Ashwin. He is a YouTuber now. Now he's retired.
Oh, there's a lot of YouTube. Okay, so we're resuming here anyway. And Jadeja his left arm around the wicket, not spinning this ball too much, and Brook negotiates it. Looks like Brook was still tidying up his gloves, but anyway, he's managing to do that now that he's faced the first ball of this new spell. Jadeja's already back to the top of his mark, and again, defensive ball. It's actually gone past the outstretched hand as it goes down to mid-on, long on, and they take a single. That puts Stokes back on strike. We don't have Dave back yet, so feel free to... We've got Tobe here on in the studio doing the jingles. He's probably putting a few bets on. He's trying to wrangle the students, and he's also here doing special comments and socials. So quite the shift there in the studio. We have a slip, we have a short leg, and we have Jadeja, and he's bowling to Stokes, 18 from 46. So England are trailing by 202. Jadeja back to the top of his mark already. No time for anyone to say anything. This ball spins. It's wide, pitch wide outside off stump and fairly full. And Stokes just watches it into the hands of Rishabh Pant. Rishabh Pant seems to be sledging a little bit there behind the stumps. I hope he is. As Jadeja comes this time over the wicket to the left-hander Stokes. Flicks the ball to mid-wicket. And there's no run. There's never a run. Really, when Stokes is batting, he's been going fairly slowly. Good idea or bad idea, Toby?
I don't mind it when Stokes takes his time.
Yeah, I think it's quite good. And this one's reverse swept by Stokes, and it's heading down to, I guess it's kind of a fine leg third man combination when you do a reverse sweep. And the sweeper inside the boundary collects that. Stokes moves to 20. Brook is on 36, and the score is 271 for 4. Jadeja's over is over. We've had 30 seconds of Jadeja bowling, and his over is over. So let's see what we've got on the socials.
Other socials coming in. Listening from the bush in Marloth Park in South Africa. Drinking a plain brandy, no ice. Cooking lunch and listening to Guerilla Cricket. That's a pretty good afternoon, I'd say.
Brandy. Brandy's very civilised. I don't know when I last heard of anyone having brandy.
Yeah.
Just what was it? Plain brandy over ice?
No ice. No ice.
No ice.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That was from David Rama. Kartik Kumar, who was the one who asked about who's the richest cricket YouTuber. He says in India it may be AB Cricinfo or Sport Talk.
Right. So
where's Dave gone?
Dave's gone to get a cup of tea, I think.
Okay.
Some kind of drink. I can't quite remember what he was drinking, but what are you drinking, Neber? What have you got?
Coffee. It's
Coffee,
not. Oh, no, it's actually past midday. I could have a beer, but I've drunk quite a lot of beer over the last couple of days.
So Brook winds up and he spanks his unbounce over the cover boundary. Beautiful, glorious 4.
We'll go for a little jingle. Let's see if it works.
There you go. Simple, isn't it?
There we go. Click.
See, we don't need the students. We've got Toby instead.
Yeah, exactly. You're local. I forgot you're
immediately how to do the panel.
You live around this area, don't you?
Clapham Junction, yeah. So not too far.
Yeah.
Traffic was a little bit iffy, and then actually just finding the new studio in itself was slightly confusing.
The first time is always going to be the hardest, but now you know where it is.
Oh, that was a glorious lofted drive, dance down the pitch. He looks $1 million. Let's hope he can do it again, and he does. He defends his next delivery competently.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? India have never actually haven't played much against Brook, especially in the longer form of the game. He didn't play in the last series, and I think he had one test against India at the back end of 2023 or something.
2022, when the COVID year, the year before, they had to push one of the tests back.
Yeah, and that was his debut, wasn't it? I think anyway, certainly the only time he'd have played India in a test match. Got lucky there, though, didn't he?
Yeah. Did he? He might not have even played in that one actually, because that was when Bairstow was going ballistic. He then broke his leg before South Africa, which I think was when Brook got his start. So I think he might never have played India before in the Test cricket.
In which case, this is his first test against India.
We've got David back. We'll find out in a moment what drink David has. But at the moment, it's Siraj versus Brook, and this could be an exciting combination. And sure enough, this is a ball that is bounced into the square leg region, out to the boundary by Brook. Lofted, but safely. No one was going to catch that. Fielded nicely, actually, on the rope. So Brook gets another run, but Siraj, that was the combination where Brook was out and then not out at the end of the previous session when there was the no ball, Siraj no ball.
The answer to your question, Kat, is a pretty boring one. I hate to bore listeners, but it is a glass of water.
We were all drinking a glass of water. But the people who are listening to us, though, Dave, they're drinking brandy. We found out brandy. That was the most exciting thing so far. We are going to find out some more drinks shortly from Toby, if anyone is listening and simultaneously drinking. And this time it's Siraj bowls to Stokes. He slams it into the ground. It heads out into the offside. And there's no run. Stokes on 20, Brook on 41. But they've faced roughly the same deliveries. Same number of deliveries. Maybe not exactly the same deliveries. That would be difficult.
Toby, what's been your introduction to Guerilla Cricket?
So last summer, I think it was, the Sri Lanka series. I think I just reached out, just got involved. I don't know how I heard about it. I think it was possibly someone like Jared Kimber. Ooh.
So this time Siraj is bowling to Stokes and he's edged it through to the keeper. Siraj is absolutely thrilled, and that is out. Stokes is walking off for 20 from 51 deliveries, the 5th wicket to fall.
Great delivery that, just nipped away a fraction.
We're going to see if Toby can find the
oh yeah, we need a jingle, don't we? Forgot about those. Wickets.
I mean, it was outside the off stump, and Stokes should not have been playing at it. No. He just left his bat there, as any club cricketer will tell you.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
As any club cricketer will tell you, don't hang your bat out to dry. If that had been any club cricket ground on a Sunday afternoon, you'd be walking off to the sound of the crowd shouting, "Gone fishing."
That might be what people are saying to him as he walks off. He certainly threw the bat in the air in disgust. It was quite the bat flip. It was almost a competent bat flip in contrast to the shot he'd just played to get out. A soft dismissal.
Yeah, on some other socials, might as well go while there's a little bit of a break.
Yeah, absolutely.
You mentioned fishing there, David, and actually someone, where's the message? Someone's going fishing apparently. Jeremy Elder, he's listening from a newly bought summer house in Sweden. Guerilla Cricket, then pike fishing. Thanks for the great commentary. So
that would be fun, and we will take payment in the form of holidays at the summer house, I believe. Bear will confirm.
Could do a guerrilla tour, do some commentary from Sweden.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm interested in what sort of fish you're going to get. So there was pike, was it?
Pike fishing, yeah.
Toby, I hate to...
Is it good to eat or too many bones?
I'm not sure. I don't know if I've ever had pike, but we can find out from Jeremy.
Bit of work to do for you, Toby, I'm afraid. I know that strikes fear into most Gen Zers, but it's a new batsman at the crease and we need him jingled.
This one? Oh, here we go.
Jamie Smith, see if we can find his jingle.
Hey there, Jamie Smith, are you a good keeper or batsman? Either way, all your hopes of getting a game are fucked.
Lovely jingle there for Jamie Smith.
Lovely.
Anyway, he negotiates his first delivery very competently, defends it, and that's the end of Siraj's over. Anything else on the socials?
Other socials, what have we got? Matt Cullen says, "Afternoon Gorillas, listening from my lab at university after a game of squash, drinking tea, not booze yet." We also had, back on the richest YouTubers, Jay Grover says, "Probably bloody Jared."
Yeah, that would be good. We would be happy if it was Jared, but yeah, I think you're right. It's probably just Crick Buzz or something.
Who else have we got?
Toby, did you say that it was Jared who sort of first alerted you to the existence of
Guerilla Cricket? I think just from, because he obviously does a lot of podcasting and stuff, and I just listened to a lot of it. I think he probably mentioned Guerilla a couple times, and so kind of just in my mind. And then I messaged the Bear last year, came over, watched and commentated and did all this stuff for the Oval Test at the Sri Lanka one, I think it was. And then...
Now, I have to interrupt because Jadeja's bowling, which means he's probably already done 3 deliveries.
He gets through it so quick.
No, he has done one delivery, Booker's defended, but he is bowling again. Left arm around, and this one's stroked out towards point where it's fielded, but they got a single anyway, and Jadeja's not very happy about that fielding effort.
There's the wicket again. Yeah, he does just leave his hands dangling, doesn't he, Stokes, there? I think he'll be disappointed.
Yes, that replay of this dismissal of Stokes. And unfortunately, did that do anything to your betting, Dave? Did it ruin your overs and unders?
Well, it does mean, and I always say that investments can go down as well as up, and that one went down. I said on air.
Yeah.
You know that.
Well, it was good for me because I didn't put the bet on, so I effectively won. I was going to put the bet on. Anyway, Smith has defended another ball, and he's now faced 2, so he's probably got his eye in.
Probably looked to smash one out the ground, this ball, won't he? In the England
we
way.
A deepish short leg under the lid. I don't know who that is. We'll find out in a minute as another ball is defended by Smith. And they're trailing by 194 now as Smith decides he's going to push one to mid-wicket, and they get a single. So that's him off the mark. And Jadeja, I'm not quite sure how many deliveries are left to go because the broadcaster is not showing us. 1 to come, I think.
Eagle-eyed viewers on YouTube and other video platforms will have noticed a little appearance there from Mrs. B, bringing in a cup of coffee that I have made myself, but needed to be brought up.
Needed to be stewed as that one's played to a short third for no run, end of the over, and over to socials.
Other socials, what have we got here? Stephen Kelk says, I wish I was drinking cider, but I'm instead drinking tea while I mark exams. Thanks for the help there. David Carty says...
I like the idea there, Toby, that you might not get 9 out of 10 for your assignment. You might get 1 for 20 or something.
What else have we got here? David... Kartik asked David, did you lose your bet on Stokes? And it sounds like you did, I assume, David?
The bet for Stokes has gone down, and also the bet for fifth wicket partnership has gone down with it. So, if you like, the whole deck of cards. But
there's probably a 6-wicket bet.
My bet on distant cousin Harry Brook is still going.
Smith takes a wild swing at this next one, and he edges it into the ground safely. Just a little bit of a luck there, perhaps. But anyway, it's gone back to Pant, and Smith remains on 1.
You know, those listeners who might be concerned about my immediate financial well-being may be reassured to know that because Harry is like distant cousin, I've obviously, and because he's such a good bat, I've weighted heavily towards Harry. So as long as he gets over 73, I'll be up on the day, and that's before any further transactions.
Which means you could also be down on the day, even if Brooks scores over 73.
That's not the way to look at things, Toby.
No, got to be hopeful as Smith faces up again to Siraj and returns the ball defensively, and he does his own fielding. So the score, if I haven't mentioned it lately, 278 for 5.
Let's face it. I'm sorry, I was going to say, let's face it, Toby. If you had that attitude that you just displayed there, you'd never cross the street, would you? You might get knocked over. There has to be some risk in life, and you don't mind me getting on my soapbox, speaking of someone who works at university. I think a few students could take that on board. You know, they try and live a risk-free existence. It's not possible.
No. Another ball defended by Smith. It might have caught him on the pads there. Brook is on 42. Seems pretty certain that he's going to get his century, but he has...
Oh, century. Did you mean to say century there, Kat, or half century?
Yeah, half century. I was going to say half century, but I've modified it to century. I think century is written in the stars. That is if I want to get my first innings tie, which I was unable to put a bet on because you've got to ring up if you want to place an in-game bet, and I cannot be bothered with that palaver.
Can you not bet on apps for stuff like that in Australia?
Yeah, I don't know why I can't bet on that, but so I'm a novice, so I'm not quite sure of the details there. It might be Australian law. This next one is driven to mid-on and no run. Siraj is getting the pace up. He's up around 142, 140 kilometres an hour. Doesn't seem to be bothering the batters too much.
I'll have a look and see what bets are looking like. The only one I've got on at the moment is India to win the first test but to lose the series. And I also have one on a drawn series as well. So we'll see. They're more long-term bets.
And just after university students were called risk-averse, if you have a bet on a drawn series, that feels risk-averse. But maybe not. This next ball is played out into the offside defensively by Smith. And one to come in the Siraj over. I always like putting a bet on, Toby, particularly the Ashes, on a 0-0 drawn series. I feel like that is a high-risk bet.
That is incredibly.
Yeah, I think, Toby, it's quite a shrewd bet, though. You have tied your money up, haven't you, for the duration of the series. So if you did want it to buy any loaves of white bread or to have a proper water fight. No, sorry, you're not a student. Are you a student?
No, not anymore. No.
Oh, what are you doing now, Toby?
I'm a sports journalist, technically.
Get you.
Yeah, very...
Get you.
Freelance, which basically means unemployed.
But again, I question the attitude.
Now, there's been an exciting ball delivered. We have had a 4 scored, but Smith edged that through almost onto his stumps, and it's gone down to fine leg for a boundary. Get them how you can.
Oh, I just put a 4 in, don't I? Boundaries. Go for that one.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Siraj knows that was almost another wicket that he snaffled there.
Kat, I'm going to disappear shortly, and then
So am I
miraculously
think
reappear.
in 5 minutes.
Yes, but unlike me, you're not going to miraculously reappear at 3 o'clock in that seat next to Toby in the studio, because that's what I'm about
Well,
to do.
that's a good magic trick.
So I have to do it. Well, it's not magic. It's 2.5 hours in the Vauxhall Corsa.
That's an
to Lewisham.
extended length of time paying off for a magic trick, I must say.
It's 2.5
Now it's
hours
Brooke
to
Fa-
Lewisham from Oxfordshire.
You are very dedicated. Thank you for doing that. Coming into the studio, everyone should take note of what Dave is doing. Anyway, Jadeja has started another over, and this time Brook has mistimed one, so they're edging them all over the place. He's edged that into his pads. We have a slip here now, and Jadeja gets a massive amount of turn outside off stump on this next delivery. Massive amount. And Brook hasn't even bothered to try and hit that. I don't think he would have been able to.
No, it's honest thing that, isn't it, that that there's turn on sort of midway through day 2. Day 3, sorry.
Hit a stone.
Yeah, you have to hope there's something in there, because it's not good look for England.
The next one goes a bit more straight on, and Brook is on 42, and maybe I need to revise my century prediction. But I'm sure we'll get to a half. I'm sure we'll get a half. A half century is a bit like a half pint, or maybe it's better than a half pint.
I think it's quite a bit better than a half pint. Half pint's overrated, even if they are rated, I'd say.
Yes, the half pint is if you have to hop in the car and do a 2.5 hour drive
Yeah.
to the studio. As Brook sends the ball out into the offside. The fielding is smart and sharp and pinged into the stumps. So at the moment, 282 for 5. Jadeja has 2 balls to come in the over. It is over number 68. The ball is looking pretty sloppy as another ball is defended by Brook. Brook's on 42. Smith is on 5, and we have this one ball to come, and then another over or so, and we'll have a change. Are you staying on, Toby?
I am, yeah. I'm on ball by ball after this.
Fantastic. And this time, Jadeja has pitched it up to Brook, and Brook has lofted a ball into the onside. That's gone for 4 runs. Fantastic lofted stroke, taking him to 46.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, it was a bit agricultural, Toby, but I'm just calling it fantastic because I love the lofted strokes. They're so gutsy, I think.
It's just smart batting as much as anything by Brook. Jadeja's been, generally, as he always is, pretty miserly, not offering much, and then when he does give you, short and a bit of rank long hop, you do have to pounce and capitalise. As it looks like it's change of bowling here, I think. Is it Shardle's coming back on? So I better get a thing for him. Here we go.
Every single jingle these days is like full on metal. It's fantastic.
We've got 2 Shardle ones by the looks of it. I might squeeze the other one in. Oh, there's a 40-second one. No, I'll save that for later.
Got the short one and the long one.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's coming in doing medium paces, or maybe they'll be fast. We'll wait and see. Smith is having a look at this first up, and he sends the ball to cover point for no run.
Yeah, 81 mile an hour there from Shardle. It's pretty. I feel that's almost quicker than I expect.
Yeah.
But it's first delivery of a new spell.
It was more of a medium pacer,
Yeah.
but that's not too shabby. So these remaining batters, Brook and Smith particularly, need to get another 185 odd runs for parity here with India's first innings. And they could do it. They really could. It doesn't look like it at the moment. And this one is wide, very wide outside the off stump. Smith sees this and gives the bat full length, and he's spanked that all the way to the cover boundary, another 4 runs. And Toby's doing a great job with the jingles. They're coming
on it now.
right on time. Great timing, just like that cover drive. Just a glorious stroke there. I mean, it was out there to be hit. He's really stretched for it. Could have let it go. But in the end, great result.
It's interesting to see Shardle bowling quite loosely as much as anything else. He's on the money that time, but
Yeah, that's right.
He
One
was-
delivery right on middle stump, defended by Smith. But maybe they were a couple of looseners there. Maybe he's got something else planned for the rest of the over.
You'd hope so. But I mean, when you look at how good he was last time he was over in England, just because, well, he was just so miserly, pretty much just hiding the ball outside off stump and packing the offside field. And this time he's got 3.5 overs, gone for 27 runs. He's kind of leaking runs. He's got to really get back on it as soon as possible.
Yes, and this next one is a full toss. It wasn't in full control from the bowler, but it's been given and immediately reviewed. And I don't think that review was because Smith thinks he hit it. He probably thinks it was going down leg side on the full. What do you reckon, Toby? It looked a bit leg side.
Yeah, I do wonder whether Smith got a feather. It's obviously hard to tell without sound, but he was so quick on that.
Yeah, so quick on that review. We're seeing a replay now. It was an out-of-control full toss. I'm not sure he intended that, but it has whacked him right in front, really, on the... He might have got a feather, you're right, but it's whacked him right in front, just below the knee roll, in line with leg stump, I think, or maybe going down leg. It certainly wasn't going over.
No, definitely not. Unless Hawkeye has a bit of a mental breakdown.
The impact's in line. Yeah, it's missing the wickets. It's bouncing. Call. Yeah. Not a good decision by... He hasn't had a great match, has he, that umpire?
Yeah, it's a weird one, that, because the second a batter advances as an umpire, you've kind of got to think the chances of it being an LB is so low, because either it could be impact outside, off stump, or it's going to likely tail down or might go over the stumps if it bounces, because it's just minimising the risk as a batter the further down the wicket you are.
It's an excellent shout, of course, by Thacker. Of course, he's just started a new spell, and he wanted to sort of loosen the embarrassment of such a terrible full toss. Anyway, this one's shorter and still not a great delivery. And again, the ball has been driven out into the offside, beautifully fielded, actually misfielded then by Jadeja. And Thacker's having a terrible over. I don't know if he'll get another. Would you give him another one if you were the captain, Toby?
I think you kind of have to, because this is only his fourth over of the almost 70 India have bowled now. And I get he's their sort of fifth bowler effectively, with Jadeja playing more an important role. But you still need to actually bowl him and use him, otherwise you're going to end up just destroying Bumrah, who's already only set to play, I think, 3. He'll probably play 4 tests. But if Bumrah's bowling 30 overs in innings, every innings for 3-4 tests, they're not going to have Bumrah for much longer.
No. So one ball to come, and who knows? I mean, Thacker isn't bowling that well, but often that is what gets you the wicket. Brook's on strike now. My last ball of the spell. So let's see what Thacker can do with this last one to Brook. Brook on 46. And it's a full-length ball, but driven nicely to mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over, 293 for 5. After 69 overs, Smith on 12. The trail is 178, and I will leave you with Toby, and looks like it's Mayank coming back on, and have a great rest of the night.
It is indeed. Toby.
See you later, Cat.
Yeah.
See you later, Cat. Toby's going to do your ball by ball. I'm going to do your summarising. You're going to do some social, I believe.
Yeah. Do we know which one was the last message, or should I just start somewhere?
Go from Hugh Sheridan talking about pike. We were talking about some fishing earlier.
Ooh, pike fishing. I always fancied pike fishing, but never did it.
Yeah. So he said, I don't know what pike fishing is, but it's going to be Jadeja. I'm going to try to do 1 or 2 in this over, but I doubt it.
Yeah, dot ball first up. Jadeja is very quick through his overs, so we might have to just have an extra long one post Jadeja's over for the socials. Yeah, but we can see, he's already back at the top of the mark. Into Smith again, who defends well again off the back foot this time.
That was an appalling LBW decision in the previous over. Was that Paul Rifle again?
I think it was.
He gave a terrible one against Root yesterday. It's like he's old school, he gives it on the shot rather than
anything
where the ball's going.
No, I don't know. I think there's something fishy going on with this DRS stuff. I think the BCCI Jay Shaw needs to make some calls.
That one's driven into the covers. No run though. Finds the fielder.
It's never India's fault or the umpire's fault. It's the technology. BCCI's job. They need to fix it.
That one's cut away again, out to backward point, just for a single. Smith rotates the strike nicely, brings Brook back on to face. He's 46 off 59 right now.
Do you think England will get to parity?
No, I reckon they'll be about 50 short.
I would have said the same, 50 to 60 short.
50 to 60 short, yeah.
But that's only assuming that you have bowlers that can actually clean up this tail, and I don't think Tucker is one who's going to do it, so it's going to be on Jadeja and the other quicks.
Well, yeah, over to you.
Defended again. Over to you, Bear.
I mean, this is it, isn't it? I think Brook needs to get a ton. Smith needs to stay with him for at least 50. What are you doing, Tone? Destroying things.
That one's pushed into the offside again. Thoughts of a single, but straight to the fielder in the end, and a dot ball. That ends the over. 294 for 5. 70 overs gone. Jadeja's been bowling well. 16 overs he's bowled for 45 runs. And we're just 10 overs away from the new ball now as well.
Well, yeah, that'll be a tricky thing.
Hugh Sheridan, he was talking about pikefish. Regarding if pike is a good fish to eat, it may depend upon the quality of the water. I had some caught at Chew Valley Lake near Bristol, and chunky steaks of it were flaky, free of bones, and delicious. Nick Cook, he says, yes, they're a bit hasty, Eric. And Eric says, don't tell him, Pike. Sagnik Jutta says, as usual, England are messing things up. And David Rama says, shouldn't the Test Championship final be 3 or 5 tests? Seems a little silly just to have that one game as a final, or am I missing something?
Well, we can get on to that. Because
that is a whole argument that you could have.
Well, yes. Everyone knows mine.
Shardul Thacker's continued. Driven nicely there by Smith, but straight to the fielder. I think Shubman Gill, that is.
Really missed out there, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think the World Test Championship should be, I mean, originally my thoughts you should have over a 3-month period in one country with top 8 sides, but I've since gone down to just the top 4 sides at the end of it in a country, a couple of months, semis, 3 Test series in 1 month, and a final, 3 Test series in the second month. That would be fantastic.
It would be, but the issue is there wouldn't be enough time in the calendar.
That is just so long.
Well,
as that one's past the inside edge of Jamie Smith, dangling his bat in a similar fashion to Stokes, who just left his bat hanging out there, and he's a little bit lucky to escape from that one. There's talk of maybe a review here. It was a half appeal from Shardul, but I think
no one else is particularly interested. No, I don't know if it is. I mean, English summer is 3 or 3.5 months, 4 months. You could easily do it in English summer.
Say England.
Then you would have to cut England. Then you would have to cut England summer short, and then that's not going to work for the ECB because August is when they do bumblefuck nonsense with their stupid 100.
Well, so but you could have it in June, July, and then England.
But then you can't have tests in England.
Well, then they would have to play tests over the 100, which wouldn't be a bad thing.
They wouldn't do it though. That's the thing, because the whole point of the 100 is it's the best 150 cricketers or 100 cricketers, whatever it is. And if you're missing the top 10, 15,
they don't always play it anyway.
I mean, I think there's a lot more than that. I think there's also just a real need for a complete overhaul of the entire system. The fact that some teams don't play more than 12 tests, other teams play 23 tests. Some series are 2 test series, some are 5. It's just absurd.
No, it definitely is. But I think you wouldn't be able to really, because I think the only, as I was pushed out into the covers, dot ball again.
Yes.
It's not much going on though.
You've got to remember, you've got to still do every ball.
I think the issue is if there's a big overhaul to the World Test Championship, they'd probably do an overhaul to the calendar, which in itself would just reduce Test cricket even more, I reckon, because they'd look to try
I still think you should have 3 tests minimum, and then everyone should play each other once home, once away. That's got to be a minimum.
That's flicked away really nicely there by Smith. Going to race away to the boundary, tempting Bumrah the whole way there, but it just about beats the Indian seamer, and that's 4 runs for Smith. Just flicks that one through mid wicket.
4 on the floor, and 1 more for the 4. That's what 4's are for. To get funky on the dance floor.
Look, the Indian Premier League is the premier T20 competition. What they need to do is the finances of cricket need to be overhauled such that you can have maybe 1 or 2 periods of T20 throughout the year, so that the bigger, more established T20 leagues can continue, and then windows for Test cricket. I mean, that part of the problem after this ball.
Short, flicked around nicely around the corner there, but just for a single, doesn't fully get a hold of that.
2 there, I think.
Oh, slight misfield. They do get back for 2, actually.
Didn't hit it very well, did he?
No, I think that was almost the thing that allowed him back for 2.
Yeah, I mean, part of the problem is that most Test playing nations are Southern Hemisphere, or actually, I mean, like, when does India Test series? They're generally sort of actually winter, aren't they?
Yeah, January was when we played them. January, February.
They're more October.
Yeah.
So you'll see a Test series in India in October, November, and then you'll see ODI series in January, February.
Exactly. I mean, they can kind of play all year round in India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka.
They can play up until I think about March or April. You do once in a while see series go on. I mean, Pakistan plays in August. I think that's absurd. Temperatures are going to be well over 40. So the only teams that play in those are other teams in South Asia. So you'll have Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Bangladesh.
That was grips and turns, possibly takes the outside edge there, and it was put down by Pant. He seems hugely disappointed with that. Jadeja was already up, semi-appealing before it had been taken. Pings off the glove of Pant behind the stumps, and just kind of loops behind the slips, who can't get to it either.
Did that catch the edge? Let's have a look. Maybe.
Yeah, feather there from Harry Brook
as well, wasn't it?
That would have been him gone for 46.
Yeah, he's been hanging around in the 40s for quite a while now, hasn't he?
That one's just turned into the leg side. They're going to push for 2 here and should get back for it.
Might get 4 there.
Races across the square. It doesn't quite get there in the end.
Can someone explain to me why some of these grounds, like this one in the Oval, you guys don't have just a square? The whole bloody ground from one end to the other has pitches on pitches on pitches. What?
Well, a lot of them for practice. And these are the bigger international grounds that have more stuff going on, so they have more pitches on the squares for a start, and then they have more practice squares on the outside, so that, you know, when international teams are playing there, they want to practice actually on the square as well, so they make those practice squares on the outer edges of the actual square.
Defended by Smith off the back foot.
Hence, you get this big strip of 22 yards that's actually rock hard and goes really quick.
It goes fast as hell, exactly. But you don't see that in other countries. It's just an England thing.
It's up in the air and just to the left there of short leg. Smith evades the fielder again. I think they'll just get 1 for it. There's been a few chances now for both Brook and Smith. Brook on 49, facing up to Jadeja. It was actually to the right of short leg. He kind of took a couple steps down the wicket alongside Jamie Smith, who used his feet against Jadeja, and then off the inside edge would have gone straight to where Sudharsan was stood originally.
Well, they did show the ultra edge on that one first ball of the over, I think it was, when he edged it. So,
yeah,
a chance they could have had him.
There's been 2 or 3 in the last couple overs here from Brook and Smith. Anything but chanceless from the 2 young England stars. Brook on 49, facing up Jadeja. Final ball of the over. Defends it down the ground, but he will get there for 50.
Well done,
off
sir.
65 balls, Harry Brook.
And we should give him a little jingle.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos, quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Lucky or lucky, inducing reverie. These are a few types of half century.
So looking at the socials, Karthik Kumar says Siraj is bowling quite well here. Well, he's not at this point anymore.
He was.
Farong says, oh no, Angry Ben couldn't get to 30. Eric J says that's record pace for a Vauxhall Corsa. I'm not sure what that was about.
Oh yeah, it's about Dave driving down from Oxfordshire to here in his Vauxhall Corsa.
Okay.
2.5 hours, he says.
2.5
well, there
hours?
you go.
Wow, yeah. Got to come all around AM25.
Well, Karthik Kumar says India should have played Washington in place of Shardul. He did not bowl much and was unreliable with the bat. Well, he's bowling right now.
Brook guides that one nicely down through third man. They're going to push here and look to come back for 2, but they settle for the 1 in the end.
Yeah, Thacker was definitely the weak link in this bowling attack.
Which is weird because he obviously has never been anything special, but last time they were over in England, he bowled very, very tightly and was probably their second best bowler behind Bumrah in that series.
And we all mocked him then as well.
Yeah, definitely, but he was effective as much as anything else. So I think if he can find that same rhythm and just be miserly and not give any easy runs to England and just bowl dry, then that's could be very, very effective at trying to limit what is generally quite a positive and overly aggressive at times England lineup.
Well, they've got 2 people out in the deep on the offside, of square and behind square.
I think that's
Smith.
What they'll look to try and do again here. Thacker in for a second of the over. Outside off, Smith drives, but straight to cover.
Used to be missing those fielders because they're quite sweetly timed shots. If he can find a gap, they're all going to go for 4. Karen there's a man who got out for naught, didn't he? Very odd India innings, basically. 3 people got all their runs and KO Rahul, and everyone else. And the top score other than that was
everybody
11.
just completely failed.
Yeah. Which England will think, if okay, so they can get the experienced guys who got runs out in the first innings, they might be able to bowl them out cheap in the second.
Driven again by Smith. This time doesn't get a hold of it, at all, and it just dribbles out to Bumrah at mid-off.
Well, I got an interesting one here that I see Pirate Badshaw says, create time in the calendar by eliminating ODIs and also bring back the Intercontinental Cups when we were talking about, the test window. And I actually agree with that. I don't see a need for ODIs anymore. My personal opinion, 50 over cricket is useless. Get rid of it. Get rid of the World Cup. Make the T20 World Cup every 4 years. Let's just have 2 formats. Nobody cares about ODIs anymore. Why not just do that? Then we'll have enough time for tests.
Wide outside off again from Thakur and left alone by Smith, who advances a fraction.
I kind of go along with that. There are too many formats. I kind of did enjoy some ODI cricket recently,
But I feel like we only enjoy ODIs when they're happening. We don't care about them when it's done.
That's true.
Right? It's kind of like in America with football, soccer, right? We only care when the World Cup starts. So, we're building up to the World Cup. It's supposed to be hosted here. I don't know. We'll see if that really does happen in the end. But the World Cup is supposed to be hosted here. People are kind of starting to talk about it. The day after it's over, you're not going to hear it about it anymore. And that's kind of how ODIs work these days.
Driven nicely by Smith, but again finds Nair in the covers. Another dot ball. Yeah, I think personally, bilateral cricket has probably got to be the one that goes. Like white ball bilateral cricket, because if you're going to play T20 franchises, you don't need to really play international T20, and ODI similarly only really sells well. Well, it sells well everywhere really, but it's, as you say, not that interesting. It's not that exciting. And actually, in a lead up, I would keep the World Cups. I'd keep both the T20 and the ODI. I'd have them every 2 years. You'd have an ODI gap, T20 gap. And in the 2 months leading up to it, driven again by Smith. This time behind square to backward point. They will get a single for it.
There was one, the ODI where Root got 166 was a good ODI, but they're kind of rare, and even in T20s it's rare you get. The problem is these formats were brought in to make cricket close and exciting in a short form format, but so often these games end up being one-sided. If a team scores 240 in a T20, unless the team batting second gets off to a flyer, they're done, right? Yeah. And often when you're seeing a team chase 240, they will end up 30 for 3 after 5 overs, and the game is done, right? So you have the same problem. It's just the sentence is shorter. You're out of your misery sooner.
Defended by Smith. Jadeja continues.
So
Kartik Kumar. Go ahead.
Well, so my point is that Test cricket provides all that because you get 2 chances. You do get the fluctuations and the ups and downs. We saw that in the World Test Championship final.
Pushed off the back foot by Smith, out to deep cover.
The only problem is with that is I was at a bar with my cousin who's a semi-professional cricketer here. And this one guy, he comes up to us. He could hear us talking about cricket and the Ashes coming up and things like that. He couldn't understand Test cricket, but we had to explain the rules to an American of ODIs and T20s, and that made sense. And then I was honestly struggling to explain how Test cricket works in difference to that.
Pushed into the offside.
That is a big issue.
Single.
So T20 is easier to consume, it's easier to play, it's easier to explain.
Very much so, but that's why I think it is an entry-level event, and I think that's what I was saying to you earlier. It's much easier to get teams like America or China or whoever to get a team that will play T20.
I was off the back foot and kind of hiked down the ground for a single for Jamie Smith.
But then if you want to expand on people's knowledge and stuff, if you can get them into that, then you will get people who will feed on to Test cricket, because it is Test cricket is ultimate drama, really, when you get good teams playing against each other. I mean, you can get boring Test matches where one team slogs the other anyway. But
defended by Brook, solid. Yeah, I think yet again that's another massive benefit to cricket coming into the Olympics. I think is the fact it's now going to put T20 cricket specifically, because that's what they're going to suggest it is, defended again by Brook, onto, well, it's going to give it an even bigger platform to countries like China, to, you know, Brazil, to Argentina, to these countries who have never really had a massive relationship with cricket.
No.
But you now have to almost give it some sort of
and wasn't that one of the things? If it becomes an Olympic sport, then funding is released in places like China to develop cricket team. You know what the Chinese are like. They'll fucking have them in a little farm and grow them up to be fantastic cricketers, and they'll go out and find people who are 6'6" in their community, so they can make them into fast bowlers and shit like that. They're finally going to get ball change by the looks of things. It won't go through the handcuffs. They've complained enough. Well, yeah, but you have to force it through.
Well, Karthik Kumar, he just says English media complained about the Dharamshala outfield during the World Cup in 2023. How about the Leeds outfield today, which appears to be as dangerous? I don't know if it's dangerous, but that's his view. You guys can maybe add on to that in a moment. And then Sally R56, she just wanted to say that Paul Rifle is standing at the end that Jadeja's bowling from. So the poor LBW decision, that was off of Thakur, which is Chris Gaffney. So Gaffney's the one who's making all the mistakes today. And Stephen Kelke just says, well done, Mr. Brook, I think, because he's going to be speeding down the M, whatever it is.
M40 from there.
Okay. Kieran Roseblood, he says, England have this in the bag. India might as well go home now. Well, it's a long flight to go home, only to come right back for the second test match, I think. And that's bollocks, he says, or she says, or they say. That's the downfall of playing a batsman who is an ordinary keeper. See it over and over. That drop could have won the test match, getting last recognized bat 170 runs behind. Okay, in white ball only. I think he's talking about the Indian keeper.
Yes,
I don't know if you can
the drop
that
of
he's
Brook,
an ordinary keeper. I don't think he's an ordinary keeper at all.
He's not a great keeper. The thing about great keepers, a great keeper's a great standing up. Average keepers can keep standing back and make it look okay. I mean, look, Bairstow was pretty shit standing up, but we kept with him because he batted, and mostly, you know, when you're playing at home in series where you hardly need to, you know, keep against spinners, you can get away with it.
Bumrah back into the attack here. We'll have a jingle after this ball, I'm sure, and that one's onto the pad. Oh no, slightly chipped upish actually towards Shardul. Bounces about 2 meters in front of him though. Yeah, again another half opportunity here offered by Jamie Smith.
It's this man.
And now then, Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
Kieran Roseblade was just asking, I was about to ask, who's the new guy? I don't know which one's new. Is it
Toby?
me or
Probably
is
me.
it-
Toby's not that new.
I was tickled around the pads there. Going to roll away for 4 runs. It is indeed off the pads, perhaps, though. Umpires I'm going to look at each other. Did it go?
And they're going to look upstairs, I presume.
They're going to have to check a lot here. I think.
Well, Toby, if you're the new guy, if you're the fresher, you got to give us a little bit about you, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, so I did I think I mentioned it earlier already, but I did the third test at the Oval last summer.
That's a good stop.
A couple of days there. Really good stop, that.
That is a fantastic
Dragged
stop.
that back in. It looked like it was inevitable that it was going to roll away, but...
You didn't touch the sponge.
No,
you rolled
very
over,
clean.
let go of the ball.
Well, then that goes back to the other question earlier I brought up. Somebody had said, I think Karthik has said, this looks like a dangerous outfield. Do you guys agree with that? Disagree with that?
No. Dangerous outfields to me are the ones where they're really soft, and when you go in, your knee takes out loads of We see quite a
The
lot of
chunk
it
of
these
grass.
days. Yeah. Because that's when you jar a knee and, you know.
Boomer into Smith, and that was just defended.
I mean, we all go back to Simon Jones as probably the most memorable one of that. And that Ashes Test, first Ashes Test down under
2006-7 was that?
What was that, 6-7? Yeah, it would have been actually, wouldn't it? You know, and he was going to be a really important part of that series. First Test goes to field, one in the outfield, jams his knee in the turf and was out for 2 years, wasn't he? I mean, he totally fucked his knee on that.
Yeah, I think it's a hard outfield here, but I don't think there's much you can do with it. And it's the square as well, as that one's pushed out to backward point by Jamie Smith. Opened the face a fraction, but no run for it. Straight to Jadeja.
Didn't really need to play it now. It was a bit wide, wasn't it? It was hanging his bat out.
Yeah, it's quite short as well, but I think he's obviously looking to try and score as well. So we see some
some
fish and
pizzas
chips.
are out.
Fish and
Oh no,
chips.
it's fish and chips. Okay. I'm not a fish guy. Are you guys fish and chips guys?
I don't mind a bit of fish and chips, but we eat it a lot in my house, so I kind of get a bit sick of it.
Are you one of those people that also likes to put the sauce on the side with the chips? What's that
Yes.
sauce? Vinegar?
Left alone by Smith.
Salt and vinegar. You got to have salt and vinegar with your fish and chips.
No, salt is fine, but dipping it in vinegar?
No, you don't
Come
dip
on,
it. You
guys.
just spray
No,
it all over, man.
I agree. I'm not a vinegar guy. Just think it
And
ruins
the
it.
brown
Some-
sauce.
yeah,
No, you guys do some weird stuff
yeah.
over there.
Also, not a fan of the brown sauce.
Brown
either.
sauce, no, not necessarily with fish, but occasionally it's good, man. Brown sauce with a bacon sarnie, for example, is the king.
Not a fan. Just keep it simple with some ketchup.
And a sausage and egg muffin, brown sauce.
Boomer in again now. 3-12 for 5. Final ball of the 75th over here. That was driven nicely by Smith. Finds the gap.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And that will be 4 runs. Lovely shot, Jamie Smith. Move on to 27 now. Time that one gorgeously, and it
Sweetly,
raced
wasn't it?
away across that hard outfield, the square that runs the width of the pitch here at Headingley.
And it's 4 runs.
2 plus 2 is on man. 2 plus 2 is on man.
Well, we saw a Spider-Man out there. The camera just shot Spider-Man in the ground, and I thought yesterday was fancy dress day, so I think the guy got the wrong memo.
I think every day can be fancy dress
dress
day
day.
if you want to.
Yeah, whatever you want. Chinmoy Sharma, he says, underestimate Tucker at your own peril. He took 7 wickets in the match in India's victory at the Gabba in 2021. I feel like he hasn't done much since, though.
No.
That's the big issue.
Jadeja on here, defended first up by Brook into the leg sides.
Should be
Possibly, I don't know, Jadeja fires through
Yeah,
them.
he might get one more over before lunch. But I'm sure England will try and slow it down.
Yeah. Defended there by Brook, but into the gap in the cover region. Single.
I don't see how you can burn 3 minutes on a Jadeja over. He's going to knock this out in about 70 seconds.
Yeah.
Whether you like it or not, he's going to run right through.
I think it's basically got to be about a 6 probably to try and slow it down. Some of the crowd can lose the ball for a bit of time.
Yeah.
Defended there by Smith. 3 balls to go.
I think we're
in 2
going to get
minutes.
another over.
We will indeed. Looking at the clock now, the TV cameras, the Dickie Bird clock. Jadeja in again. That was pushed yet again into the covers. Pretty consistent source of runs that for Smith. 2 balls to come. About 90 seconds to bowl them. I think someone's got to go down with some cramp here or something, surely.
Well,
Time wasting.
It's a bit early for cramp.
Yeah.
We're in the first session. And it's certainly not as warm today.
That was flicked around the corner to deep square leg, backward square leg.
Yeah, but cramp is subjective, so you
Yeah.
can't you can say, oh, he's probably faking it, but can you prove it?
Exactly.
Nah, we're going to get another over.
Jadeja in now and defended by Smith. Ends the over. Still a minute to go. They'll get round comfortably for the 77th and final.
Here is a question. Is the 1 minute rule now in Test cricket with this series starting? Do we know?
What's the 1
No,
minute
it's
between
not.
overs?
It's not. Yeah, between overs. Because they were bringing
I
it
don't
in
think it
Test
is.
cricket as well, weren't they? But I can't
I
remember
think
when it's
it'll
supposed to
probably
be.
be the end of the year is my guess. That's often
Okay.
when kind of changes happen.
Oh, well, I
Maybe
see,
for
yeah,
the
I see. I
Ashes,
thought it was going to
perhaps.
be for the new cycle, and that's the thing.
Oh, maybe, to be fair.
Well, we
Well,
haven't heard
obviously
anything
not,
about
because
it
it's
on
not gonna
any of the
No.
coverage, so maybe it's not. But
Well, Hombre Nuevo says that, but that's the same with T20. Only care about it when we're watching it. It's the tests that generate pre-match
Yeah.
excitement, and he thinks we should burn the 100. Get rid of it.
Down onto the pads, tickled away fine. 4 runs there. off the thigh pad of Harry Brook. Moves on to 58 now.
Lovely
It's
shot.
me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
Looking good, Harry. Got away with his chance yesterday. He hasn't offered a chance this morning.
Yeah,
I know
he has
did,
the
hasn't he? Yeah, he should have been
thin
caught
edge
behind.
to pant off the bowling of Jadeja. Smith's had a few as well, slightly uppish chances. Was it Brook as well who almost chipped one to Thakur last
No,
over?
that was Jamie
That
Smith.
was Smith as well.
Yeah.
I think Brook's had a few clear-cut chances. Smith's had a few half chances. Boomer in again now. Partnership 47. Full and straight and pushed into
slower,
the covers
right?
again.
Took a little bit of pace like
Yeah,
you did,
73 mile an hour there from Bumrah.
Well, I saw David Rama. He actually says get rid of T20s as well. It's just pure rubbish.
I think internationally, I'll agree. I think internationally.
No, I like the World Cups of T20 because the
No,
thing
not
about
the World Cups, but bilaterals internationally.
yeah, bilateral. I mean, the thing is,
if you get rid of bilaterals, you can't have a World Cup because then you don't have any social cohesion with the team. I mean, they're different teams these days.
But I would say that
T20
arguably matters less in some ways. Boomer in again, short, and Brook looks to try and ramp that one over the top of the slips, leaning back uppercut. But I think if you look at something like football, for example, where similarly they have random international breaks no one cares about,
yes,
and then the World Cups, you come together a month before and you do it. You could do the same in T20 World Cup and a 50 over World Cup every 2 years, as in T20 break, World Cup, ODI break.
The ODI World Cup just goes on too long, 6-7 weeks. It's like the IPL. It's just too fucking long.
Everything's too long in cricket though, because stuff like that is because they can make a lot of money from it.
Well, no, the International World T20 World Cup is good. It's only 3 or 4 weeks. That's perfect. It rams along at a decent pace.
That was full and straight and flicked away nicely there from Brook. Going to race across the square. They'll come back for 2, maybe 3. Yeah, they will make it for 3. Siraj being a little bit lumbering, uses his foot to get that one in before a very dodgy throw almost takes out Pant. And that is the 50 partnership as well. 50 off 71. Smith and Brook coming together for that. I reckon
one thing that they should do with the ODI World Cup is what they do with the Champions Trophy. It's 8 teams. I'm not saying it should be 8 teams, but it's short. It's 2 weeks.
Exactly.
15 matches. So if you want to do a World Cup, why not do like 12 teams in a
4 weeks? No longer than 4 weeks. I mean, the last World Cup was interminably long. Too many dead rubbers, and shit like that.
Boomer in again and short and pulled nicely by Smith. Didn't quite get up that one by the looks of it. Maybe even Smith misread the lengths of fraction, but he timed it really nicely in the end.
And the problem with, one of the problems that has to be sorted out is that India and Pakistan need to play more cricket against each other. All these
that's never going to happen.
Well,
that's not
it needs to. They've got to sort
sure.
that out because all these competitions are premised on the fact that you're going to get the biggest game in world sport by getting India to play Pakistan in 1 or 2 matches, hopefully 2.
And now, but after the standoff that they've had in the past month or so, they're saying we don't even want to play them in the World Cups.
Oh, well.
So now that really puts the ICC in a pickle.
Boomer in, driven by Brook, and that will be the lunch break. 3-2-7 for 5, 77 overs India have bowled. So they'll have the new ball 3 overs in to the next session. England 144 behind.
Getting there.
Closing in. I reckon our 50 runs short is a little bit pessimistic.
Well, it all depends what happens with the new ball, really, doesn't it? I mean, if these 2 bed in after lunch, you can imagine getting another 50, which before the next wicket falls, which case you're only 90 odd behind with probably 4 wickets left if that wicket falls there. And a bit of spanking it around, losing quick wickets, gets another 40 runs, you still end up 50 runs short,
Yeah.
Who's to bat? You've got Carr can bat a bit.
Tongue is an okay bat, not great. Bashir, not a good bat. Wokes, of course.
Wokes is next in, of course. Yeah, he can bat.
Yeah, Wokes at 8, Cast at 9, Tongue at 10, Bashir at 11. I think that's a pretty solid tail. We've had a lot weaker tails in previous years.
We have indeed. Right, well, we should go to lunch. This is it for me for the day. I'll be back tomorrow morning when presumably this game's still going on, so some really crazy shit happens today. I'll be back in the morning. Tony's going to be taking over for the afternoon, along with our other people who are here.
Should I just finish these messages then, so they'll be cleaned out by lunch? So a fart song says Americans care about soccer once every 4 years as a country, whereas the world cares about ODI cricket way more often than every 4 years. There are more opportunities to care about it. There. Eric says 10th bowling. the emphasis is on taking wickets rather than the economy rate, and that's exactly the truth about T20. It's not about wickets; it's about keeping the runs down, and that's kind of against the whole point of cricket, in my opinion. Pirate Batshaw says, in terms of bilateral T20s, I think there is a reasonable case for imposing a structure with tri-series and quadrilaterals as part of the system. Eric says, time for the changing of the ball ruse. And then Kieran Roseblade says, to Toby, you look like the sort of an upstanding gentleman who would rescue a damsel in distress at the altar. Do you identify as something?
Is that Kieran Roseblade? Please tell me.
It is.
No,
It is
of course.
Kieran
He's
Roseblade.
trying to set you up with one of his cousins.
Well, there you go. And hopefully that cousin is worth saving at the altar. Chinmoy Sharma says, in T20s, the outcome is already decided by the time the power play is done. In ODIs, there's time for a team to make a comeback. Eric does say that. He says, cousin incoming. Stephen Kelk says, I sense I know where this is going at Kieran. And then Pirate Batshaw just says, brown sauce is the proper stuff.
Absolutely.
And that's pretty much it. Brian in Brisbane, he says to Pirate and David Rama, the attention span problem was cited as one of the reasons the 100 was even born. That extra 20 balls in T20s is just too much. That's pathetic. If that's true, that's really sad.
Well,
and that's pretty much all the messages.
Yeah, we could go on about that, but we won't. Maybe that's a discussion for this afternoon, post-lunch, when I'm not here.
Well, we'll give that to Tony and the rest of the
Okay, right. I'm going to go and stick on a podcast. We'll see you all after lunch. Have a good day, peeps.
All right. Take care, guys.
This episode is brought to you by Indeed. Struggling to get your job post seen on other job sites? Indeed sponsored jobs help you stand out and hire fast. Your post jumps to the top of search results, reaching the candidates you need. Plus, there are no monthly subscriptions, no long-term contracts, and you only pay for results. Speed up your hiring today with a £100 sponsored job credit at indeed.com/SPANUK. Terms and conditions apply.
Adobe Express is the quick and easy create anything app. It's a game changer for my business, my go-to for creating content. From social posts to images, videos, flyers, whatever I need to stand out. With customizable templates and smart features, it saved me endless hours. And the best bit, it's free. Search for Adobe Express to find out more and get started today.
Hey Spotifyers, Damson Idris here to celebrate Tommy Hilfiger's Apex GP collection. Fueled by the thrill of speed and the power of style, Tommy Hilfiger's capsule collection merges performance-driven design with limitless confidence. This isn't just a look, it's the uniform for those on a journey to achieve their dreams. Discover Tommy Hilfiger's limited edition Apex GP collection, inspired by F1 the movie, only in cinemas June 25th.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring? Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station. The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire. The Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear, and we've got a very special guest today. An author who has written literally the history of England. He's moving on to that. He's of India. Indian spin bowling. He's written about spellbinding spells. He's a man who knows his Indian cricket upside down and inside out. It is, of course, Ajit from Armchair. Oh no, sorry. It is, of course. It is, of course, Anindo Dutta. Hello, Anindo. How are you?
I'm well, Johnny. Thank you.
Other than complaining that there weren't enough people on the show, it's always one guest.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You obviously wanted Ajit, and I'm a poor substitute.
Well, then we tried. We got an armchair and we've got a sofa slouch or
He
something.
pulled out at the last minute.
Yes. Anyway, what can we get you to drink?
I don't know. It's gin and tonic would be fine. It's the middle of the afternoon for me.
Well, we could certainly give you a gin and tonic. Fever Tree.
Although since I've been in India, there's a gin I've fallen in love with.
Tell us about it.
It's called Samsara Pink. It's made in India. It's fantastic. I mean, I used to be a Bombay Sapphire man for many years, and the Samsara Pink is just an amazing gin.
Well, next time
if you can get it, you should try it. Next time I'm there, I'll get a bottle. Yeah.
I've never been a fan of gin. I don't get gin.
You're obviously not English.
Well, I like. Maybe I'm Scottish. I like whiskey. I don't know.
I'll drink gin with you. I'll drink gin. Maybe that's the day I finally get a train to the studio. Right. Oh, anyway, we've got a lot to talk about. We'll start very quickly, chaps. Obviously, the other voice you heard was our landlord, the bear. We'll start chatting about, very quickly, a quick well done to South Africa. And then, of course, we've got looming in front of us 5 magnificent tests against twice WTC final losers, India. But who are hoping to start the next cycle. Okay, here's my first question, chaps. Suddenly, it seems out of nowhere, everyone's talking about the cycle. I don't remember it being called the cycle for the last 2 World Test Championships. Suddenly, the phrase is everywhere. Has it always been there, or since the start of the World Test Championship?
No, but maybe it's a sign that actually it's starting to have, I mean, like all these things, they start off as a little bit of a joke, don't they? I mean, I do think there's a lot of things that they need to do to make it more of a thing. But the fact that we had actually a great final, and it's the 3rd one we've had, and people are starting to get the idea that we're going to have a Test Championship final. You've got to start somewhere, right? And it grows. So I think it becomes relevant. And I think it becomes relevant at the end of one cycle and the beginning of the other, because you have the final and everyone goes, oh, that was magnificent. That was great. What a centrepiece. Da-da-da-da-da. And then the next one starts immediately. And it's a big start. And England always have a big start against someone big. I mean, the last time we started against Australia in the Ashes and we got shit points out of that, even though it was a 2-2 draw. So, the start of the cycle is also quite important. You get a decent first run at the first series you have, it can kick on from there, and so people are into it. That's my view, anyway.
What do you think?
I agree. I think it's a bit like people took a long time to warm up to the concept of T20, to franchise cricket, all of that. And it's a matter of it happening a few times for more and more people to get engaged with it and know that it's for real and it's going to stay. So, the fact that it is a 2-year cycle is now an established fact, and that's not going to change because they've just announced for 2031 up to 2031. So which means that there are going to be 3 more cycles. So now that it's a fact of life, everybody's starting to talk about the cycle. And to Bear's point, the moment you have a great final like we just did, a great test match which happened to be a final, that then that brings a lot of enthusiasm in people, I think, and they start looking at the next one. And of course, Bear, to your point about England, it's the best chance England has had in 3 cycles to start off with a huge number of points set off the table.
Well, right. I think so. Well, we'll get onto that later in the pod, I suppose. But yeah, I do think that.
We should. I mean, okay. So let's start, if we can, just by quickly nodding back to the World Test Championship final. We talked a lot with Richard in the pub just before the World Test Championship final in Indo. We talked about the fact that South Africa had only played 12 games to get there. England had played 24 in the cycle. Australia played 19. I didn't count out India's, but the fact that they'd got there. However, not only did they get there, they were just brilliant against what did all of a sudden start to look like an ageing Australian team. And I don't think there's anybody who will walk away from either watching it on the telly or having been at what seemed a very well attended Lords, not thinking, well done South Africa, and it's good for the game. Is that kind of how you felt?
Yeah, it is the fact that they played half the games as any of the big three, if you like. It is the fact that they had weaker opposition in that 2-year cycle, and they did win a lot in those series to get up to the points. But what I think also helped them in the final is having it in conditions which favored bowling, because bowling is their strength.
Yeah.
And Australia, of course, has equally good batting and bowling, if you like, but probably slightly better bowling. But the fact that South Africa's bowlers were able to, Rabada particularly was able to get the kind of dominance that he did very early on in the test, I think had a lot to do with how they eventually performed. And as we know, in all cases in such conditions, you just need that one or two batters to really stand up and play an extraordinary innings.
They had it in
which Markram did.
Yeah. And Bavuma in the second innings as well. Yeah.
And Bavuma in the second innings. I know I was abusing him the first evening because he was just standing there getting slapped left, right, and center. But then the second day he did change his whole approach right from the beginning. So maybe it was a strategy. And what do I know? He's won the World Test Championships.
Well, he has. I think Australia's. Messi says, Australia's batting's fine. I don't think it is fine. I'll be honest with you.
I think they have a problem at the opening.
They certainly haven't sorted out
a huge problem opening.
They got a huge problem opening. Khawaja's done. Labuschagne ain't an opener, right? And they got the same problem.
And Labuschagne shouldn't be in the team at the moment.
Well, yeah. There's an argument for that. Everyone says he's a great, but I don't think he's great. He's a wannabe Steve Smith who isn't as good as Steve Smith, right? And that's quite clear. You got Travis Head, who normally stands up. For once, he didn't in a final, which was good for everyone else. And other than that,
But that's only because it wasn't India on the other side.
Well, maybe, but yeah, it's true.
It's true. It was India both times, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, but
Oval and
Australia have got big problems in their batting. I think they've got a lot of people who are pretty old, and a lot of people who aren't performing now. There's nothing to say that they won't stand up and perform when it comes to the Ashes next winter, which that's time for another podcast. But there's weaknesses all over that Australian batting order for me, and they were exploited by South African bowling, who bowled really. Rabada was amazing, and Lugi Ndidi finally stood up, in the second innings when he took those 3 wickets, which is really important. You got Smith, LBW.
Any fast bowler in the world injured more often than Jeffrey Archer, it's not Bumrah, it's Ndidi.
Yes, he does spend a lot of time injured too. He's got a beautiful wife, I'll tell you that though. Jesus. Anyway.
We are then. Select him on that basis. I looked at our viewing figures on day 3, which was really the day when South Africa were marching not quite to victory, and it was fantastic. And I looked at the geography of those, and we had an awful lot of happy South Africans who finding us from all around the world, which was very encouraging. We should move on because we got a fabulous 5 test. I won't say peak summer series because obviously peak summer is reserved for the more important issue of the 100. but we've got a fabulous 5 test series against India. I found out, Anindo, something you'll definitely know already, that what I hadn't appreciated was since India first played a test in 1932, not 1832, 1932, they didn't win a test match away from home until 1968. Is that right?
67, yes. 67 in New Zealand.
Oh, yeah. Ajit Wadekar made 80. Prasanna took 6 for 94.
Yeah.
And Dunedin.
They won. That was the first away series that they won.
Yeah.
And so it took a while.
So they often don't travel well, but what has absolutely fascinated me, looking at the Indian team, let alone, let's not worry about England for a minute, is all of the names that aren't there.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at the squad now, and I'm thinking, who do they pick?
Well, listen to this. Okay, listen to this. If you were to pick a team to potentially be world beaters, Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, Hardik Pandya, Sirikumar Yadav, Mohammad Shami, Shreyas Iyer, Axar Patel, Ravi Ashwin, you put all of them in it, then I found that another bunch of names are regularly featured. All I did is I went back over the squads for the last India Test series, and I think possibly the Champions Trophy, and I just looked at them with Patidar, Khan, Ishan Kishan, Sanju Samson, Ravi Bishnoi, Chakravarti, Devendra Chahal.
Yeah, some of those aren't Test players.
Those wouldn't.
But we're mixing formats here.
Yeah, exactly.
That's probably why. But Rohit, Kohli. When was the last time Pandya paid a Test? Mohammad Shami, for example. They're
so Shami's injured.
Huge names.
Pandya, I'm not sure what the issue is with Pandya, but he wasn't. Maybe he's injured. Whatever the reason, he wasn't considered for tests. So I know he's not been playing tests for a while. Ashwin's retired, Rohit's retired, Kohli's retired. The only person you could think of who should have been there, who's not yet retired, is Rahane. And Rahane's been out of the team for a while.
Yeah, although he does have experience in England.
He does. He does have experience in England. See, look, I mean, I think like Australia will go in perhaps after the Ashes. India is in a position where there is a transition going on. I think it's going to take a couple of years before the Indian Test squad comes back to the level that it was a year ago even. So it's one of those things that we know it happens with any team, and that's what India is going through at the moment.
Yeah, Australia we suspect are about to.
Yeah.
Yes, right after the Ashes. I think that's what's going to happen with Australia.
To a certain degree, England have done it, haven't they? I mean, they've gone through it and they've kind of found a way with a bunch of
pre-Bazball.
Pre-Bazball and post and the start of Bazball, they brought in a whole bunch of youngsters. I mean, we've got issues with our bowling attack.
Well, that's it. Chris Wokes is 36 now, is he? And he's going to be leading our attack. So.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's at least got experience. You've got some youngsters there. That's the problem. You need experience. You need someone to lead the attack, right? I mean, we've got a whole bunch of newbies who have bowled hardly anything in Test matches. Great, they've got first-class experience. But I mean, this is the thing. It's the stepping up, and that's what.
Or at least they're bowling in home condition, which is something.
Which is going to be helpful. I think if this weather holds, Headingley is going to be a batting paradise for the first few days anyway. So, Headingley can be capricious when it's wet and grim, but it can be also batting paradise when it's sunny overhead.
Maybe that's the important thing. That regardless of the fact that whether it's a batting paradise or not. Whoever, for me, in this series, whoever wins the bowling wins the Test.
Yes.
I don't think it's going to be about batting at all.
No, well, this is it. I mean, I do worry about. Hold on. I do worry about India's top order. Of course. I mean, there's some.
Which is why the bowlers need to do their job.
Massive potential there. I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see how Jaiswal does in English conditions. I've kind of looked at some of the scores in some of the warm-up games. Hasn't done fantastic. Karen Nair, obviously, last time he faced us in a Test, scored a triple ton, so that's going to be interesting.
And then got dropped.
Weird. But apparently he is top first-class batter in India. Currently, Shubman Gill. Didn't do great last time he was here, and then he also got KL Rahul, who did do pretty well last time. He was a bit of a rock, but never really got massive scores, did he? I mean, but was pretty handy last time. Yeah, obviously Rishabh Pant is back as keeper, can be destructive. I imagine Jadeja starts. I mean, you're only going to have one spinner, right? And Jadeja. I mean, this is the thing. Ashwin retiring weirdly. I mean, he hardly ever played when he came to England because Jadeja was always a better batter, right? So you choose one.
I would have started with Kuldeep, but for the fact that, to your point, the batting is so inexperienced that you need Jadeja in the middle order to give it some stability in case there's a top order collapse.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I would play Jadeja. Not because he's a better spinner than Kuldeep.
Yeah, not. That's fair enough.
And then when conditions. Chat about the captaincy. That would be, to me, fascinating. There was a great piece by in the Times today, I think, Michael Atherton, who said you can tell the story of the Indian Republic as much through its cricket captains as you can its prime ministers. And you've got Shubman Bumrah. Apparently, Bumrah said, "I don't want it. I just want to focus on my game," and he effectively turned it down, despite having not done too badly when he had the opportunity.
It's not because he wanted to only focus on his game. I did read the full statement that he made. What he basically said was his medical team has told him that he cannot be playing 5 test series if he wants to keep playing cricket. It's as simple as that. They've just told him that, look, if you do it for that length of time over a short period of time, you are going to destroy your career. So you make a choice as to how you're going to time your matches. And which is why he's decided that in the any 5 test series, he's not going to be able to play more than 3. And those 3 will be decided on how his back is doing. So what he said is, while I love captaincy and I enjoy doing it, I cannot put my team through a situation where I suddenly don't show up for the second test just because my back's not doing well. And it's just not fair to expect somebody to step in at that point in time, which is why I told BCCI that I do not want to be captain.
Hit the open road with Mario and friends in Mario Kart World. There are new characters, vehicles, courses, outfits, items, and you can drive virtually everywhere. Play Mario Kart World only on the brand new Nintendo Switch 2. With a big vivid screen and powerful performance. Get a Nintendo Switch 2 with a download code for Mario Kart World in a special bundle. Out now!
Holy moly! This week only, get your hands on a dozen irresistible, melt-in-your-mouth Krispy Kreme donuts for only £12 at Krispy Kreme shops and online delivery. Glazed, filled, iced, whatever you fancy. We call it Holy Moly Week. Hurry! Offer ends this Sunday. Available on selected dozens, 16th to 22nd of June. $4.99 delivery fee may apply. Full T's and C's on krispykreme.co.uk.
So they've you're right. So that's actually very practical, thought through, non-emotional reasons. But what happens making that decision?
I mean, I get the problem India are going to have is if Shubman Gill does get found out and does what he did last time, which wasn't score a great deal of runs and get done by the moving ball and keep nipping off to the keeper for not very many. It's not going to. Well,
he's not
do much
facing Anderson abroad this time.
Well, he isn't. But it's not going to do much for the team if that happens.
He's either going to be a Mike Braley or he's going to be a Virat Kohli, right? So he's going to be a fantastic captain while he's a very ordinary batting performance, or captaincy is going to raise his batting like it did for Virat. So I think it's a bit binary at the moment. In my mind, if I was to try to pick Shubman Gill as a batsman, he may not even walk into the Indian team.
Yeah, well,
he's an interesting character.
His average is 32 or something like that.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
He showed so much potential when he started, but it's fallen off. Like a lot of people.
In red ball cricket, I think he needs to get his mojo back. So let's see whether captaincy does that for him.
Well, he's got big shoes to fill. So what do you think we can expect?
He's 25. So,
yeah, he's 25. What can we expect? And he averages 35, I think.
32. You just got told.
32 tests, average 35. If I look at his averages by country, it's quite telling. At home, 42, Bangladesh 39, then it goes down in Australia, it goes further down in West Indies, it goes further down in South Africa, until you get to England, admittedly based on 3 tests where he averages 15.
Yeah.
Or 14.
And those 3 tests, Tony, the issue I have with that stat, well, first of all, I would say that perhaps we could look at it like you would have looked at Virat Kohli post 2014 England, right? And Virat Kohli post that, when he came back to England, was a completely different player. So let's not judge Shubman Gill on how he performed the last time he was in England. And those three tests has been played over 3 different series. He's played it's the 2 World Test Championship 2 years apart and 1 test against England.
What do you think we might expect from him in terms of style of captaincy? So with Ben Stokes, you kind of know what you're going to get. You're going to always be on the front foot. You're going to look to take the aggressive, positive move. You'll always be expecting possibly funky fields when things are not quite going England's way. There's traits very obvious ones to Ben Stokes' captaincy. What do you think Shubman Gill might be bringing to a comparatively inexperienced party with an inexperienced captain?
I've never, obviously, like anybody else, I've never seen him captain a red ball side, right? But looking at the way he's been captaining, so I'm looking at 2 things. One is the way he's been captaining white ball sides, franchise sides, but also the way he behaves as a player in red ball cricket, which I've observed in the past. So I'm hoping, and I don't know whether it's going to be true, but I'm hoping that he's sort of going to be a combination of Kohli and Rahane, where he has some element of aggression. He doesn't like, just letting people get past without, talking back at them and needling them and getting everyone up and riling. So you should see a bit of Virat Kohli on that, in that respect. But he's also, I think, quite a thoughtful captain who is willing to give a lot of rope to people who play in his team. So I think that's why I think he might be a good combination of the two. But the biggest worry remains, how is his personal batting form going to affect that captaincy? I think that clearly remains.
And that's the acid test. I'm just looking at averages as captain for India. Virat Kohli averaged.
But he's extraordinary. I mean, compared to any captain in world cricket ever.
As part of 55. So. Tendulkar, Gavaskar, Dravid, Azharuddin, always in the mid to upper 40s, and then I think 50 odd for Gavaskar and Tendulkar. Then if you look at, is he batting at 4? Shubers, I think he is.
Shubman Gill bats at 3, doesn't he?
I think he's down to. I think they've said he's down to bat at 4.
He might.
Then you're looking at Ganguly, Tendulkar, Vijay.
Well, there's Karun Nair who would probably come in at 4. But I don't know how that lands.
Big shoes to fill, though. Big shoes to fill.
Who is going to open with Jaiswal?
Rahul.
Okay, Rahul's going to go back to opening.
Yeah,
okay, that's probably sensible.
Yeah.
That's what he opened last time, didn't he? Actually, in England.
That's
probably
right.
good.
He used to be a regular opener until Rohit came to the side.
Yeah,
as an opener.
That's true. So who are you going to? So let's go through first test, first game.
Yeah.
That's what he opened last time, didn't he? Actually, in England.
That's right.
That's probably good.
He used to be a regular opener until Rohit came to the side.
Yeah,
as an opener.
That's true. So let's go through first test, first game, first team. So you got Shubman Gill. You got Jaiswal and Rahul opening. Then you've probably got what? Shubman at 3, Karun Nair at 4. Then who comes after that? Then you've got Dhruv, Jurel, Sudharsan.
Yeah.
You might actually give Sai Sudarshan a go here.
Okay, so he's 5.
Yep. Pant at 6.
Pant at 6. Okay, Jadeja at 7.
Jadeja at 7.
Then you got your bowlers. So you got, obviously the first test they're going to put Jaiswal.
Probably Shardul at 9.
Okay, Shardul. he's a bit of a waste of a bowler for me, but hey, there you go. Especially in England, didn't do particularly well last time. I happily have him in the side.
But he has this thing of he's very expensive and he looks like complete crap, and then he takes wickets.
Yeah, yeah, he can do occasionally. That's fair enough. Presumably, then you've got.
And he can bat. So,
yeah, he can bat. I'll give him that.
And he's been in fantastic form in red ball cricket domestically.
Okay.
He's been playing really well as a batter as well.
Okay, and then presumably you got Siraj and Bumrah, the two experienced bowlers, so you've probably got those on the side. And who gets the other place? Arshdeep Singh for the first test, or Akashdeep?
I would pick Arshdeep, but I don't know whether the team selectors will pick Arshdeep. So they've got the choice of Rashid Krishna, who I would not take in England. They've, I think, just brought Harshit Rana into the team. I have no idea why. I would go with.
They're saying it's back up. Didn't he do okay?
For Bumrah, I guess. Yeah.
Pace, probably, isn't it? I mean, if I'm looking at Crick Info, I love this. Arshdeep Singh is left arm medium fast, but Rashid Krishna is right arm fast medium. I haven't quite got. That's that 1 mile an hour difference makes you fast medium rather than medium fast. But Harshit Rana is down as right arm fast.
Yeah, he is. He does have pace. He does have pace.
And then you've got Kohli. Yeah,
but he's not an obvious inclusion in the test side.
Took one for 99, I think, at Canterbury.
But just for variety, I would bring in Arshdeep and see how he goes.
Yeah, it might be quite good. He's left arm over as well. Exactly that. Right. You know,
move the ball away from the
exactly,
right
and get some swing in if there is any, which there probably will be because it's England. Although in this heat there might not be, but who knows? So yeah, it's going to be interesting, whatever, isn't it? I mean, what's Eswaran like? Having Manu as a batter.
He's a good batter, but I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be place for him. I mean, these are all top order bats, and you've got to find that right 11. So I don't know if the first if the first 11 clicks and Ishwaran is not in there, maybe get a chance later in the series. But I doubt he's going to be first pick.
Yeah. It's 68 and 89 against the Lions, so he's definitely been in some decent touch. Is it Eswaran? Is that how you say his name, Eswaran?
Eswaran. Yeah, but he was opening there, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't. Yeah, it might well have been. So how
test, did he?
No.
I don't believe.
And how many tests does Jasprit play? Does he play 1, 3, and 5, and they rest him in between?
No, I don't think that's see that's what Bumrah was saying, that he doesn't know which tests he's going to play. He's just said that he's going to play 3 out of 5, but he doesn't know which test he's going to play, and which is the uncertainty he didn't want to bring into the captaincy.
Well, yeah, you see, I think there's a decent break after the first test, isn't there? There's one test, and then you've got about 10 days off. Yeah.
And would you want him particularly at Lords? I mean, there's a lot of conditions around Lords which potentially would favour, which is the second test.
It's not, it's the third test, is Lords.
Is it? Yeah, you're right. It's Leeds, Edgbaston,
Lords,
then Lords, Manchester, Old Trafford, Oval. And then, of course, finishing at the Oval.
So where do you think, as forget the fact that you're English fans, so where do you think Bumrah should ideally be playing? Which test should he be playing from a condition standpoint?
I would probably say 1, 3, 5. Because you can, the first 3, you want,
which is Leeds,
you want to get
Lords,
your best side on, and which Oval. Would be Leeds, Lords, Oval. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense to me. Well, Manchester's a pretty. Well, I mean, Manchester's a pretty good bowling.
I was just going to say Old Trafford. Why not Old Trafford?
Yeah, you might want him at Old Trafford.
Did we learn anything from the 2 Lions games? It was a fairly strong Lions team, and there's quite a few players who were playing in that. I don't know what happened in the inter-squad game, which I think they were playing at Canterbury, but a few players certainly stood up during the Lions matches. Eswaran would be definitely one of them, for example.
Yeah, Karun Nair should have. I mean, he made a double ton, didn't he? Yeah, the first innings, I think.
Yeah, he made a double ton in the first innings of the Canterbury game, and he made it fairly quickly as well, about 280 odd balls. So there must be one or two players that came out of that who would have, probably should have nailed on their places based on those performances, or would have affected the way the Indian selectors think. And he would, I would argue, be Jaiswal. I think made a few, didn't he? Made 60 odd, but I mean he's already nailed on. But it was interesting how those were proper games with the right number of, with 11 playing 11, and it was a good England Lions team. Sometimes teams come over and those games it's like 13 aside and they're simply thrown together just to get time on the park. But you had a feeling with those there was more riding on it, and it was played in that way. So I suspect India will have learned quite a bit from playing two very competitive games against some of those for some of that team. And Shardul Thakur might be one of them, although I don't think he particularly shone. He took a couple of wickets. I don't think he did anything massive, did he, Thakur?
I can't find the bloody scorecard for that.
I think they'd probably pick him on the basis of past performance and his domestic form.
He played at Canterbury, 2 for 105 and none for 40 at Northampton. Doesn't scream he should be playing. Whereas, like you say, if someone stands tall and gets a double ton, it's very hard to ignore against.
Well, we're back. We are indeed. I'd forgotten that the bear has a strange shaped head that involves a fair bit of headset manipulation before it nestles comfortably on my head. I am with Ditch, who is here, and Will, who appeared and then disappeared. He was let in, he was there, poised and ready, and he seems to have disappeared.
He's coming back.
But well, here he is, still floating above the world in his tin can.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
You rubbishness.
I was absolutely fine.
I was on the phone, and then I thought, oh no, am I on the phone while on air? Because that's not great.
Well, it depends who you're talking
you
to.
don't need...
And what about? It could have been just an ordinary cricket conversation. And everyone would have just thought they were listening to the broadcast anyway. Well, here we are, anyway.
It was talking to my little brother about cricket, actually.
Oh, well, there you go. So you probably... How old's the little brother?
23.
Oh, not that little.
He's 6'2".
Definitely, in so many ways, not that little.
Yeah,
right.
Which I kind of love, though. Him being kind of, like 10 years younger than me and about half a foot taller than me. And yet he's the little one.
England went to lunch, 327 for 5. Lost 2 wickets this morning. Remember, they started the day 209 for 3. They lost Pope pretty early. He was caught behind, looking to cut Prasid Krishna. And they lost Ben Stokes, who was furious with himself. He had a very patient and careful 20 off about 52 balls. He was caught behind her with a bit of a loose drive off Siraj. That was the limit to the damage. But at 327 for 5, it leaves England 144 runs short of India. 5 wickets left, but probably will. A lot riding on this pair, because we saw how India fell over. You might fear the same for England, mightn't you?
I think it very much could be, yeah.
I think
these two are the last sort of certified bats, I guess.
I think you could say, if you're as old as I am, that this is a gross deficit.
A gross being 144. You're absolutely right. Very good. As opposed to gross indecency, which has got nothing to do with the number 144, so far as I know. Well, Prasid Krishna is going to be very decent, we hope, and bowl the first ball. Yes, he is, and he's going to be over the wicket, short, and up onto his toes goes Jamie Smith, cuts it to backward point, and England are off and running straight away after lunch. Now the other crucial factor in the equation is that it's now slightly less, one ball less than 3 overs before a new ball is due for India, and that might well can make it, as we always say, 2 different ways that can go. Will, don't you think?
Well, I mean, there'll be more speed on the ball and all that sort of thing, but Bumrah with the new ball, it's terrifying.
In comes Krishna. Oh, not surprisingly, he's dropped this short. Harry Brook has fallen straight into the trap, has he? No, he's somehow flat back carved this, and it's plugged somewhere at sort of wideish mid-off. Shubman Gill is applauding his bowler, and the reason that happened, and talk about telegraphable, India had put 3 men deep on the leg side boundary and 2 men deep in case he top edged it on the offside boundary backward of square. And they'd be quite
lucky boy.
Well, I think it was a perfectly safe shot. They did not have a fielder in that area whatsoever.
Well, that's because they concentrated them all on the anticipated pull that they were hoping he was going to make, which I think he was possibly halfway through going to do, and then had the presence of mind to change his mind. He has pulled this one, but he's rolled the wrist on it, he's kept it down. It is going to be fielded by the rider at deep mid-wicket. It is Jadeja. His throw is sharp, and it limits them to a single.
What was that test that Brook got dropped about 5 or 6 times?
Was that in New Zealand?
It was very early on in his...
I had a feeling that might be New Zealand. One thing I did hear this morning, which I thought was quite interesting, I'm not sure if I've got the stat exactly right, but he has, I'll just hold this thought, short, Smith just went through the motions of starting the pull shot and then kept his arms low to let that go through, and it was really ankle height by the time it reached Rishabh Pant. Of a batsman who has played 10 or more tests, he has the best average of any player for the first test match of a series, or was it the first innings of a first test match of a series, where he averages well over 100, and he's well ahead of Don Bradman and any other number of names on admittedly that fairly precise criteria. That's short and pulled by Jamie Smith. There's no one there at deep mid wicket. It's 4 runs. He absolutely climbed into that. It was pretty, to be honest, hittable from Prasid Krishna, and hit it.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
That's basically a long hop.
It was. You'd expect that to have been pushed, dealt with in club cricket, wouldn't you? Really?
Yeah, even I might have hit that one, and that is saying something.
Well, it's so easy to sit here and say that, really. And no one's ever going to prove it.
Well, not at that. I wouldn't have hit it at that pace, but
I mean, we could try and get hold of Prasid Krishna and say, "Do you fancy coming and doing a net with Ditch and see how he goes?" This one's short. That was much sharper, and there was no danger of Smith attempting that. It was very smart by him, really. Kept his arms low and he's just ducked beneath it.
Yeah, I think I'd have just got hit by that.
Through
one.
it went to pants. It's the end of the
I was
over.
going to say, do you really fancy an 85-mile-an-hour bouncer?
No. Well, if you bowl it short enough, possibly. Ditch, who have we got with us?
We have a couple of comments in. Nitin Deshpande says, I think Smith and Brook are dyadic functions. Expect them a good score.
Is that some sort of mathematical joke on the back of your gross?
Probably, yeah. Disinterested HJ says, hi Ditch, hi Tony, hi Will.
Mr. Handjob of Melbourne, how are you?
And then Stephen Kelk says, Tony,
yes,
tell us a joke.
Okay.
Or Ditch, or Will,
or entertain us.
But Tony is the master.
Sometimes.
So, now, what does this crown thing, does that mean anything special?
Yes, it means that they are valued regular contributors, not that everyone isn't valued. Oh my word! There was a touch of the Rishabh Pants about that. It was Jadeja who was coming around the wicket to Harry Brook, who was looking to ramp him, and he did the falling over part. He also did the connecting with the ball and lifting it down to fine leg part, and has got himself 4 runs. And that had Richard Pant written all over it, didn't it, Will?
Yeah.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
And in fact, not surprisingly, the camera very quickly goes to a chuckling Rishabh Pant, who was probably saying something along the lines of, "Oi,
that's my shot.
That's my shot." There is a slip in, pretty short, huge LBW shout. Umpire Gaffney, who we think's had a bit of a stinker, to be honest, has not.
This might be another stinker as well. I think they're surely going to review this.
I thought if it's been given not out, it's going down leg. Shubman Gill's just walked away.
Yeah, he's had
as captains do. If you've got a bowler who's going, yes, go on, Skip, review it.
Oh no, it's clearly going down leg side.
But impact was probably just in line, but the arc of the diver, the arc of the ball, would have been one that was clearly sending it down leg. Brook defends this in front of his off stump, and there is no run. Were we correct? Impact was in line. Wickets missing. We were right.
Wasn't even umpire's
Jadeja
call.
was wrong. He throws this up outside of off stump. Brook just carves to deep backward point. Is that Shardul Thakur who flung himself to his left?
Believe so, yeah.
He's been very sparingly used, hasn't he, Shardul Thakur, and came into the piece very late. I mean, you do think if you're going to pick him, Will, you might as well get him involved a bit earlier.
Get him involved earlier. Is it sort of a stamina problem?
It could be. Forward comes Brook to defend from Jadeja. Will we see his celebration? Here's the sword carving celebration when he scores a ton. Didn't see it in the first innings, of course, because 3 tons and really not a lot else for India. That one's sweetly driven by Harry Brook, very classy, very stylish. Fielded though, Thakur, who's out there on that deep cover boundary. And they'll take a couple. 343 for 5, 79 overs complete, 128 the deficit, and 1 over until that new ball. Ditch.
Nitin explains. It means symbols designed for today to achieve the goal. Partnership.
Okay.
Very good. Stephen Koch quips umpire Gaffney.
Gaffney, very good.
Very good.
Gaff, the man from Otago. He's definitely gone to the Joel Wilson school of dodgy decision making, I think.
Oh yeah.
For this test, I'm not quite sure why. Maybe that's what Joel's doing now. Maybe he's gone to. Maybe he's gone into the umpire coaching business. Now he's no longer an elite umpire.
Colin Rosendahl says hi.
Hello, Colin.
I haven't seen Smith before, but he's got a nice technique, hasn't he?
He certainly
plays
does.
with a pretty straight bat, very
short,
classical.
Pulled, lofted. Is it far enough? Oh my word! There's that up go Paul Rifle's arms, because I think that was in danger of damaging the Sturts Cheeple. Let me put my teeth in. The church steeple over the back of the stand there. It has gone the distance. I have no idea what a Sturts Cheeple is. I do not want Short again from Prasad Krishna. Not as short as that horrible long hop. Well, actually, it probably was. And it was hauled away over that east stand.
A very good example for all sportsmen of all genres, of all sports. I'll do that in a minute after this ball.
Here comes Prasad Krishna. What's he got this time? It's short again. Pant thinks he's got an edge. Krishna thinks he's got an edge. Paul Rifle, admittedly, with his hat pulled down and his dark glasses on, doesn't think he's got an edge. All eyes are on Captain Shubman Gill. Jaiswal is going, well, I think I heard something. Pant's going, yes, and he's been talked into it, has Shubbers.
This would be interesting.
This would be, Will, 100% what England don't need and 100% what India do.
Smithy's saying, nah, never touched it, mate. But he might be lying, of course.
Well, it would be a shame from an England perspective. This match is delicately poised, as you'd want it to be. Umpire Shafadullah.
Oh, it doesn't look very close.
On the replay, I have to say, it looks a long way from the bat.
That's a long way away.
But, here's the ultra edge view. flat line, not a flicker.
As flat can be.
Nothing to see here. And
wow, what a waste.
That is very much a wasted review. Vindication.
Yeah, the skipper was conned into that one by the keeper.
And now Shubman Gill is going off to have a little chat here, and I think he's saying to Prasiv Krishna, "Oi, Kohli Jet son." But Jaiswal, who it possibly will, it seemed to be him. Okay, so Pant, is probably going to go, yeah, worth a shout.
Yeah.
The bowler's going to go, yeah, worth a shout. But it seemed to be the Jaiswal input that finally persuaded Shubman Gill to go for it. In comes Krishna. That's pulled high. Has it gone all the way? No, it's going to be taken on the boundary. It's been thrown back. I think they've got it. It's a dual-handed catch. It is. Well. He's been absolutely suckered into that. That's why those two men were there. Jadeja pushed it up in the air and then fell over the boundary. His colleague, and I wasn't quite sure who
that
it
Lord
was.
Changed.
No, it's fine because he was inside the boundary when he pushed it up in the air. So he didn't have the ball in hand.
I thought the law had been changed. You have to not go outside the boundary. Perhaps
the man who took the catch, yes,
they've changed the law that you're not allowed to go out of the boundary. No, maybe he got rid of it inside.
He got rid of it inside the boundary, so it didn't matter.
Yeah, so I think the new law is that if you knock it back while you're in the air over the boundary, which he wasn't, then you have to come back inside or it's not out.
Well, it was Sudharsan who was his teammate there, wearing the cheeky fellows wearing the 66 Joe Root number on his back. But between him and Jadeja, they have somehow snaffled the vital wicket there. It was Jamie Smith who couldn't resist. He'd had a waft before, and suddenly at 3:49 for 6, this Test match possibly has taken quite a step.
Crucial point
in India's direction.
I was going to say before, just as we were starting, I meant to say this.
You silly little boy! What on earth were you playing at?
I thought this was the key session of the whole match.
Well, they're all that's true.
Key session, key partnership.
Yeah. Fantastic presence of mind by Jadeja. No wonder they're between them thrilled. And it is one thing that these days that is so key is you have to have the presence of mind of two players there.
Yeah.
The man who doesn't quite catch it, but his teammate to make sure he's there and to see and to anticipate what was about to happen. So you've got to give them credit for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, we better get on with some of this because we're getting snowed under in here.
Excellent.
Stephen Koch says a didactic function is a function having two arguments. Zippy Tuna says yesterday a baseball umpire missed 28 calls, but well over 10% of their calls were wrong. Difficult job, but oof. Nitin says any operator who tell the jokes must use connective symbols designed for fun that they flank. Fair enough. Jay Grover says hooray, ditch, married again. No, Jay, not yet. No, and probably never again.
Still paying for the last one.
Yeah, I am pretty much still paying for the last one.
Right, the new man is Chris Wokes.
Wokes is fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net, found this way that his heel had healed, passed the test, and he went to the team.
Field noticeably further in. He's got a slip, a gully, a leg gully as well, I think there. That's clipped to the leg gully and on the bounce, and there was no run. 83 miles an hour from Krishna. He's got his second wicket. 2 for 94.
I'm going to sneak through some somewhat out-of-date comments here.
Go on then.
George McPherson, Nitin says out. George McPherson says better be not out. Then he says, there's a gap between bat and ball. Oh, another India review lost. And that's Bollock says, good decision from Pistol.
Well, it was a good decision. Unfortunately, it literally was the very, very next ball that the leg trap that had been set for Jamie Smith snapped and got him.
The psychology of a leg trap like that is fascinating to me. Yeah, we're just going to finish off that review. Because Chief Wardo says bat and ball, he missed it by that many kilometres.
In comes Krishna short, pulled by Wokes. That's going to get him off the mark because he rolled his wrists and it just bumbles along to Jadeja at deep mid wicket, and they will get a single.
And one I really have to do, and you need to be ready for this one because it's a super chat.
Oh, I absolutely will.
It's from Zippy Tuner, who says super chat in honour of that excellent review.
Super chat.
Well, there we go. Thank you, Zippy. Really appreciated as ever. Your contributions were via super chat, via being a Patreon, by playing the GPL, or by buying merchandise, or any other ways help to keep us doing what we do. And what we do is our very best to entertain people around the world, free and at no cost, to spread the gospel of cricket. It's defended by Brook down on his toes. Now, the psychology now for Brook might be slightly different. As long as he had Jamie Smith with him, there was a freedom there. Because they're both attacking players by instinct. Now there's a bit of tail shepherding to worry about.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, and so also you've got Chris Wokes, who hasn't played for ages. He's been out injured. He's not really a bat. He can bat, but he's not a batsman. And the new ball is now available. Whether they'll take it straight away, I don't know.
I'd be with the new man at the crease, chaps. I think they may have delayed it because they got a new old ball, as it were, just 3 or 4 overs before the new ball was due. Finally, it didn't go through the hoops, and the umpires had to relent and give them what they'd asked for. But I do think now you surely would take it with a new man at the crease.
You'd think so.
And it's available. Yeah. Jasprit Bumrah, and it has been taken.
Are they going to give Bumrah a couple of overs to sort of get back into it and then take the new ball?
Well, we'll see.
And he'll be sort of all sort of greased.
Greased?
New balls, please.
It's going to be taken. Well, you're going to know who's going to be taking it. It is, of course, Jasprit Bumrah, who will start his run, although it's quite a full start to his run, because it's more of a little straight-legged walk until the last few paces. Kept a bit low to me, and I think, did it go between bat and pad?
I think so.
Wokes was well outside of his off stump. He replays the shot the way it should have been the first time, and there was no run. Ditch, you were about to...
Yeah, there's quite a lot going on here. George McPherson says, for fuck's sake, England continue to give their wickets away. Zippy Tuna just can't help themselves. George McPherson again, actually should have been a 6 since the player was out of bounds. Well, sort of agreeing with me, but apparently we're wrong. The new catching rule is as of 2027, I think, says Sam Nick, known as Snicks. George McPherson, 100% a 6. Well, it was out, actually. Stephen Koch says, Zippy Tuna, is Chloe joining us today?
Bomarian, defended tidily by Wokes.
Nitin Deshpande says,
there's no run.
Athletic effort.
Well, it was extraordinary. I mean, again, I think the thing that was most impressive was the presence of mind of the two players to think it through in the spur of the moment. Jadeja to realise that he was tumbling backwards and had to let go of the ball, and Sudharsan to realise he was about to do it.
Yeah, so a bit more on this feet inside and outside. I'll just wait because he's in again very early.
Does his Ministry of Silly Walks before breaking into his scurrying run. That's away down leg. Rishabh Pant goes up, half appealing for a leg side strangle. And I don't think anyone's going to fall for that, Rishabh. He's always chattering, Rishabh Pant. He's always got something to say. Wasn't
really
it with...
is. And do you think that is having an effect on Shubha's, because he's, it's his first game as captain, and that must be kind of you must be kind of quite susceptible to pressure.
He is going to have to
in
learn.
Terms of reviews and stuff
That's
like that.
That's full. Now that is a big shout from Bumrah. No, says Gaffers.
That's
although
down.
on his
Surely
form in
going
this
down
match,
the leg side as well.
Yeah, I think Bumrah's just having a quick smiley chat with him through his beard, mumbling something along the lines, well, I think you possibly got that one right.
Yeah, so still going on about this catch thing. Boshirt says incorrect. George McPherson says there's never a moment without controversy with India. Boshirt replies, Jadeja relayed the ball when in the last contact with his feet. made with the ground was inside the boundary,
Yeah.
that means it's out. Well, no, it means it's not out.
No, it means it's
Yeah.
out. As this one is down leg again. Pant skips across. You've sensed, Will, every fibre of his body wanted to go up and give a shout there, and he's sort of the physical
sort of held himself in, didn't he?
physical effort of not doing it all somehow shone through anyway. It was just bizarre. But anyway, he didn't go up, and there was no run. It's 350 up, of course, for England, though. 350 for 6. It's the last ball of the first over with the new ball, bowled by Jasprit Bumrah. What's he got in store? And it's left easily enough by Wokes outside of his off stump. He has a smile on his face. It's through to Pant. It's 81 overs complete. It's 350 for 6. England 121 behind Ditch.
Zippy Junior says, sadly no, Stephen. Once was enough, I guess. I'm presuming that's talking about Chloe. George McPherson says, Brook needs to get to a ton to help England out of this mess created by some of their batsmen. Nitin Deshpande says, I'm speaking tree of the Test cricket. I use charts.
Do I spy a super chat?
You do. It's coming up very shortly. Paul Stratton says, good afternoon. How many more needless wickets are we going to give away? Hard work done to get in, then T20 mode always sets in. Ninja Spandy.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Jump to the super chats first.
Jump to the super chat first. Okay, all right. Well, this is from Mark Zip, and he says, welcome to the tuna. The Zippy GC fraternity grows.
Oh, well, hello, Zippy. Good to talk to you as well. Right, Siraj, short wide left by Harry Brook, who, as we were saying, in different ways but much the same message, possibly needs to play sensibly here.
Nitin says, listen, Test cricket is all about technical terminology that must have a content of patience.
Very true.
Yeah.
I think you are absolutely right.
I
The
mean-
fact is, Jamie Smith got suckered into that. They were setting the left side trap. Shades, perhaps, of the Ashes at Lords in 2023, when there seemed to be about 4 or 5 England players that's just defended along the ground towards Gully. No run by Harry Brook. Yeah, wasn't it duck it and then a whole procession? Short ball, pull, caught. Short ball, pull, caught. And it seemed to turn the game very much in Australia's favour, didn't it?
It's odd. I don't know why you don't sort of. I mean, I was never good with a bat, but surely you sort of discount that shot. You kind of go, well, there's 2 men out there, therefore I can't play that shot. You know?
Okay, well, in comes Siraj over the wicket. It's full. It's defended by Harry Brook, who pulls the hand off the bat in as though that sort of rather jolted him. But he seems absolutely fine. He's chewing pensively and doing a spot of gardening.
I guess if you get 50, if you get 50 runs with the shot and then you're out, maybe you do it. I don't know. It's one of those things.
I don't
isn't
know.
It?
It's one of those things that sort of I don't know the psychology of it really. Maybe they just sort of you can't sort of help it. It's there to be hit, and you sort of instinct takes over.
In comes Siraj. Wide and a swing, and again that's the ball they love to tempt England with. Swung away. Siraj got that shark-like grin, a cheekier grin from Pant behind the stumps, and a wafty old drive, frankly, from Harry Brook, who I think will immediately have realised that was not the shot to have played. And he's bowling.
Yeah, that was miles too wide.
Having to plough up the hill is Siraj from the football stand end. If you wait for him, in he comes. That's worked off his legs quite tidily by Harry Brook. They're going to come back for 2. Sharp running and well run. Takes them on to 352 for 6.
Some of these Indian boys not the quickest in the field, are they? Just they've probably had a couple too many chapatis, I feel. But maybe I'm wrong.
And the Indian side as a whole is kind of getting
there's a beach ball on the pitch.
Bit.
Well, it shows how windy it is today.
A little bit what? Well, rotund?
Well,
is that the word you're looking for?
No. I was going to say they're just sort of the average age is very much in the 30s, and it's kind of getting you know.
Well, less so now.
So I don't know
since
whether there's that.
the retirements of Ashwin and of course Kohli and Rohit. But even then, some of the replacements are upper 20s. Well, no, that's inside edge. He swung in to Brook. It's the end of the over. The beach ball has been dealt with and deflated. I suspect Jamie Smith will be feeling deflated. India will be reasonably happy. 356 for 6 at the end of the over.
Nitin says, I mean, this is a technical game in short. And Zippy says, cheers, Zip. And Nitin Deshpande says, nice, Mark, Zip and Tuna, you are part of this game. And Nitin there says, Chris Wokes can bat? Question mark.
Well, he can. Yes, he can.
Again, he has got a few runs now and again. I can remember seeing him score a few runs. I think the last time I was on Guerilla Cricket, but I might be wrong. I think it was him. Stephen Kelk says, I vaguely remember a discussion that the standard wisdom about the hook used to be hit it down, and then people started to hook sixes. I guess there was a similar orthodoxy about the pull.
Well, Jasprit Bumrah, with that still new ball in his hand, is over the wicket. There's an edge. If you're going to flash hard. Wokes flashed. He beat the diving Pant, who probably just got a glove tip to it. He's frustrated. Wokes has 4, but Will pretty streaky 4, right?
Yeah, that wasn't worth the 4.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Actually, it did clear Rishabh Pant a fair bit. Well, did he
even touch that?
Well, we'll have a list of the angle that will tell us.
No.
Oh, yeah, no.
Did
there
he?
Was
I think he did a little bit.
There was a definite deviation. It was the deviation that actually took it over Rishabh Pant.
Yeah, without the deviation, it would have just gone straight through to
very well. In comes Bumrah. Left this time by Wokes quite sensibly too, I reckon, after that previous delivery.
It had gone a long way off the wicket first, hadn't it? And then he got a little bit of extra help with the edge, got it up a bit more, and it beat the keeper.
Yeah.
It was zippy. It was zippy.
The average is 26 in tests. I mean, okay, that's not great, but it's not exactly terrible for a lower order player. Still an all-rounder. He got 137 at Lords, not out, against India in 2018. In fact, generally doesn't do too bad.
Right, I would like to point out
32 against India.
I'd like to point out that I've been vindicated. That was buys, 4 buys.
Oh, fair enough. Well done.
Because Wokes is still on 1.
Offside. Indeed, you have indeed been vindicated. Yeah, against India, he averages 32 with the bat, which is really not that bad.
No, it's really good. I mean, he's sort of over his career, he's probably been at sort of 8 or 9 mostly, hasn't he?
He has.
So, I mean, 32. Averaging 32 for an 8 or a 9 is great.
Well, he's the value of a good number 8. Bumrah in. An attempted tickle down leg, not really connected with by Wokes. It goes second bounce to Rishabh Pant.
Zippy referring to Wokes' back says he can, doesn't mean he will. Paul Stratton says, I thought Wokes could bowl, silly me. Padash says, funky on the dance floor. Nitin, nice song. And then Bubba Bubba, Adju Bubba Bubba Bubba.
I literally have no idea. Morny Morkel we've been looking at, who's been like a captain on the bridge of a ship, had his binoculars out, surveying the scene, presumably watching what the ball was doing. 3 slips and a gully are down, and that's short, and Wokes just eases himself out of the way. Through it goes again to Pant. I think we're going to have a little change, aren't we, at the end of this over, if my timings are right?
I believe we are, yeah.
It should mean Ditch can stay exactly where he is, but can take up ball by ball duties. I'm going to stay exactly where I am and can take over social duties. And Mayank, who I can see is on our remote screen, is going to slide into Will's spaceship chair.
Indeed.
Bumrah. This should be the last ball then of this over. It's nudged into the onside. There won't be a wicket. It's fielded at short mid-wicket. I missed the score then. What's the score, Will? It disappeared. from under my eyes.
I missed it.
356 for 6, I believe. But
356 for 6.
Yeah.
But it might not, because that's come from YouTube. So
115 runs behind.
Yes.
I
shall see you in half an hour.
We shall see Mayank, who we can see there, who has the Golden Gate Bridge behind him. Hello, Mike. How are you?
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing today?
We're doing very well. You, on the other hand, seem to have slipped slightly down on your screen in front of me, so we can just see the top of your head and a bit more of the bridge. Now we can see more of you and less of the bridge.
Well, the bridge is beautiful, isn't it? I mean, you gotta admire that architecture.
First ball of the next over is just pushed out into the offside square of the wicket by Brook, and there is no run.
I've cycled across that bridge. Thoroughly enjoyed doing that as well. Got the ferry back.
I noticed the one when I went to San Francisco during the COVID time, August of 2020. There wasn't a lot of people there, but as you are on the bridge, often there's a lot of low-hanging clouds. So it's almost like shrouded in secrecy. You can't even see anything, which brings that allure of this beautiful bridge out there.
Yeah, it is a fantastic work.
Siraj is in, and he's being spanked straight back down the ground, all along the floor by Brook for 1.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
That's one of Geoffrey Boycott's favourite shots, the on drive. And he played it extraordinarily well. Only missed the stumps by a few inches. It was that straight. And he just watched it go. He knew it was going as soon as he'd hit it. And yeah, very elegant looking shot indeed. Siraj was not happy. He's just been spanked back to the boundary. I wonder if we're going to get a short ball here as he comes in again. Approaching the wicket. In he comes. No, wide, long hoppy, and spanked towards the extra cover boundary for another one of these.
I think we might need to douse ditch in a bit of cold water. All this spanking is
4 on the floor,
remarkably
and
excited.
one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
It was a bit aerial. It was a bit aerial, but it was over the top of the field. And
fantastic shot.
It was.
Well, I suspect, Mike, maybe England have under 100 in their minds as well. That's a psychological target, isn't it?
It is.
I think the way that Brook plays, he's not even thinking about under 100. He's looking for that 400 and whatever it was that they want.
471.
To get to 471. I mean, I think that honestly he doesn't care about under. There's another beach ball.
Yeah, the beach balls going around the pitch again.
They're going crazy out here.
It is very windy at Headingley today, to be fair.
Yeah, they were showing the trees, weren't they? And that's a bit vicious, isn't it? He stabbed it. The man on the edge of the ground has stabbed the beach ball and deflated it.
So unnecessary.
Next ball is spanked down. Oh, I think it might. Well, I don't know. Was that missed, or was it just bounced in front of him? No, it spanked towards mid-on. Spanked again. I'm spanking all day today. And it was parried towards mid-off, picked up. I think they've run through for 2, but I'll be interested to see if this carried or not.
Yeah,
Let's have a look.
I'd like to have a look at this. No,
it didn't. And it was probably quite well fielded in the end.
Did we get, before I came on, was there a super chat from Mark Zip read out yet?
Yep, there was. Well, that's about. We might have done a
That's
couple
not what
after that, but that's about it.
Okay.
So
we'll get into those at the end of the over.
Brook
Or to make sure.
on 80, facing up as Siraj comes in again. He bowls a nice ball actually on the off stump. Brook didn't quite know what to do with it and nudged it down vaguely behind square towards the gully region. There was no run there. And we've got one ball left. Is this the 84th over? And England trail by a mere 105 now.
I think you'll find I'm on socials, Mike, so you'll be all right there.
Oh, you're on socials. Okay.
I am indeed.
Great. I thought I was on socials, but I will let you do the professional work. You're right. I'm on summarizing. Silly me.
Yeah, he's and such a professional he is, young Tony. And yes, that kind of got up and I think got him in the tummy, did it? Let's have a look here. Oh, yes, he didn't really play it. It was in the tummy.
Or was that the dingleberries?
Well, I think it was just above it, but it could have been it. It could have been it. Yeah, he doesn't look in enough pain for it to be in the dingleberries. But last ball of the over is pushed down towards deep third manish, and they get a single. And I get a little confused, but then realise that it's just the TV not really working very well. So Brook will be facing at the beginning of the next over. That's a bit of a weird thing, isn't it? There, well, it says Wokes is going to face, but it's because at the end of the over he isn't really
captioning.
And then they have to switch right back.
Yeah.
That's the one odd thing about the graphics.
Ooh.
Also, I know one of the interests, I'll speak real quick so Tony can get those chats in, but at least the ads are not too long here in the UK with the Sky Sports. You guys only have maybe once in a while you have adverts. In India, it's not cricket. You're watching ads and then cricket kind of just shoves in.
Oh no, they're pretty good at that on Sky. You only get ads when they can really fit them in.
367 for 6.
Bumrah 3 for 67 off. I think that says 21 overs, and luckily I remembered I hadn't brought my glasses. I had to nip back home and get my glasses.
That is exactly 1/4. So there's 84 overs bowled. He's bowled 25%. That feels a bit high.
Yeah, that is. Yeah. They're working him quite hard.
Yeah.
Ooh, he's in.
That is
no strangle that time. Down the leg side, taken, rolling away by Pant.
Sorry, this is a worry I think from the Indian media. I was talking about this earlier in the morning that there's a little too much reliance on Bumrah. And of course, he was injured earlier last year as well, and that worry is kind of creeping back. This is a long series, 5 test matches. If the rain and the weather isn't going to be around too much, having him bowl this much, a quarter of the innings so far, is he going to break down? There's a lot of that talk going on in the Indian media.
Yeah, this ball is flicked out to mid-wicket along the ground, and there is no run. So Brook on 81 off exactly 100 balls.
Farong was suggesting must be time for a sporting declaration. Zippy Tuna says, I thought the bridge was always fogged in. Stephen Kelk says, I can't imagine they'll take Wokes to Australia.
No, I think that's probably true.
Well, if you don't take Wokes to Australia, who do you take? Do you take Wood? Do you take Archer?
Well, you're definitely taking they're nailed on if they're fit.
Yeah, that's a
very
big question with Wood and Archer, isn't it? Will they be fit?
Well, I think
never
Wood
know.
maybe more than Archer.
That one was defended into the onside.
Oh yes, I'm terribly sorry. I'm commentating. 367 for 6, 84.3 overs gone, and Bumrah is definitely the handful of the Indian bowlers, and England really just need to make sure they don't get out to him and milk the runs from the other end, I would suggest. Brook facing up, and that's a nice ball, but Brook manages just to push it out, square of the wicket into the offside towards Point, who isn't there. Cover comes round, picks it up. There is a single to Brook. He moves on to 82.
I'd be interested in seeing now from mostly a neutral standpoint. I'm not really an Indian fan, not really an England fan, so is Brook going to try to race to that 100, get it over with, get the innings going, or is he going to just take his time, ball by ball? Because he's normally not a reserve player. He will go for shots, but he's starting to get into those nervous 80s and 90s.
Yeah, I think whilst Wokes is there, he might just play normally. Wokes gets that on the pads, goes round the corner, just behind square for a leg bye. So Wokes is dealing in extras here. He's got 4 byes and a leg bye and 1 run.
The reason I also say that is as they're panning the shot here on the TV is the cloud cover is coming in. There's been talk about rain again today, probably even tomorrow. It's cool. The players in the balcony, they're wearing their hoodies. So the temperature is shifting. The weather patterns are shifting as well. And so will he want to try to get to this 100 as quick as possible to kind of negate the elements before potentially it's too late?
Oh!
That was on the bounce.
It was on the bounce. It was chopped down into the ground up to, I suppose that was gully, was it? Or it might have been fourth or fifth slip.
Fourth slip, I think
Fourth
Jaiswal
slip,
is. Yeah.
Fourth slip, chopped down into the ground, parried by fourth slip at Jaiswal, and there was no run on this occasion. Wokes doesn't look comfortable, does he? I don't think. He's not really looked the part at the moment, but Yeah, that's my eye sign. You see, my eyes would have said that just went through the air, but
it happened so quickly. Even I
Yeah.
saw that. I mean, the feed is a little jerky, but even then, it came much too quickly. Even on the bounce, Jaiswal just did not see it properly at all.
Actually, I'm not actually convinced now it was on the bounce. I might have misled you there. The general expressions suggested it was a legitimate.
It was a drop. It does look like a drop. The
Yeah.
way Bumrah is just so frustrated. This is the second, maybe third off him.
Oh, this time he just goes straight through Brook. In fact, this changes a new over. Siraj has just started bowling the next over and goes straight through Brook. That one, straight through to Rishabh Pant. That was a fairly sharp ball. I'd like to see how fast that was.
Thoughtful looking Gautam Gambhir.
Oh,
Gautam Gambhir.
Yes, we just love that jingle, don't we?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's like catching practice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was catching practice. You can
Straight
see
out the slip
whoever's at
cradle.
third slip is so pissed off. I think it was Gill, I'm not sure, but he was just so angry.
Yeah, this next ball to Brook is poked out the bottom half of the bat towards cow corner. They amble through for a couple.
The interesting thing is you saw Gautam Gambhir up there, and he always looks pensive, but that doesn't mean anything. That could be him the day, he scores 200. It could be the day his firstborn son gets into Oxford or Harvard. It could be the day that he finds out he has some terrible disease. You just never know, because that is his face.
He'd be good at poker.
24/7.
Next ball is smashed down the ground, very high, very, very long, into the stands, and it's gone for one of these.
The number of the day really hops and kicks. The number of the day is 666.
So Brook rapidly skates through the 80s and into the 90s, and on 91 now. England
Well, he answers
under 100 behind.
He answers my question. He's not in the nervous 80s or 90s. He's going to go for his shots, and he's going to take out some of the crowd with him, because that was in the slot. Perfect shot. Again, not a slog. He's playing cricketing shots. He's not doing anything ridiculous. He's not doing anything over the top. He's just playing the ball the way he sees it.
And that's nicely turned around the corner this time, out towards mid-wicket, and who's a very long way back on the boundary, so they're going to amble through fairly easily for another 2. So that's 10 off this over already, I believe.
Perfect over. Perfect over for England. I think at 380 for 6 now, India's probably starting to feel a little stressed out, I would say. When is this wicket going to come? How are they going to... If they're not going to get Brook out, they got to get him to give a single.
Yeah.
Get Wokes on strike. And I just don't see... It looks like they're running out of options here. And
they're also going to know that, they know what happened in their innings. If they can break through these two, then the end could come pretty quick, particularly with the aid of a bit of cloud cover.
Yeah, so probably what you were saying earlier, actually, Mike, England want to get on with it, because the weather conditions are probably just about still in their favour at the moment, but they might not be later on. Oh, this has been jungled round the corner. Off the pad. No, it's still a 4, but it was off the pads, actually, leg byes.
Leg byes.
Yeah, extras are flying after lunch, and just a bit of it's off his thigh pad. I went flying off, very, very fine down to fine leg. No chance for any fielder whatsoever, even if there was one anywhere near it to get to it.
12 off this over then so far, isn't it?
Yep.
14 off this over, actually.
Well, it's 10 plus 4, isn't it? 12 to the score. No, 14 to the score. No.
14.
14 to the
14,
score.
Yeah.
14 to the score. 10 off the bat.
None of us. I can't add up.
Mm-hmm. I should be able to do better than that, really, shouldn't I? Being a statistician, but there you go. Right, last ball of the over. What's going to happen here? As we get
a 6. He's going to go for a big one here.
He's going for it. He spanks it out. Oh, that's a magnificent shot.
That was 80% there.
That was a magnificent shot, just in front of the square. Chopped it out, and it went all the way to the boundary. That was just absolutely excellent. There's a couple of young ladies there with moustaches, most peculiar. And they got
not around where I'm from.
No. Oh, really?
Where are you from, Tony?
No, I was joking.
Is that what's going on in the southeast these days in England?
Yeah.
Not as much as you'd like to think. Certainly not in my part of it.
Well, 18 off that over, absolute spanking. Siraj is just getting carted everywhere in that over, and
that is a bit worrying for India, isn't it?
Was that the end of the
The
over?
way I'm looking
It was
at
the end of the
it's
over.
getting
It was the end of the over. Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of spank discussion, not surprisingly, now that you've started it. Spanked, says Stephen Kelk. Someone needs to record a solid bum spank to play a spanking jingle. Volunteers, says that's bollocks. Stephen Kelk disapproves. I would love to have a spanked jingle where we can hear his lovely spanking even when he's not there. Bang, says Nitin Deshpande.
We'll have to get the bear to dig out today's commentary and get some spanks out.
England is nowhere near short of bowlers. It's quality test match bowlers we're short of. Big difference, fair enough. That's bollocks, says Woods, an immediate starter if fit for the tour. Was the standout last time and became very popular in Australia. I wouldn't bother with Archer even if fit. That's an interesting point of view.
Yeah.
Need to stop this conspiracy theory, says Farong, that England is short of bowlers. Good point, says Stephen Kelk. Messrs from the Weather Cave, the man who carries the Weather Cave on his back wherever he goes, says expecting some rain from around tea time. Well, that's rota buggery then.
Yeah.
From Blighty, mourning my departure. Oh, we're mourning your departure as well, Messrs. It has been a joy to have your presence in our new studio. And what am I going to do while you're travelling? That's a big old gap on any rotor I have to create.
Where's he going?
Home. He's going back to
just
Perth.
going home. Right. Okay.
Have you already reached home?
Surely it won't take him that long to get home, or is he going on a boat or something?
Steve Bruce says India are panicking, love it. Well, I don't know if they're panicking, but I think they know the value of this next wicket. Oh, good old Winvis, marvellous.
England in front on Winvis, bloody hell.
Yeah, 52% it's saying, isn't it, and 32% India.
I think that's a bit excessive.
We know Winvis. It's a strong wind today, and it will just blow whichever way the wind is pushing it.
Yeah.
I don't know why they bother with it for test matches. Certainly not on day 3 of such a finely poised match as this.
Yeah, well,
388 for 6 if you're just joining us.
I think you said to me earlier, Tony, that if England get below 75, that they would have thought they'd done well, and they've only got to get another 8.
Yeah,
to get to that mark.
Yeah, Brooks' acceleration, I think, has certainly changed their mindset. And to Mayank's point, I think he's decided that there is a vulnerability to the tail. Chris Wokes has been out of a fair amount of match practice, although I'll have a look in a second. I'm not sure if he made any runs for the Lions. I think he certainly played one of the Lions games against India A. So you might as well crack on with things, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Oh, we should explain. Well, the reason for the large hiatus is, one, I presume it's probably drinks, but 2, Rishabh Pant has been having his ankle strapped. He must have twisted it when he was diving over for one of those leg-sided
Hopefully
type
not
things.
when he was somersaulting to celebrate his ton.
Yeah.
No, well, I mean, it might be elongated now because drinks is scheduled for 8 minutes from now, so they'll probably just bring it up forward and just have it at the same time.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
Well, cricket is known for being rigid, so you'll never know. Maybe in 7 minutes we'll have another drinks break.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you're saying, they're 83 behind. They're getting really close to that 75, potentially 50. And I was saying this earlier in the morning with others like the Bear, that last night in Indian media, especially on YouTube and stuff, in Hindi media, they were talking about the England-New Zealand Test match at Edgbaston a couple of years ago, where, if you recall, England made about 550, something like that, in the first innings. New Zealand made 550 plus in the first innings. England were about 30 yards short, yet they still came back and won that test match on the 5th day. And that was at the start of Bazball. That was the start of really this push for fast runs, get results, not just drift off for a draw. And a lot of the Indian media is saying, well, if England plays like England plays, there's a very good shot that we could see kind of some semblance of that scoreline where England might come close to India's, or may even overtake them. And now India's on the back foot, and gone are the days where 450 is enough against England, especially in England. That's been a lot of talk.
Chris Wokes, I can tell you, by the way,
pessimistic on the Indian side. Indians are not feeling confident because of that collapse. 41 runs, 7 wickets yesterday. I was surprised that they were actually pretty negative about the potential of what could happen in this test match, and they're already eyeing a potential defeat, which I think is a little too early to be called, especially after just 2 days.
Way too early. Chris Wokes did play against India in the Northants game. He only made 5, which is not that encouraging, although he did take 5 wickets in the game. He made 42 in his last first-class game, but that was back on the 23rd of May at New Road in Worcester. He made 42 in the second innings against Warwickshire. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Yes, for Warwickshire against Worcestershire at New Road. So he hasn't exactly got a body of work behind him with the bat. Before that, he was playing in the SA20, so we're going back to January, and his highest score there was a 5, and before that in New Zealand he played 2 tests there and he made an 18 and a 1, so he's not in any kind of touch really with the bat at all.
No, well, he must be. I can't remember what. I'm sure he got runs in some game I was commentating on here. Well, not here, but in the old place. Anyway, it's the first ball after the very extended break. It goes to Wokes, who managed to get an actual second run here as he tucks it round the corner. I might have come back for 2 there. I thought Brooks would have wanted the strike. They have come back for 2. Wokes has moved on to 3. Tucked it round the corner. It went. They got 2 because it didn't go very quickly, and it went all the way out to the boundary, and they picked up 2. Bumrah 3 for 71 is definitely the pick of the Indian bowlers, and I think he'd have a few more if the Indians could catch.
Well, he should have at least had, 2 more.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's been more drops, but I know for a fact there's definitely been now 2 drops on his bowling, which is just so frustrating as a bowler, putting all that effort in.
Yeah, and this one's just tucked out into the onside towards mid-wicket by Wokes. It's a bit hurried, but he kept it down, no danger. Thought about a run, there definitely wasn't one there. And England are in a position which I wouldn't say is strong, but in an interesting position, shall we say, where they can, if they can just hang around for a while, they could be in a very strong position.
I'm assuming you two are both England fans, and I know there's a lot of England fans that are listening to this. So if you're at 390 for 6, an hour after lunch, where do you want England to finish, where you say, okay, I'm happy with this score?
At least 450. Ideally over 500, but
beautiful shot.
That's a great shot from Wokes. He just pushed it, but with great timing all along the ground, straight down to the long off boundary. That's a
So
beautiful shot.
You're saying maybe a trail of 25 to 30 max, like worst case scenario, you would take that at the end of the first innings.
Well, I think a lot depends on the wicket of Harry Brook. Yeah. And we've already established he knows that the tail could be vulnerable. The problem India have, I'll hold that thought for a second.
And Bumrah's in, he bowls, it's a little bit short. Wokes thinks about coming forwards, just half goes forward, drops it down. There is no run.
Problem India have is they have the best bowler in the world, but they're struggling to find the support for him that's in any way consistent. So between Siraj, Krishna, and Thakur, they just haven't shown the consistency. And Headingley is a very difficult place to bowl if you don't know the terrain.
What to do? Yeah, and that's been a major issue. He feels like he's carrying the whole team.
The next ball, I think, hit Wokes on the toe. He's looking a bit pained there. It was going down the leg side. He tried to flick it down the leg side, and it's whacked him, I think, on the toe as he limps off.
Neither Tongue nor Cass had played a first-class game even at Headingley, and you could see that they were constantly too short. Bumrah has struggled with overstepping. You come slightly downhill if you're bowling from the Kirkstall lane end, You start downhill, then it goes uphill to the pitch, so you actually have a dip in your run-up, which can really throw you off your whack.
Bumrah's in again. This time it's pushed out into the offside. Just meets point. Is chasing after. I think they're going to get 2 again. Doesn't get to them. Oh, point half fields it, but that doesn't mean another extra run. So it's 2 there. Another 2 to Wokes. He's raced on now to 9. And England are 396 for 6.
Yeah, and if you're coming... Oh, sorry, go on.
Off the dreaded Australian 87 overs.
Yeah, if you're coming up the hill, it's a big old trudge uphill from the football stand end. And of course, if you're into the wind, that's even worse. Right. Tony resorting to paper. Yes, just on a few notes. Actually, there's a really good article in the Times today by Simon Hughes about Headingley, and that's I should credit him on where I was getting that information from. I mean, some of it we knew, but he was pointing it out very well. India now regretting not playing another spinner. Could be a big mistake. Let me see. Ditch to replace Bill Oddie on Springwatch, says Steve Bruce. Someone else was asking, I'm loving Ditch, beautiful soothing voice, says Steve Bruce. Do you do audio books, Ditch?
No, I'd love to. This is pushed out. First ball of the next over. Krishna is bowling. It's pushed out for 2 runs to Brook. He's on to 99.
Burnley Till I Die. Is that Alan Turfmore by another name? If not, it's Burnley Till I Die. He's done more spanking than Cynthia Payne. Well, she's a lady of near this parish. With Streatham she operated.
Streatham,
where she was selling her sex for luncheon vouchers. Guy in the middle, says Steve. Looks like Father Christmas. I think that would be you.
That's me. Yeah, I often get. I'll tell you a Father Christmas story in a bit. Perhaps when I'm on the not on the commentary, I'll tell you a Father Christmas story that I quite like.
The 3 gentlemen. Stephen Coe. The 3 gentlemen commentating are sweet, polite gentlemen, unlike the bear. Oh, well, that's true.
Oh, that's harsh.
Harsh.
I wouldn't say the bear isn't sweet. He's a bear. What do you expect?
Yeah. Next ball. Whoa. Brook trying to get out on 99, has a waft outside the off stump. Luckily doesn't get an edge. It swings away. Rishabh Pant cleans up. No run. Whew, my heart was beating rather. He wasn't far away from that, was he? Mind you,
it's not what you want to be doing on 99, is it?
No, certainly not. And certainly not when I'm commentating. I don't want that blot on my copybook. And, let's see what happens with the next ball. Brett's hopefully he'll got that out of his head and he can play a more sensible shot this time. Just nudge it round the corner, get a single and get his 100. Let's see what happens. Krishna's in and it's short, pulled and caught.
Gone.
There you go. What can I say? My fault entirely.
Leg side strike again. Leg trap. Gets another victim. And that answers everyone's question. Get on with it is what England wanted to do. And that is a real tragedy, I'm afraid, from an England perspective.
Well, you've got to play the how tragic.
But it wasn't a run out, unfortunately. But yes, it was certainly
That's
tragic.
true, but it was
he tried to get over the top of it and roll the wrists. Oh, look at him.
On your bike, mate.
Yeah, unfortunately that was just a shot he played, isn't it? He wasn't thinking really, he just played the shot. Unfortunately, just got a tiny bit high on him. He couldn't roll the wrists over the top of it. It's just got that little bit too high. He was trying to roll the wrists, and I think it might well have just got the top edge, but my eyesight's not that good, so I'm not 100% certain about that. Anyway,
now Chris Wokes has got a shepherd,
the tail,
slightly shaky looking tail. Toby, do you want to come and take the 3rd seat for us? Because you're going to take over things.
Well, I'll just say in closing, I think now if you're India, now that you've got Brook, if you're India, you need to go for the kill. Make sure that they do not bring it down to below 50. They're at 73 deficit. If India can knock them all out, these last 3 wickets for 10, 12, 13 runs, they'll be happy with it. Any more than that, I feel like India's just going to feel like they are just wasting. They're not getting the wickets. They're not going to be happy with the end. Because now that you don't have Brook, it's just the tail enders. And of course, they can hold the bat, but for India, try to get them all out for the next 10 to 12 runs, get back out there as soon as possible.
Oh, edged and taken on the first bounce by Rahul was a tentative prod, wasn't it, by Cast? Are you ready to go there, Toby?
Yeah, ready whenever.
It's all yours. You go. I'm going to go and adjust the screens.
What am I doing now? Am I doing this?
You're doing socials again.
Socials again,
You're
right.
on socials
Excellent.
again.
I'm on the socials.
I will see you guys in a bit.
So, I took a wicket with my last ball of commentary. Shocking behaviour from me. I was hoping to get away with that, but, can't be helped. Toby.
Krishna in now, short wide, cut away nicely by Cast to get off the mark. That's the second ball there, just for a single. Easy single. Down to deep backward point. And yeah, we're seeing the wicket again there. On 99, Brook just sends a skying catch down to deep backward square leg, and you can see the disappointment when he realises what he's done. One shy of the 3 digits.
Yeah, there we go. In my day when I used to play cricket, that would have just been jug avoidance.
Yeah. Did you often get to 99?
No, not me, but other players. Other players would be. The
closest I ever got to 99 was buying an ice cream.
Krishna in again, full and straight, and Wokes flicks that one really nicely straight down the ground. 4 runs, doesn't even bother running for that one. Oh, it's the outstretched dive there at mid-on.
He can be very frustrating for oppositions, Wokes.
1, 2, 3,
Well, as I was saying
4.
just before the lunch break, actually, when you look at England's tail, it's not a particularly strong tail, but it's not weak by any means either. Wokes is a good number 8, Cast is a good number 9, Tung's a good number 10, and Bashir is an 11. but the other 3 in particular are all more than capable of holding a bat and trying to shepherd England for another 20, another 30.
Yeah, I think Bashir's only marginally better as a batsman than Derek Underwood was, so
would you say,
not saying a lot.
How would you compare him to Jimmy? Because I think he's better than Jimmy, particularly against pace. Maybe not against spin, because that was Jimmy's speciality.
Yeah, I don't know. About much for muchness, I would say. So I probably should do some of these comments here. I'll just wait for this ball.
Siraj in. Left alone by Cast.
That's ball that says, pass the hat around for a run for Harry. Too late, I'm afraid. Jay Grover says, I'd buy that for $1. George McPherson, for fuck's sake, Brooke, what have you done? Given your wicket away when you should have gotten your ton! Game's over for England, he adds. Nitin says, England batting will not collapse in the second innings. Bet me. No? Oh, all right. The bowling department is no better, says George McPherson.
Pushed into the offside again by Cast.
And Nitin says, Brook, the future of England. And Eric J says, yes, of course.
I'd say he's the present as much as anything else now, Brook, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. P says, where is Gus Atkinson? Does he have an injury?
Yeah.
So literally, that's the difference of the Brooks wicket. I just quickly saw they flashed up there the WinViz predictions. Now down to 46% England.
Yeah, we lost 6%.
Having been at 58, that's the...
Was it 58 we were at?
That's the difference between 46, yeah.
Pretty even now.
That was the value of the Brook wicket.
Yeah. 46 for England, 44 for India, 10% draw.
Yeah.
Tight.
Burnley Tillity says, leave the Burnley Lara out of this.
Third day halfway through, it's a fantastically poised test match.
It is, absolutely. It's going to be a lot of fun. Sadly, I won't be able to be here Monday and Tuesday.
Oh, prodded at that one does Chris Wokes, just tempting him outside off, swinging away a fraction from Siraj.
I have to go and save our armed services, see if they can get enough people into them that will be able to defend us. And it's a tricky task nowadays, getting enough armed services, I can tell you. Burnley Tildy says, worst number 11 ever has to be... Any suggestions, anybody else?
Chris Martin.
Monty Palliser?
Yeah, that's a good shout. He says Phil Tufnell.
Tuffer's famous for it.
Yeah.
Left alone again by Wokes, just swinging away a fraction. Ball 8.5 overs, 8.4 overs old now.
Yeah, so that's Bollock says Tuffer's had style though, and Mr. P says, oh, Monty Palliser. Yeah, so Tuffers and Palliser are down the bottom then, by the sounds of it.
Oh, they both definitely. I did a TikTok video on this. T Reynolds _sport if anyone wants to drop it a follow. But Chris Martin, the old Kiwi seamer, averaged 2.8 in Test cricket. Panasar averaged just over 4. In the 21st century, they were definitely some of the worst.
Yeah, that sounds pretty bad.
Defended there again by Wokes, looking for a quick single, but turned down in the end.
Especially when you consider when you're batting 11, you're going to get quite a lot of not outs, aren't you?
Well, you should do.
You should. Yeah.
In theory, half of your innings should be not outs, roughly,
Yeah.
because half the time it'll be the other person who gets out.
Looking at Siraj's figures, actually, they're quite interesting because he takes his wickets in India in tests at 41. He takes his wickets in England at 34. So he's noticeably much better bowling in England, but he hasn't really shown that yet this test match.
Wokes nudges that one into the leg side. Going to push for 2 here, and they should make it. No, I think Wokes happy to farm the strike and face up against Bumrah in the next over.
And not get a hamstring injury because he's probably not as fit as he ought to be.
He did play at Headingley in 2021. Took 2 for 86. Dawid Milan and Sam Curran. There you go.
Sam Curran, I forgot
Shows you how quickly time goes. Yeah.
2021, yeah. Because that was when Stokes took a bit of time out of the game, wasn't it? 2021. He broke his hand playing in the 100, just before the 100s. Didn't then, I think, came back to play in the 100s. And then called it quits. 2021, was that when we had the Pakistan ODI series that Stokes captained because everyone else got COVID? Or was that 2020?
That's far too far back for my memory to remember.
My memory's gone there, I'm afraid.
I think it was 2021.
What it is to be young and have a memory.
I only remember that because... Actually, I think it was definitely 2021. But Stokes... I remember that because I think I watched England play at Lord's, that series. Outside edge. Oh, falls just short there of Gully. Wokes looking to guide that one down through third man. Instead, almost guides it to Jaiswal, who does well to get his body behind it. Slight misfield allows him through for a single, but a good stop as much as anything else. Have to check the replay though. Yeah, slightly uppish. And falls about
well short.
Half a yard short of Jaiswal in there at Gully in the end. I think that extra bit of bounce there from Siraj.
Played it pretty well, Chris Wokes. He got right up on top of it, and soft hands, as they say. Harder hands could have flown to slip, but he got cast rather, but he played it very well.
Krishna, that is, sorry, not Siraj bowling. That was left alone by Cast. Just drops his hands and sways out the way a fraction. Seeing the wicket here again. They keep showing Harry Brooks' dismissal. 99 from 112 he made. Bowled Krishna, caught Thakur. Sam Brook disappointed.
Some additional rabbits here. That's Bollocks, says Courtney Walsh. Mr. P says Devon Malcolm.
Yes, fair enough.
This is true actually. Burnley Tildy says Monty saved a test, gets a pass.
Big swish there from Carson. It flies outside Gully for 4 runs. A little bit lucky, but I think he was trying to play a shot along those lines.
And we have one of those. Tony, you ready?
Oh, yes.
Zippy Tuna says, reminder to like the stream.
Oh.
Thank you, Zippy.
Super chat.
Yep, thank you very much indeed.
Yeah.
Super chats help. Following us on YouTube's help. Becoming a patron helps us even more.
Yeah.
There's so many benefits if you do that.
In behind that one, Cast just dug in a fraction from Krishna.
Chief Wardo says Bishop having a nap.
No,
he's concentrating.
Here.
He's looking at his notes and coming up with some amazing piece of interest on cricket for you very shortly. Mr. P says, who is the younger lad on the right? He sounds to me like Dan Norcross a bit. Oh, that's a bit harsh. That's a bit harsh.
I went to the same school as Dan, actually.
Oh, you're in Dulwich?
Yeah.
I didn't know you were a Dulwich boy. Oh my God!
You go.
Put it there. Fantastic. I'll be getting him in the Masons next.
Oh, that one between batter and bats whizzes over the top of the stumps and away for 4 runs. Off the bat for Bryden Cast, that one. Another possible drop.
Possibly may just have got a glove to it. Be interesting to see a replay. There's inside edges are so difficult for a keeper, though, aren't they? Because you're going one way and then no, he was nowhere near that.
He was absolutely
nowhere near that.
It was not a chance.
But whatever Cast thought he was going to play there. He knew nothing about what actually did happen.
But he got 4 for it, which is
to double figures.
A bonus for England. They only trail by 57 now.
57 now.
That's well within our margin of error, Tony.
It is. It is. It is.
Flicked off the pads there from Bryden Cast. Could go all the way. No, there comes a field around Jadeja. Yeah. He's everywhere. You're not beating Jadeja out there.
Yeah, Paul Stratton says, do we have a major problem with our coaching regarding our top quicks always being injured? This just seems to be a major English problem.
Well, we do keep saying that, and I think there is a problem. But then you look at Cummings, you look at Bumrah, who's been out for a while.
Yeah.
Most countries have fast bowlers who break down at some point.
Yeah. Most fast bowlers break down at some point.
Yeah, exactly. So, but the fact that we have a number who seem to break down pretty much all at the same time, that is the frustrating thing. Mm-hmm. The conversation about Wood and Arch over the Ashes is really, they both give you that extra searing pace. Yeah. But you know there is no way that either of them is going to play 5 tests.
No.
So they're going to have to think about how they possibly alternate them and probably don't play them together.
Siraj and again now full and straight, driven down the ground nicely by Wokes. Beats the fielder there at mid-off, and it's going to race away for 4. Gorgeous shot again by Wokes. So strong to the offside.
One more for me, I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Yeah, on your point there, Tony, of Ashes but playing 5 tests, I think it's pretty unlikely anyone's going to play all 5 tests.
Not in the bowling department.
In the Ashes, exactly.
You can say that definitely in the batting department.
Well, yeah, you'd hope, in theory, all of the top 7 probably play all 5.
I mean, Ollie Stone, is he still in contention? He had all that surgery at the Wellington Hospital, didn't he? Steel pins put in his back, and that doesn't seem to have guaranteed him regular cricket.
I don't think it's an issue, though, if your bowlers don't play 5 tests, when you consider how close all the tests are. I can't imagine the Aussies would have the same either, defended by Wokes into the offside.
Yeah, you could argue he had made the mistake there of having steel pins instead of titanium ones. I mean,
maybe they were titanium. Didn't Josh Tongue's just come back from a
he didn't play at all last year.
He didn't play at all last year. And who, I've already forgotten their name, who was it who played at the Oval against Sri Lanka in the test we lost?
Oh, Josh Hull.
Josh Hull.
Yeah, Jamie Overton's back in the test squad after 2 years not playing in it. He was part of that South Africa series in 2022 in the opening Bazball summer.
Jamie Overton's a funny one to me. I mean, if I see him on the team sheet, I just don't ever get excited. And that's so unfair on him, probably.
Turned into the leg side from Wokes. They'll push for 2 here and should make it. Jadeja's going to come in. Oh, sorry, Bumrah that will be, actually.
So, Jay Grover's come up with the most excellent tale for England. Caddick at 8, Mullally at 9, Tufnell at 10, and Giddins, we'd forgotten Giddins, at 11.
Oh, Edgin. I mean, how many runs would they guarantee you? Probably 2 between them if you were lucky, and they'd be off the outside edge.
Yeah, he says proper tale, proper tale.
It was very much a proper tale.
Jay wins the internet. True rubbish tale, says that's bollocks.
Oh, that one's great take there by Pant. A short, sharp bouncer dug in by Siraj. Only 82 mile an hour in the end, but flies over the head of Wokes, and Rishabh Pant with a electric take behind the stumps.
I'm obviously a bit behind with these tweets because Eric J says the score is actually 410 for 7. Well, it's not now, it's 422 for 7, but that's because I'm behind. And then Fendiker says, this is impressive from England. I didn't think they'd get to 400. The wind's up, the volley's inside out.
He doesn't seem to be doing anything about it, does he? He's just waiting for it to completely break.
Yeah, he's just looking at it and going, well, how did that happen?
Dear me.
Cast, big swish, and outside, off stump again, and over the head of Rishabh Pant for 4 byes. There's been a few of those today so far.
I love the umpire's smirk as it went for 4. It was quite funny. Yeah.
Score on to 4-2-6 now, England, with more and more runs coming not off the bat.
There's been a lot of extras since lunch. A lot of extras since lunch. That has definitely helped England. Eric J says, yes, all the usual doom-mongers were wrong. As usual.
So it could be words there between Wokes and Siraj are quite interesting. I think Wokes is going, what do you call that? Or what? But nonetheless, I mean, England's philosophy, I think, even though Wokes is still there and starting to look okay, is get the runs quickly because you may end up with less slower.
Yeah, pulled away nicely there from Wokes, just down to fine leg for a single.
Jay Grover says, is it possible to ever get someone from a normal school on Guerilla Cricket? Well, we're wide open to anybody who's from a normal school. We've had plenty of people from normal schools in the past. I'm not quite sure what a normal school is, but, you know.
Not one that's not approved.
Oh, not approved. Yeah, fine. Well, that's good. Stephen Kelk, it's not just Wood and Archer. Our other quicks are also often broken, no? Or opening the batting, Stephen, says Eric J. I'm not sure if that's about bowlers.
That's either suggesting Zach Crawley should be opening the bowling and the batting, or maybe the fact that it's like Lewis Gregory and Josh Davey are opening the batting at Somerset and Rian Ahmed's batting at 3 at Leicester, maybe something along those lines.
Might be along those lines, yeah.
4-2-7 for 7. England, 91 overs gone. Krishna to continue. Dug in short again. He's bowling a really nice back of a length so far, but that one's just flicked away off the hip from Wokes.
It's just trailing by just 43 now, England. I think Paul Stretton makes a good point here, actually. They all get one injured now and again, but we always seem to have 3 or 4 out at the same time.
Yeah.
So we need to manage them better, like the rest of the world do. I mean, I remember that Bob Willis never used to play any first-class cricket at all, other than Test matches when he was around.
He played for Surrey and then Warwickshire.
But he didn't really play much first-class cricket. He didn't play a lot of one-day cricket either. I mean,
I'm just watching Krishna actually, because it's funny you should mention Bob Willis, because I literally was thinking of him as Krishna's bowling up the hill from the football stand end.
That was just tempting cast there. Just leaves his bat, hangs his bat outside off stump. Again, we've seen it a few times today. That one whistles past the outside edge, straight through to Pant.
I often used to see Bob and his brother on the train when I was going to work at about 9:30.
Was his brother very tall as well?
He was, yeah. They weren't quite twins, but you could see he was his brother.
Well, the reason I was thinking of him, of course, 1981, it was the football stand end where you have to come up the hill.
Yeah.
That Mike Brearley had asked him to bowl initially in that 4th innings for Australia, and he got so fed up in a shocking time, and Mike Brearley, I'll just hold the thought.
That was pushed into the offside nicely again by Coss.
Mike Brearley subsequently said, yes, I did that just to wind him up and make him angry. And then, having made him angry enough, he switched the ends, and of course, the rest was history. Now, a lot of people, you might say, that's kind of wisdom after the event, and making it sound like changing the story to suit your narrative. In Mike Brearley's case, you would 200% believe it.
200% believe it. Absolutely. He was the canniest captain of all time. My favourite Mike Brearley story is, which most people will not believe, is he is one of the very few number of people to have got a first-class 300 in a day.
Well,
there you go.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And I'm a Middlesex man.
Yeah, I think it was for England Day or some. I can't remember who it was for, in Pakistan against Pakistan Railways or something. But it was a long time ago. But it was a first-class 300 in a day, which not many people know, unless they've been listening to Guerilla Cricket, and I've told that story about 1,000 times. But you know,
Krishna in again now and smashed away by Wokes up in the air in front of square. I think that's a couple bounces for.
Yeah.
Lovely shot, Chris Wokes. Maybe 6 actually.
Oh, the crowd's giving it.
It is a 6.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Why I played a wide note. Definitely one of these. I always like the idea of playing Pakistan Railways. I always have a feeling that the stadium announcer's going to go, I'm afraid that number 4 batsman has been delayed.
Yeah.
leaves on the pavilion steps. And now expected at 14:07.
Yeah. Yes, well, those were the days when companies used to have top class sports sides, aren't they? It doesn't happen so much nowadays.
Oh, delicately guided up over the slips there. Another six that is from Chris Wokes. Short and wide from Krishna, and Wokes just helps it on its way. Uppercuts that one over the slip's head. Fantastic.
Yeah, bloody hell. Only trailing by 30.
6. I mean, that was a pure shot of ingenuity, beautifully executed by Chris Wokes. He just stepped back and let the ball do the work, ramped it up, and away it went. My dad, by the way, used to play for Great Western Railways.
Did he?
Because he used to work for Great Western Railways. And I remember as a kid going along to watch him when I was very small.
Excellent. I'm a great fan of the Great Western Railway, or God's Wonderful Railway as it's otherwise known.
God's Wonderful Railway, yeah. You can tell Bryden Cast enjoyed that shot. Big smile on his face as they fist pumped. And now Ditch, only 30. It's not quite parity, but it's there or thereabouts.
It's not far off, is it? I mean, you'd have taken that this morning, wouldn't you? You would have definitely taken that this morning.
Ducks under that one, does Wokes.
Eric J says, i.e. not play as many matches. He's talking about bowlers. Eric J, yes, you might have a point there, he says Stephen Galt. Don't need fast bowlers. There's a better option, says Lockie 6. Mr. P, feckin' love Wokes. If only he could bowl abroad. That's true.
I think he probably will do in the Ashes. Wouldn't be surprised if he plays in at least three of the.
He's over 2,000 career runs now.
2005. So he must be in a quite unique of. He must have 200 Test wickets, doesn't he? Are they going to bring that one up? Has he got 200?
I reckon he's probably there or thereabouts because he's only played
255
tests, 60 tests.
Oh, he may not have 200 Test wickets. Only played 55 tests. That perhaps would be a bit.
But he does have a very good record. Most of them will be in England, and his record is very good in England. So he's probably there or thereabouts.
Well, Mank makes a very good point. I went to a normal school. However, to be fair, it was a US school, so there's that. You know.
Before this test, he had 181 Test wickets, but that was before this.
And he hasn't got any more, has he?
At 28, which is really very good.
So, it'd be nice for him to get the extra 19 and do that double. That's a nice double to have, isn't it? 2,200.
I wouldn't be surprised if he does it in the series. He'd definitely hope to, I'd have thought.
Well, actually, that's still that, because he didn't get any. He got a 0 for 103.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, he has got no more. He's still.
The average might have slightly suffered a tiny bit, but the number of wickets will stay the same. But he just bowled too short and wide. Everything. Most of yesterday we were screaming, bowl fuller, bowl fuller, bowl fuller.
Yeah.
Or the first day, rather.
Yeah, Stephen Koch says, this is addressed to you, Toby. Toby has not been inducted into the law of the lad. Hence he missed Eric J's subtle point.
What was the subtle point?
Well, I'm not sure. I missed it as well, but...
That was slashed away by Cast there for a boundary. Attacks comes down the wicket and just slices that one through the covers for 4 runs. Brilliant shot, Cast.
I think Toby's doing a most excellent job, and I'm not biased at all. Yeah.
Charging him even, Toby. Charging down for him.
Gave himself a fraction extra bit of room as he came down the wicket there.
Yeah, Mike points out there used to be a Pakistan International Airlines team. I remember it well. And Lockie 6 says, did Nigel Farage go to a reform school? Well, he went to our reform school, that is for sure.
He did. Yeah. He went to Dulwich College.
Unbelievable. Right. Well, some of us try to forget that fact, but
we were we were having a discussion about. I'll hold the thought for a minute and let Siraj bowl.
Short and Cast just sways out the way at the last second there. But plays it well in the end.
Me, was driving in, and I drive past about 3 cricket clubs. As you go past Dulwich College on the right, there's Old Elanians, but they're now called something else. There is Marlborough and something else.
No, Old Elanians is still Old Elanians.
Oh, it is still.
Yeah, the rugby club is still Old Elanians.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, and I had the idea that we might do a series of our cricketing neighbours and just interview people from local cricket clubs. But there's the ulterior motive. Again, I'll wait for a second.
Yes.
So they helped in its way around the corner, just for one, you'd assume, there from Cars, looking to try and smash the leather off that one, but doesn't connect.
So, yeah, but the ulterior motive for us in doing that would be that we'd make those clubs interested, and thus we'd find local resource who could come to the studio.
Indeed.
So I came in full of this great idea, as I often do if I've had an hour or more in the car to think of these things. Suggested it to the bear, who just looked at me with the blankest of faces and shrugged.
Yeah, well...
And then I realised the bear's sole criteria for almost any idea I ever have is, does it involve me in any work? If it does, it's probably not a good idea.
Yeah.
I mean, when I used to work with people, I've got to be honest, I always took the view there's no such thing as a bad idea, because you'd want to encourage people. No, not a bit of it.
But I think, Tony, the answer to this one is to operate on my
if you want to do a job, do it yourself.
Well, no, but similar to that, but I operate on a thing called JFDI.
Just fucking do it.
Yeah, just fucking do it. I mean, let's just go and do it. Don't even consult Bear.
Oof.
You know.
Wokes gets right the way across the stumps, outside off stump there to flick that one away, round the corner again to a very busy fine leg.
No, but it was a roundabout way of looking to find local people interested in cricket,
idea.
which they would need to be playing cricket, or by and large, you'd make that assumption, who were within easy travelling distance of the studio, so that we could get, keep that balance between the breadth we have, which is so vital to us, and the expertise from people all around the world, but also more local people in the studio. Yeah,
because having people in the studio is definitely a help, because that means Bear doesn't have to be here all the time.
Short again and just pushed out to square leg from Cars, but no run.
And that'll make him less bad-tempered. Dare we hope, says Muttley Von Erich. I presume you dare we hope we will get in front. We might get in front. Pirate Badshah says we need to return to works teams, the perfect antidote to anonymous franchises. That's not a bad point. That is not a bad point. And That's Bollocks says this is how Wokes keeps making tours. Then when on tour it becomes never ever again.
Production note, chaps, we are due a change. David is stuck in traffic. Therefore, what I suggest is if I go back to ball by ball, Toby, if you don't mind moving into Ditch's seat.
Yep.
When Ditch has got
of
up,
course.
That will then, I'll just nip up and change the screen, and Will join us as he was going to do anyway. It'll just be you, me, and Will, as opposed to David, Toby, and Will.
Sounds good.
Which I think we should probably do.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
Now, if Ditch can shift and Toby can
I'll
move.
get out.
And then there will be just a short interlude while I go and change the picture screen when Toby can do the ball by ball as well. It's going to be Prasid Krishna, 3 for 127. He's stood there with a bit of a double teapot on, but it's a thoughtful double teapot because England now nearly a run rate of approaching 5. It's wide of the off stump and left alone by Wokes. 447, 57, 67. They're 24 short, am I right?
They are indeed,
right?
yeah, 24 short.
Of that, 471. So we're as good as parity. 3 wickets in hand. Chris Wokes, who we had been saying was really rather short of match scoring practice, has nonetheless disproven us. He's ahead of his test average. He's on 36 of the 39 balls he's faced. And he's had some great support from Cars, who's on 18 off 16. That one is just defended towards short cover. There was no run. 447 for 7. Is there a short delay here? What's happening? Umpire Gaffney is jogging in.
They want to change the ball again?
Do they want to change? Well, I'll tell you what. Talk us through whatever's happening there, and I'll just go and change the picture. Will Reynolds, where are you? You are supposed to be on Zoom. Here he is. He's about to appear.
See it. There we go.
He's saluting from space.
As well
Sorry,
that one through the covers.
Having a win.
Yeah, that one's pushed through the covers. 1 run there for Wokes. Moves on to 37. Krishna's halfway through his 20th over now. England 23 behind. And there's a little fist bump. 50 partnership as well from just 36 deliveries.
They've been absolutely flying, these two. Wokes has hit a few sixes, a few gorgeous shots through the covers as well. Carr similarly has found a few boundaries.
He is pretty good at that sort of smashing bit, isn't he?
Very much so. Krishna in again. Full and straight, and Cast drives that one, but straight to Gill in there at the covers.
That was a lovely shot. He's played actually some great shots, Brian Cast. He's a
good
tidy.
Technically, he's a very good batter. I feel just mentally he loses it from time to time.
Who was it? When did I see him recently get absolutely peppered with a short ball? Was it in the? Wouldn't have been against Zimbabwe, so
ODI series.
Might have been.
Probably?
It must have been. Yeah, it might have been in the Champions Trophy, or probably against the ODIs against the Windies. Yes, that one is again just defended really. Out to Shubman Gill, who's taken up a fairly classical captain's position at mid-off. There was no run. I can tell you as well, as yesterday, if you were with us yesterday, there's a band on at the Fox and Firkin.
Oh, is it the same band?
Well, no, it's a different band. Not as good. This one's got more disco-y, would you say?
Yeah,
David?
I'd say probably
got
so.
Sort of disco vibe to it, this one. Yesterday's Brazilian band were shit hot, I've got to say. That one is beating the outside edge of Cart, who had a bit of a swish. It was too close to cut and went into the gloves of Pad. It's the end of the over. It's 448 for 7. And do you know what? I have no idea who's doing socials.
I think I'm on socials, I want to say.
You are?
I'll have a
Then
quick look.
over
Where did
to
we get
you
up
then.
to?
Just jump in when you feel where you
We'll
feel
go
is
from
about
here
right.
with Pirate saying... oh no, I think we've had that one actually, haven't we? We'll go with India have really bungled this match so far.
They've certainly collapse from, what was it, 430 for 4 to 471 all out was spectacular for sure. We're losing to Danger as well. He's gone jogging off, although he doesn't seem to be in any discomfort. So the only discomfort he might be in is the need of a toilet break. Who knows?
I think it may be that, yeah.
Maybe had a dodgy prawn at lunchtime.
Similarly, Kartik says England's lower order is teaching India's lower order how to bat, which irritates me because the Indian lower order does not practice batting or fielding much during league matches for fear of injury.
Well, Mohammed Siraj, he's got a fair few runs against name, 115 for just the 1 wicket. He's going to be bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end. So he goes down that little downhill bit and then uphill, and then he's charged by Wokes, who I'm not even sure he got any bat on that. Wokes was half the way down the wicket. The ball hit something. Was it the bat, Toby? I think
it might have been, yeah.
They've
They've not signal buys or anything.
No, he got him a single into the offside. But he was he was near enough under Siraj's nose. I mean, his intentions were certainly there and made very clear, weren't they?
Yeah. But it didn't really come off for him, did it?
There's that leg trap field again. You've got 2 men back at a square, a man square, and
I think Cast is
a man at cow.
Oh, that's
and
not the shot.
Nearly Cast stepped away to leg. He was looking to just clip it over, I think, over the wicketkeeper.
Yeah.
Siraj's hands go on heads. The shark-like grin finally comes out, and he enjoyed it because he actually ended up by taking the pace off the ball quite cleverly. It's out the back of the hand, isn't it? And he nearly took the off bail off by the barest of coat of paint margins. It would have been a brilliant piece of thinking, and it didn't quite work. And he's imploring the heavens to go, why are the gods against me? This one he follows Cast, who'd stepped away to leg this time. Once again, Cast was eyeing up deep square leg. The ball ends up going for 4 through mid-on. Ollie Pope, who's up on the boundary with next to Joe Root and Ben Stokes. Ben Stokes is fairly impassive. Pope is chuckling away, going, well, that's not where he meant it. Either way, it's got him 4 more. The trail by just 18.
And one more for
it is an incredible field that India have. They've got 2 fielders inside the ring in front of square, both on the leg side, I think. It's sort of mid-wicket and mid-on.
Was that the bottom of the bat, Will?
I think he was
bottom of the bat handle.
It
threw it quite late.
Sort of late towing, didn't it?
Certainly wasn't the bit of the bat that's supposed to do most of the run scoring, that's for sure. That's short! and ducked under actually quite proficiently by Cars, who has 2 ducks on a pond, 22 off 22. So it's very much all the 2s, 22. Everyone lapses into bingo caller speak.
And yeah, no fielders in front of square on the offside again from India. It's done that quite often so far. this
PT is
innings.
453. How's your bingo calling, Toby?
Non-existent, I think.
So legs 11, 2 ducks on a pond 22, 2 fat ladies 88.
I've heard of that
click
one.
66. Do you know any of these?
I've heard of the 2 fat ladies 88.
And
that's about it.
They must be the same ones that sing near the end of any sporting contest. Right, Siraj in. Oh, he's bowled him.
Oh,
Cars had stepped back a country mile, to be honest, outside of leg. Siraj knew what he was up to, and all he did was bowl it full and straight on off stump. That was good enough. And finally, 22 off 22, 2 ducks on a pond twice is all that Bryden Cart is going to get. But in the context of how close this game has become and the support he's given to Chris Woakes to move England towards that Indian total, I've got to say, Will, that's not really a bad effort at all, is it?
No, it's not. I mean, awful way to get out, but the innings as a whole is pretty much what England needed.
All of the dreams that I dreamed were mine are going, gone.
Well, it's going to be tongue in. How quickly will it be tongue out? We shall find out. He's not renowned for staying around that long, is he, Will? Josh Tongue?
No, he's a bit of a sort of a smash and grab merchant, isn't he?
Well, that might be good enough, you know. A couple of smashes, and England are where they want to be.
Yeah.
Other many of us, they're where they want to be now, or where we'd have certainly settled for them being now. Let's have a look.
I mean, averages 15 at a strike rate of about 50 in first-class cricket.
Oh, well, that's not so bad, I suppose. Remember, he didn't play. He made 36 not out against India A, and it was a very strong looking India A team.
Yeah.
So he's been in some touch. He made 39 not out for Notts against Sussex, and he made 55 at Trent Bridge against Durham. So 55, then a duck against Warwickshire, but 39 not out again at Trent. He clearly likes batting at Trent Bridge.
Yeah. Shame we're not playing India at Trent Bridge.
Well, we're not today. Well, he's out there anyway. But we may have been doing him a disservice on his batting capability. We shall see. His bowling, once he did rather burgle his wickets by dispatching the tail, but you could also say he suddenly realised that bowling fuller and with just a little bit more purpose was what made the difference, and they just happened to be the tail. Anyway, Siraj has him in his sights. He's over the wicket. Oh my word, it's short. That's a wicked delivery to get first up.
Very
Josh
short.
Tongue. Josh Tongue could have. He was arching backwards. He was jumping, not ducking. And well, there's an interesting conversation here between Siraj and his captain. And I have a. Do you think the conversation there, Will, was something along the lines of just cool your jets a little bit, Mohammed Siraj?
I think it might have been a little bit of, alright mate, calm down. You've had your couple at their heads.
I mean, that was a great ball to get cast. I mean, it was a shocking bit of batting. It looks awful when that doesn't work for a batsman.
It's always a tricky one though, because when you do look at the field India had set, Cast was basically his only sort of safe way of scoring runs was going to be through the offside in front of square where there were no fielders. So actually to give himself some room and maybe then try and sort of just punch one down the ground off the back foot, or sort of, kind of pull it, cut it in front of square, was probably the only safe thing. And actually, Siraj just outthought him with a really good full Yorker.
Absolutely. Well, it's 4:53 for 8. We're going to see Jadeja. I think this is a smart move. Bring Jadeja on now.
With those Yorkers, isn't your best bet to just sort of block it out?
A slip and a leg slip. Woakes plays solidly. Off the back foot. There's no run.
I definitely agree with that, Will, but the issue is, I guess, the fact that you weren't expecting the Yorkers, and it was actually Siraj's.
That's not the Bazball way.
Yeah, partly, but I don't think it was necessarily
Gage around the wicket, defended by Wokes.
expecting
no
a
run.
Yorker, because if you look at the field, if he'd just stayed where he was and you bowl him a Yorker, actually it's in theory easy scoring because you just dab it into the offside and run. So actually, Cast was just thinking that Siraj is going to keep bouncing him, and it's just a bit of cat and mouse as much as anything else.
I'll jingle him up after this
Yeah,
ball.
I agree.
Defended in front of his off stump. Here's the bowler.
Rough introduction. Who's that spinning on the field?
Slightly shorter. An attempted cut. He misses it. It's straight into the gloves. The standing up, obviously, Rishabh Pant. I heard Rishabh Pant somersaults every day at the start of play to get himself sort of in the zone, as it were. That's defended.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Just pushed to mid-on. Well, you wonder where he does it. I mean, presumably somewhere there's enough space to do it in. If he suddenly goes flying past you like a trapeze artist in the dressing room, sending everything flying and breaking light bulbs, you're going to go, hang on, what's going on? So I assume he must do it outside, Toby.
Yeah, I assume that's probably the only safest place to do.
Around the wicket comes Jadeja. Attempted cut again by Wokes, and another miss. Not taken quite as cleanly, though, this time by Rishabh Pant. It's the end of the over. England still trail by 18. It's 4:53 for 8. And it's Toby with your
I'll
messages.
run through some messages quick. RM says, how does an attack with Bumrah, Siraj, Akash and Kuldeep and Arshdeep look for Edgbaston?
Not a bad shout. I mean, certainly there was a lot of discussion, Will, I think, about whether, particularly as England are going to bat last, and it's been pretty dry bar that, that flurry of rain yesterday, whether Kuldeep would have been a shout for this test. Yeah,
and there is also that thing with they're trying to sort of ease Bumrah back into things. So whether they've already said that he's not going to play all 5. I think.
Yeah, I think he'll probably end up playing 4, is my guess.
Well, what the TV's highlighting in front of us is how much the balls have popped from the Kirkstall lane end off a length. As we saw it with Tongue, the one he had to fence back from.
That's going up the hill, isn't it?
The Kirkstall lane end is you start running uphill, but then you're actually kind of downhill as you run to the pitch. It's the football stand end where you have to plod your way up the hill.
Right. Okay.
I mean, it's not exactly like a kid delivering bread in the Hovis ad. I mean, it's not that sort of hill, but it's
no.
But there is one nonetheless.
Stephen Kelk also says, as much as I do love Wokes, someone should steal his passport before England fly out to Australia.
Well, I think before you do that, you have to wait and see what bowling resources are fit.
Yeah,
because he's proved his worth here, but admittedly, the difference of his performances in English and overseas conditions always remarked upon with good measure, with good reason rather.
Kartik says, Indian players are already frustrated and have given up since they are not used to 4-day tests in India or outside of India. They're used to matches ending in 3 days.
Well, we're having a drinks break, so you have plenty of time for whoever's there. Toby, carry on, just
rocket through them.
Oh, Chris Wokes actually is. Hopefully this is not an Ashes-defining problem, but his problem is just above his tummy, so that's a side strain, and they can be very troublesome, and they can be very troublesome for the man who is currently the leader of England's attack. So if I was Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum, I would be looking down at that with an element of concern, Will, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would almost be saying, well, just get yourself out and come up here and get in an ice bath or whatever.
Well, the thing is, he's not going to have time, is he? The problem with Chris Wokes is, if the end comes quickly, the next wicket is 9 down, he may not even have time to run the water on the ice bath before he's going to be out and fielding. But England may already then be thinking, what's plan B if you're not going to open with Woke? So it'd be Carson Tongue, wouldn't it?
I'd be tempted to see Ben Stokes, personally.
Well, how much better he bowled than any of England's attack? Was it 4 for 66 he took, if I remember rightly? And he pitched it up.
Yeah.
He pitched it up, and he got movement. And he's played at Headingley.
Yeah.
And neither Carse nor Josh Tongue have, and it rather showed. Right. Well, it's Siraj is back with ball in hand. He's got Josh Tongue in his sights, and with 2, albeit for 120, I think he'll fancy his chances against Tongue. That's full. That's nicely worked off his legs though by Josh Tongue. Now it's deep mid wicket. They may be able to come back for 2. They do. That narrows that deficit to 16 for England, and it's the first 2 for Tongue.
Quickly, while we have a short break now, a couple super chats have come in.
Oh, fantastic.
Hombre Nuevo says, just because, ... Not sure what that's in response to.
Let me celebrate the second one at least. Thank you, Hombre.
Super chat.
Really appreciated. And wait till after this ball actually. Bowled by Siraj. Very well defended, up on his toes and above his off stump.
And then
Tongue.
GC Pornbot says, Bishop talking about the benefits of a bit of tongue, those were the days.
Well, where was the Pornbot earlier where the entire conversation appeared to be spanking of different formats, mainly instituted by Ditch. And then from thence it went on to
shower.
Well, then we've gone on to cold showers and Dulwich School. One wonders if these 3 things are in some way connected. But there we go. I'm not sure in which order. Right, Siraj, who didn't go to Dulwich School and has never been spanked there, as far as we know, is over the wicket, and it's well defended by Tongue. Chris Wokes inadvertently gets in the way, but it wouldn't have mattered. It would have been fielded anyway, and there's no run. 4:55 for 8. England have got themselves all but level with that lofty total. India, should they go on to lose this, and I'd say it's a phenomenally well balanced test match right now, they are going to look at that collapse of 7 for 30 and go, that's probably where it went wrong. Siraj, in he comes, 2 slips and a gully. That's nicely defended by Tongue again. No sense that he's trying to whack the leather off the ball. He's going to have a look. He's going to try and get England to at least parity, and he's going to try and support Chris Wokes. Bigger worry for me, Will, and certainly for England fans or England's management, is that niggle for Wokes.
Yeah, I really would consider not opening with him. Although it is a bit of a tricky one. Who do you open with? I mean, it would have to be Tongue and Stokes, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, you'd think so. That one's short and over the shoulder of Tongue, who can duck underneath that very proficiently indeed. No run.
Yeah, I was surprised to see Carse take the new ball ahead of Tongue and Stokes. I thought Carse generally is so good through the sort of the middle overs, the hard overs.
Yeah.
That actually giving Tongue the new ball, he's still a bit less experienced in Test cricket. He takes the new ball at Nottinghamshire. I thought maybe made more sense, but
is that Akash Deep in the middle who's wrapped in a towel?
It is indeed.
Yeah, the Indians, Indian substitutes. Arshdeep Singh, yeah. And the Arshdeep Deep, yeah, I'm sorry, but they're certainly chilly. Oh, that one swings away. Moved in and then away from Josh Tongue. He's got a big smile on his face. He knew that was a good ball. Siraj, as we've seen on many occasions, has got his hands on his head and a somewhat sort of fatalistic smile on his chops. But it's no run. England remain 16 south of that India target. Toby.
We've got another super chat.
Here we
also
go.
from GC Pornbot.
Super chat.
Says, jump on the number 12 bus to Dulwich School. We also have some more chats. Romeo Boy OP says England is lucky. We have gotten away with a fair few chances, I would say. Brook was dropped early on by Pant, and was he dropped yesterday as well? Or even earlier today, perhaps?
Was it Brook who would have been, was it Brook or Pope who was out, but it was the no ball.
That would have been Brook as well, I think.
And that cost them almost all those 99. And that would have made a big difference. You're absolutely right. That one's defended away to square leg, but no run from Chris Wokes, who's walking after the ball has been defended by him, just to try and walk off this niggle. That's well defended. Back to the bowler, no run. The bowler being the unmistakable form of Jadeja, as ever, lustrously coiffured. And is he headbanded as well? I think he is, isn't he? To
I
keep
believe
that
he is,
coiffure from flopping in his eyes. Tosses this one up and defended in front of his off stump. Out to point, no run. 455
very
for 8.
jealous of his hair.
Harvey22 says England need to drop Zach Crawley. Sick of him. It's an interesting one.
Yeah, he frustrates, doesn't he, Crawley? Because there'll come the point where you go, he's got to be dropped today, and he'll make 150. As that one is nudged to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, making 150 is generally quite a good way to not get dropped, I'd say.
Well, and there was exactly what Ollie Pope did.
Yeah.
You know,
everyone
goes.
That 1 in 10 isn't enough. And
Well,
they both do that so consistently.
There is the debate.
But would
that
you?
one's driven straight towards cover.
I guess
Wokes.
the idea is: would you rather someone makes 110, say whatever it actually is, or though they're making 350s in 10, 450s in 10? It's not actually the match-defining knock a 50.
Well, no, that's
the 100
defended
is.
towards mid-on. No run. It's the end of the over. 98 for bowled. 16 England trail by 455 for 8. Brendan McCullum always uses the phrase, or did, I don't know, I haven't heard it for a while, with Crawley. He's picked for his ceiling, not his floor.
Yes, yeah.
Floor, FLWR, i.e. he's picked for what he can do on a good day, not what he frequently does on a bad day, although I don't think he quite phrased it like that. Anyway, 455 for 8, 16 behind England, and over to you, Toby.
More socials, what else have we got here? It was Brook the Noble, Kartik says.
Yeah, I think it was, and that cost them a lot.
Stephen Kelk says seems we're in the boring middle overs now.
Well, I'm a bit surprised, because I for all the money in the world would have said these two are just going to hit now and try and get there by thrashing it. Seems neither of them are in the mood to do that at all.
Well, I think Wokes is probably sort of trying to nurse his side, so doesn't want to go sort of swinging around too much. And Tongue, I think, will probably want to give himself a little bit longer to just sort of get in before he starts kind of really giving it a bit of a heave.
Well, there's only, 3-4 minutes till tea, so you'd expect this to be the last over before tea. Therefore, they have thrown the ball to the talismanic Jasprit Bumrah.
And now then, Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
Here comes Marty Bumrah. Oh, it's beautifully defended by Tongue. It was full and towards his off stump, and Tongue just got a big front foot forward, the full face of the bat, and defended it like a number 3. Super piece
very
of defense.
solid.
There's a fabulous the piece I was talking about earlier about Headingley and by Simon Hughes. He also does a really interesting. He compares Bumrah in many ways, clearly not the run-up, because that is just unique, to Malcolm Marshall. And I thought at first that's strange. Well, I'll give you his reasoning in a minute. That one's edged, and he's going to get 4 for it, and that'll take that deficit down to 12. It evaded Jaiswal's dive to his right. It was a bit edgy. It was down to third man, but it's still 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
His reasoning, it was pace, deception, the ability to manipulate the ball with his wrist. And then he pointed out the Marshall averaged 14 with the ball at Headingley, and also, remember in 1988, he took 7 for 53 with a broken thumb. Tongue going to face Bumrah. What's Bumrah got? It's full. He's through him. How did that not peg back his off stump? Bumrah has the broadest of wicked grins on his face. as does Tongue now, because he knows he got away with it. How did that miss, Will?
I have absolutely no idea.
Oh,
I mean,
it actually beat the outside edge. I thought it had gone between bat and pad. It swung in and just nipped away. What, about an
he
inch?
gets so
An inch?
much through his wrist. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, he certainly does. That hyper-extending wrist that we've talked so much about. He has to be careful of his hyper-extending leg, though, because it's hyper-extending no ball has cost India a lot. That's a full toss. It was a horrible ball and bunted really by Tongue, sharp to take a single. And that deficit will come down to 11 for 60 for 8. Yeah, so everyone says, oh, if you drop a catch, oh, that's cost you there. They less often blame the bowler for a no ball, even if it cost his team 99 runs. And that, in the context of a game this close, is hugely, hugely expensive. Not only that, it was his third... Was it his third... Not his third consecutive one, but I think his third or fourth in the innings.
Spell,
He
yeah.
had his spell even, yeah.
Not what you want.
But that is the other interesting thing that Simon Hughes was talking about, is the undulating nature of the run-up. It can be very off-putting if you're not used to it. He's bowled him this time. He has cleaned up Wokes. It's exactly the same delivery that somehow Tongue survived. Wokes didn't. It swung in, it nipped away, it pegged back off stump. And Chris Wokes has gone for a very, very creditable 38. That ice bark is going to have to be pretty quick. And he's going to have to hope. He's going to have to hope that Shoaib Bashir can give him just a little bit longer in it. But what a ball that was. What a ball that was.
The big question now is, when does Ben Stokes declare?
We're seeing that from... well, that's first of all... I'm trying to think. We'll probably say this one.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
It will also mean, from a rota management perspective, bloody hell, England, 9 down at tea. They're not going to go for tea, are they?
Yeah, they won't.
Oh no, it's so unfair.
What does this mean?
It means
Captain Rota.
It means all the timings are going to shift a little bit.
I mean, it makes
honestly,
sense.
Chris Wokes, you selfish bastard. 460 for 9. We're going to look again and enjoy that ball. How perfect a delivery for a quick bowler was that?
That was really good.
Did it go through the gate or did it go past the outside edge? Oh, it went through the gate, in fact.
Through the gate.
Nipped in more. The one that had evaded Tongue had nipped away. That one nipped in.
Yeah, there's quite a few positive comments about Bumrah here. Bumrah gives me the fear and always will, Stephen Kelk says.
Oh, right.
Lockie6 says Bumrah is mint.
He is. He certainly is.
Mr. P says, oh my god, don't hate the bumster for a no ball. Oh, for fuck's sake, Wokes.
Yeah. Right, well, obviously, it's a very attacking field, as you might expect, for Shoaib Bashir. He's got one ball to face from the idiosyncratic master craftsman that is Bumrah. In he comes. It's full and it's very
Solid.
well defended in front of his middle stump.
That was good.
Go on, Shoaib.
The right ball pushed into the onside. He's given Josh Tongue the strike at the end of the over. It was the 99th. 460 for 9.
What other comments have we got then? 38 for Wokes, gets him a tour to Oz, says that's bollocks.
Early in a 5-test series to be making that kind of call, I think. Especially if he's injured again.
And a little bit earlier.
I do think he should go. But
I do agree. I think even if he just plays 1 or 2 tests, such as the pink ball test and maybe Adelaide or something as well.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up playing possibly the most of any of the English seamers, just because there's always use, well, in their mind, for a controlling bowler who can just settle in.
Well, Josh Tongue's taking a new guard to face Jadeja in the manner of a man who's going, well, I'm here to try and get 50 at least. I think that might be optimistic, but the right intent. Let's have a look at Jadeja's field.
I think that'd be good.
Got 3 deep on the offside. He's got a slip and a leg slip. That's well defended by Tongue.
He's only about 10 balls away from 50 if he hits a few right. Got to think of the positives.
Well, yes, he's not quite 20% of the way there. Around the wicket comes Jadeja. Oh, beats the outside edge. Don't think it turned appreciably. Pretty much went on with the arm, and Tongue just played down a straight line, and the ball was beyond it. And comes Jadeja again, tosses this up. Once again defended by Tongue, quite watchfully, quite carefully. Is England's intent, maybe their intent is just to keep India out there now, because there's no sense that they're going to try and get to parity by, I mean, they could do it in, it'd have to be 3 hits, wouldn't it, Will, mathematically speaking, unless there's wides or no balls involved.
Have to be. Yeah.
Thrown up by Jadeja on the drive, straight to short cover, no run, but still solid from our man Josh. Tongue, not Robinson, obviously. Jadeja in again. Once again defended back to him. Josh Tongue is going, you know what, I can bat, lad. Don't treat me as a rabbit. I'm just going to defend those. If you toss them up, I'll just hit them back to you.
I know that this is kind of inconsequential, but I really enjoy that they're both using their local bat makers.
Are they? Is New Balance local, or are they not New Balance?
No, that's a B3.
Oh yeah.
It is.
Which is Nottingham.
Yep.
Well, just outside.
And Josh Tongue's playing for Notts at the moment. Is he fully signed for Notts, or is he just on loan? Oh, that's a glorious shot. Do you know what? He's got 4 for that. That was the inside out, up and over extra cover shot. It was wide by Jadeja, possibly trying to attempt him, but it was the most perfect aerial cover drive you'll see, and it's got him 4.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
And that deficit comes down to 7. Right, those who are gambling folks amongst you, what odds are you going to give me right now that the sides are dead level when England are all out? They're trailing by 7. You've got Shoaib Bashir about to face one of the world's least convincing batsmen to face the world's best bowler, who's on a fifer.
My guess is about 20s.
And
yeah.
I'll have a look for you though, Tony. I'll have a look.
And England needs 7 to achieve parity. If they do it, you sense it might involve the outside edge of Bashir's bat rather than the middle, Will. What do you reckon?
Yeah. I think it'll be a kind of a, I don't know, maybe it'll just hit him on the noggin and it'll ping over the keeper or something.
Well, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 slips. I think a gully as well. My guess it's going to be full in-swinger. Is it? No, it's wide of off stump. And it's taken an ankle wide by Pant in front of first slip. And Shoaib Bashir, as if he was Geoffrey Boycott, very much of the Yorkshire parish, just leaves that. If you can bomb with that rubbish, Bumrah, I don't care who you are. I'm just going to leave it alone. Quite right too.
First innings lead, the odds. England are marginally favourites, but it's pretty even between England and India. Tie at 17s.
Oh, well. It's
so
actually comparatively short, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In comes Bumrah.
Shorter than I thought.
It's full. It's brilliantly defended by Shoaib Bashir, who he seems to have slightly injured himself in the process as well. We don't need to lose another bowler. And the Western Terrace to a man. Almost cheers. And let's say the warmest round of applause for a forward defensive that you'll ever see, I think. Probably not since Monty and Jimmy Anderson at Cardiff, or Jack Leach actually in 2019, has a forward defensive by a spinner been so well received by a Headingley crowd. Right, in comes Bumrah again. Is this the one? Oh, it's short, it's pulled. It's not going to go, is it? No, there is a man at fine leg. The unsporting Shardul Thakur got in the way of what would have been 4 and restricted him to a single, and he's now 6. That England trail by 465 for 9. Could do it in one hit, Toby. Could do it in one hit.
Do.
Oh,
Josh Tongue, is he tempted to? What do you reckon, Will?
I bet he is. I bet he's tempted.
Bumrah to face. 6 runs short of parity for England.
The field has spread.
What have they done? They have spread the field.
Only 3 slips in.
Short, I still think he's going to bowl full and at the stumps. He's still bowling at a number 9. Oh, he's got him. Absolutely cleaned him up. 6 short is where they finish. Bumrah does have his 5 for. Once again, too good for thee, lad. It was dipping into Tongue and then just enough of away movement. Tongue was beaten neck and crop. His off stump is pegged back. And after 100.4 overs, England are all out for 465. But the deficit, crucially, between the two sides is just 6 runs. We will go to tea, and I think well, we've got a test match on our hands here, haven't we?
I think we have, yeah.
Let's just give you the story of things. Oh, that's not very helpful. I went to look at the scorecard and I've still got information about San Francisco. There. Right, here we go. So 465 all out for England. The star men, without a doubt, you could say, will be Zach Crawley. No. Ollie Pope.
Absolutely.
But he didn't survive too long this morning. Only 4 balls, I think. But it's 106 for him. You'd love to be saying a ton for Harry Brook, but no, he got suckered into the leg trap. He tried to pull Prasad Krishna, but he instead just pulled it down the throat of Thakur, and he had to go. Jamie Smith, 40, batted very well indeed. He was caught in extraordinary fashion. Again, the leg trap. He pulled it. It was Jadeja, the wily old fox, who looked like he might carry it over the boundary. He didn't. He tipped it up in the air. He went over the boundary, but that didn't matter. Sudharsan had seen what was going to happen, and he just said thank you very much. So it was a relay catch. Smith for 40. Wakes bowled well, 38, but he was cleaned up by Bumrah. Bryden Cast was cleaned up by Siraj. Josh Tongue, we've just seen a very good 11. Cast, by the way, made 22, so that was pretty good. And Wokes' 38 was excellent, though we are worried, we think, about a niggle to his side. Bashir, the not out batsman, he's burgled a red inker because Josh Tongue it was who had his stumps off stump pinned back by Bumrah. Well, I hardly need to tell you the pick of the bowlers for India. 5 for 83 for the inimitable, though much imitated, Jasprit Bumrah. 5 for 83. 2 for 122 for Siraj. 3 for 128 for Krishna. And possibly that 3, I think, rather flatters him. None for 68 for Jadeja. None for 38 for a hardly used Shardul Thakur. He only bowled 6 overs. It does make you wonder. I know they picked him as an all-rounder, but you might have expected to see a bit more action than that, especially given the expensive nature of someone like Krishna, whose overs went at nearly 6.5. But as we go to tea, just 6 runs separates the sides. It's a lot more bowling friendly than it has hitherto been, Toby. I think we're in for a fascinating evening session, aren't we?
Yeah, hopefully so. I mean, England will be looking to try and take a few wickets early on, you'd assume. As you mentioned, interesting to see if Wokes is fully fit and does take the new ball. If not, whether Tongue does or Stokes maybe. And I assume that means Bashir is going to have to be a lot more involved and bowl even more overs than he did in the first innings if we're a bowler down.
Well, let's wait and see where India get to. India get to first. Yeah, well, of course. What am I saying? England are about to bowl. Quite right. We shall love you and leave you. I can also tell you, and you can probably hear, the band next door is cranking up the volume, but hopefully you can still hear us fine. As it is, it's got quite a nice reggae feel to it now, doesn't it? So they're actually pretty good, so we'll let them carry on doing that. Be back with you after tea.
See you in a bit.
going to open with Jaiswal?
Rahul.
Okay, Rahul's going to go back to opening.
Yeah.
Okay, that's probably sensible.
Yeah.
That's what he opened last time, didn't he? Actually, in England.
That's
so
right.
It's
That's
probably
right.
good.
He used to be a regular opener until Rohit came to the side.
Yeah,
as an opener.
That's true. So who are you going to? So let's go through first test, first game.
Yeah.
That's what he opened last time, didn't he? Actually, in England.
That's
so
right.
It's
That's
probably
right.
good.
He used to be a regular opener until Rohit came to the side.
Yeah,
as an opener.
That's true. So let's go through first test, first game, first team. So you got Shubman Gill. You got Jaiswal and Rahul opening. Then you've probably got what? Shubman at 3, Karen Nair at 4. Then who comes after that? Then you've got Dhruv, Jurel, Side, Sudharsan.
Yeah.
You might actually give Sai Sudarshan a go here.
Okay, so he's 5.
Yeah. Pant at 6.
Pant at 6. Okay, Jadeja at 7.
Jadeja at 7.
Then you got your bowlers. So you obviously the first test they're going to put Jaiswal.
Probably Shardul at 9.
Okay, Shardul. He's a bit of a waste of a bowler for me, but hey, there you go. Especially in England, didn't do particularly well last time. I happily have him in the side.
Yeah. But he has this thing of he's very expensive and he looks like complete crap, and then he takes wickets.
Yeah, yeah, he can do occasionally. That's fair enough. Presumably, then you've got.
And he can bat. So
he can bat. I'll give him that.
And he's been in fantastic form in red ball cricket domestically.
Okay.
He's been playing really well as a batter as well.
Okay, and then presumably you got Siraj and Bumrah, the 2 experienced bowlers, so you've probably got those on the side. And who gets the other place? Arshdeep Singh for the first test, or Akashdeep?
I would pick Arshdeep, but I don't know whether the team selectors will pick Arshdeep. So they've got the choice of Rashid Krishna, who I would not take in England. They've, I think, just brought Harshit Rana into the team. I have no idea why. I would go with.
They're saying it's backup. Didn't he do okay?
For Bumrah, I guess. Yeah.
Pace, probably, isn't it? I mean, if I'm looking at Crick Info, I love this. Arshdeep Singh is left arm medium fast, but Prashi Krishna is right arm fast medium. I've not quite got. That's that 1 mile an hour difference makes you fast medium rather than medium fast. But Harshit Rana is down as right arm fast.
Yeah, he is. He does have pace.
And then you've got Kohli.
But he's not an obvious inclusion in the test side.
Took 1 for 99, I think, at Canterbury.
But just for variety, I would bring in Arshdeep and see how he goes.
Yeah, it might be quite good. He's left arm over as well. Exactly that. Right.
Move the ball away from the right
and get some swing in if there is any, which there probably will be because it's England. Although in this heat there might not be, but who knows? So yeah. It's going to be interesting, whatever, isn't it? I mean, what's Eswaran like? Having Manu as a batter.
He's a good batter, but I don't know. I don't think there's going to be place for him. These are all top order bats, and you've got to find that right 11. So I don't know if the first if the first 11 clicks and Ishwaran is not in there, maybe he'll get a chance later in the series. But I doubt he's going to be first pick.
Yeah, it's 68 and 89 against the Lions, so he's definitely been in some decent touch. Is it Eswaran? Is that how you say his name, Eswaran?
Eswaran. Yeah, but he was opening there, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't. Yeah, it might well have been. So how
played the test, did he?
No,
I don't believe.
And how many tests does Jasprit play? Does he play 1, 3, and 5, and they rest him in between?
No, I don't think that's see that's what Bumrah was saying, that he doesn't know which tests he's going to play. He's just said that he's going to play 3 out of 5, but he doesn't know which test he's going to play, and which is the uncertainty he didn't want to bring into the captaincy.
Well, yeah, you see, I think there's a decent break after the first test, isn't there? There's one test, and then you've got about 10 days off. Yeah.
And would you want him particularly at Lords? I mean, there's a lot of conditions around Lords which potentially would favour, which is the second test.
It's not, it's the third test, this Lords.
Is it? Yeah, you're right. It's Leeds, Edgbaston,
Lords,
then Lords, Manchester, Old Trafford, and then of course finishing at the Oval.
So where do you think, as forget the fact that you're English fans, so where do you think Bumrah should ideally be playing? Which test should he be playing from a condition standpoint?
I would probably say 1-3-5, because you can the first three. You want
which is Leeds.
You want to get your best
Lords,
side on,
and
which
Oval.
would be Leeds,
What's the last
Lords, Oval. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense to me. Well,
I would definitely want to pick
Manchester's a
Lords
pretty
for him.
well. I mean, Manchester's a pretty good
I was
bowling
just going to say Old
track.
Trafford. Why not Old Trafford?
Yeah, you might want him at Old Trafford.
Did we learn anything from the two Lions games? It was a fairly strong Lions team, and there's quite a few players who were playing in that. I don't know what happened in the inter-squad game, which I think they were playing at Canterbury, but a few players certainly stood up during the Lions matches. Jaiswal would be definitely one of them, for example.
Yeah, Karun Nair.
Karun Nair should have. I mean, he made a double ton, didn't he?
Yeah, the first innings, I think.
Yeah, he made a double ton in the first innings of the Canterbury game, and he made it fairly quickly as well, about 280 odd balls. So there must be one or two players that came out of that who would have probably should have nailed on their places based on those performances, or would have affected the way the Indian selectors think. And he would, I would argue, be Jaiswal. I think made a few, didn't he? Made 60 odd, but I mean he's already nailed on. But it was interesting how those were proper games with the right number of, with 11 playing 11, and it was a good England Lions team. Sometimes teams come over and those games it's like 13 aside, and they're simply thrown together just to get time on the park. But you had a feeling with those there was more riding on it, and it was played in that way. So I suspect India will have learned quite a bit from playing two very competitive games against some of those for some of that team. And Shardul Thakur might be one of them, although I don't think he particularly shone. He took a couple of wickets. I don't think he did anything massive, did he, Thakur?
I can't find the bloody scorecard for that.
I think they'd probably pick him on the basis of past performance and his domestic form.
He played at Canterbury, 2 for 105, and none for 40 at Northampton. Doesn't scream he should be playing. Whereas, like you say, if someone stands tall and gets a double ton, it's very hard to ignore against what was a pretty decent England attack, I think.
I'm just looking at the matches with the England Lions. So Ishwan was playing at number 3, and going the way he's played, maybe if he comes in at number 3, then Gill goes to 4. That's a likely lineup as well.
I mean, interestingly, wasn't it? I mean, both games were a draw. The Lions managed to score 587 in their single innings in the first game.
Yeah, the Indian bowlers didn't really do a fantastic job.
So okay, shall we look at England just for a little bit? What about that number 3 position for England? There is Ollie Pope nailed on.
Oh, well, I think
can they not ignore Bethel, which they were making? Stokes was making noises, wasn't he, about he's going to be our number 3 for India. So, what do we think?
No, well, yeah, but he quickly poo-pooed that and cleared himself up literally within about 2 hours, didn't he? I mean, I don't think. I don't think they changed from the last test. Now, whether that's right or wrong, I don't know. I mean, Pope could be ejected, and Bethel given a chance to come in at the number 3 spot. I mean, as Hendo states, Pope is probably better off at 5 or 6 as a batsman anyway. And the problem is, if you're going to go in with Jamie Smith, he's just 6 or 7. I mean, this is it. I mean, how far down do you go? I mean, you've got to fit in, presuming you're keeping Crawley. You're going to have Duckett's undroppable at the moment. 3 is your one position if they stick with Pope. I mean, your 2 positions that are up for grabs in England side, you have to say, are Pope and Crawley, right? And both scored tons in the last test. So, as per normal, they set themselves up against the weak opposition to be picked for the first test against better opposition, which you can't you can't argue too much against it because you can only go on what he's last performed, right? Crawley, it has to be said, maybe shit at county cricket, but a bit like Michael Vaughan, seems to be able to step up when it comes to Test matches. Bit hit or miss, but you can imagine he'll have a fairly decent summer, funnily enough, and then Root, obviously at 4, is on fantastic form as per normal. Brooks at 5, Stokes at 6. So there's your top 6. There's only 2 positions up for grabs, which Bethel can take
Smith
one
and
of them.
Stokes might be interchangeable at 6 or 7.
Yeah, and 6 and 7 exactly. And then you've got the bowlers. Presumably Wokes comes back in. He's at 8. Probably Bryden Cast comes back in that first test with a bit of luck. He's got a bit of experience at least, and hits the deck hard. Atkinson's out for the first test,
He's
isn't he?
out.
Tongue, Overton, Potts. I would go with Jamie Overton.
No Potts. I don't think there's a Potts for the first test.
Isn't there? He's not in the
No.
squad. Let me have a look at the squad then. I assumed he would be in that squad, but
no, he's not. I can tell you your options.
I'm just looking now.
Back up are going to be Shoaib Bashir. Sam Cook is in again, but do they look at him and go English conditions?
Well, I think if you've got Chris Wokes, you don't need Sam Cook either, do you? I mean, it's one or the other, isn't it? So if you've got Stokes at 7, you want Bryden Cast. They're going to have Shoaib Bashir because they're going to go on the spin.
Wasn't Shoaib Bashir absolute rubbish recently in some match?
Yeah, he's always rubbish in county cricket because no one. The thing is, Stokes lets him have his head and doesn't mind if he gets hit a lot. He got 6 wickets in his last test.
Where was that?
He goes for a few, but he does take wickets.
Where was that match?
We played Zimbabwe and Nottingham, Trent Bridge.
Oh.
But what I will say about Shoaib, he does seem to be learning to give it a little bit more air. He was noticeably less flat against Zimbabwe than he had been recently. I mean, his big problem for me is he just doesn't give it any air. And once he learns to get overspin on the ball, which he's doing, and give it a little bit more air, he's going to get hit because people are going to target him. But he's 21, he's got a lot of time to learn. He seems to be learning in Test cricket. He'll have 12 games this year in Test cricket and probably 2 in county cricket. But who cares, If he learns and he's good, that's fine by me. So that's 9 players, so it leaves you 2 bowlers. I would be tempted to go for Jamie Overton. I actually quite like him as a bowler. I think he's got decent pace and he can bat as well. Which then gives me
He does move the ball, right?
Yeah, he does move the ball and he hits the deck hard. He's pretty good. He reminds
That's what you want.
Exactly. He reminds me of a kind of Liam Plunkett. I might be tempted to just go all fast and then get Josh Tongue in if I'm having Chris Wokes as my kind of nibbler all around who's leading the thing, because Bryden Cast nibbles it both ways as well. So that was I would probably go then Bryden Cast, Jamie Overton, Chris Wokes, Shoaib Bashir and Josh Tongue as my bottom 5.
Forgot your wallet? No problem. With Samsung Wallet, everything you need is already on your phone. Store your loyalty cards, earn rewards when you spend, and keep your travels smooth with boarding passes and train tickets ready to go. You can even tap in on public transport. No unlocking, no digging around. And yes, your payment cards can live here too, safely stored and ready when you need them. Travel light, live smart. Set up Samsung Wallet today.
At EDF, we don't just encourage you to use less electricity, we actually reward you for it. That's why, when you use less during peak times on weekdays, we give you free electricity on Sundays. How you use it is up to you. EDF. Change is in our power. Households who shift weekday peak usage by 40% could earn up to 16 hours of free electricity per week, subject to fair usage cap. For T's and C's, visit edfenergy.com/r-power.
Is that 5? So 7. I think I put 12. Yeah. So Stokes is
one of them won't be able to play there.
Okay.
I mean, the bloody English always trying to have an advantage, right?
Well, so Stokes 7.
Just put an extra on it.
Wokes 8, Cast 9. Well, only leaves me. I'll probably go for Jamie Overton over Josh Tongue for the first test with Shoaib Bashir at 11, which would leave out Sam Cook and Josh Tongue.
So I think I've got to be honest. I think it is. But different for I think a test series against India is always interesting and exciting. I'm delighted it's a 5-test series, as is Richard Gould, who was quoted this week as saying 5 series tests are having a resurgence. They're fantastic. Not entirely unconnected with the money that it drops into the ECB coffers when we play the 5-test series against India or Australia primarily.
Well, as in, like all these places, I mean, India will be very well supported, and in some places it will be like a home test for India. I imagine at Edgbaston there'll be a hell of a lot of Indians. Probably Headingley too. In fact, Manchester as well. Anywhere up north.
Manchester more than Headingley, even, I think.
Yeah. So it's too inexperienced. It's an inexperienced England bowling attack by Wokes, but a reasonably embarrassment of riches batting wise. But with still 1 or 2 questions.
Yeah.
It's a very unproven captain and a transformational India. So we kind of, in some cases, really don't know what we're...
Hello and welcome back to Guerilla Cricket. Mike is joining me at the moment. David has just arrived in the studios, but is having a quick break, a toilet break, sorry, before we get going here. Back at Headingley, Chris Wokes is fit and is going to take the first over by the looks of it. I'll try and quickly find a little jingle for Wokesy. Where is that? That one. There we go.
Wokes was fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net, found this way that his heel had healed, passed the test, and he went
Wokes
to the team.
Left alone, first delivery. As David comes in, that was just actually Jaiswal facing that first one. Hello, David.
Hi, Toby.
That was a very good magic trick.
What was that?
Well, you appeared out of nowhere, having been on the screen in Oxfordshire just a few hours ago.
A punishing schedule from our producer. Managed to clock me off at 12:30, allowing only, I think, a notional 2.5 hours to get here. You've never driven in from Oxfordshire. Here's Wokes bowling to Jaiswal, who that's fielded at just behind point. So a lead by 6
from the studio.
Ka-ching.
6, yeah.
Ka-ching. I got small wager, just a £3, $3 wager on India getting a first innings lead at 10-3. So it's £10. Which would have paid for my parking if there was any parking restrictions in Lewisham on a Sunday. So I'm £10 up. Here's Wokes, and he's pulled out of that because Jaiswal pulled out. He took a step back. So obviously I missed the last couple of wickets, Toby. So is it the question of 9-10 Jack folded pretty quickly?
Reasonably. Bashir was not out in the end. Tung was the last wicket to fall, but he got bumrahs, as did Wokes, got bumrahs.
So Bumrah ended up with 6?
5.
Oh, just 5.
On the end, yeah. Carson Wokes put together a good partnership, about 50 odd off 30 odd deliveries.
Wokes bowls, that's short, and a flash from Jaiswal outside the off stump.
Good start from Wokes so far.
Now, when we spoke this morning, Toby, it sounded like I was talking to a fellow punter. Cat ruled herself out on that grounds, but it sounded like you like the bet, occasional bet.
The occasional bet, yeah. Got
I mean, I put it to you that the 7-5 available against England is a top bet, because my theory, which is my theory, Wokes bowls outside the off stump, and that one keeps a bit low. It's well taken by Smith. My theory, which is mine, is that India will struggle in this second innings. They've been in the field for a long time, and most of these guys have been playing IPL matches that last about, well, even in IPL, 3.5 hours. They won't have had that experience of having to go out and bat pressure after being in the field for the best part of a couple of days. So here's Wokes, he bowls, and Jaiswal lets that one go outside the off stump.
I think a lot of it is also going to be dependent on this opening partnership. So if these two can stay in
Is that Mayank?
10, it is me.
Hi, Mayank. Sorry, hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I was just saying, I think if these two can get to a 50-run partnership, maybe a 60-run partnership, then that stress from the Indian point of view really eases. If they're 30 for 2, then it's big trouble.
Wokes bowls, that's well directed outside the off stump. Nothing on offer there from Wokes as yet. Just the one run on the board, which came from a... was there a wide or a no ball?
I think it was a wide. It must have been.
Yeah.
Well, it was a wide off that second or third
Right.
ball that was really, when Jaiswal was trying to slash at it, he was given a wide. But WinViz is saying 47% India, 46% England. So interesting there that they think maybe India technically has a little bit of a lead.
That's last ball from Wokes. It's well directed again. Decent over from Wokes. That one run from the wide, and so India starting their second innings on 1 for no wicket. That's a lead of 7. And would it be you, Toby, on the socials?
I am
or
on socials, yes. What have we got so far? Ravi says, good morning, GCs from sunny Los Angeles. This test match is a draw. Will India win the first test or not? Robert asks. And Eric says, see, the Corsa made it.
What?
Your Corsa made it.
Oh yes, the Vauxhall Corsa. Who's that?
Eric said that.
Eric, you've been listening all day and you get a special mention for that. Thank you, Eric, for not just tuning in to Guerilla Cricket, but staying with us all day, and I hope you've enjoyed our coverage. It may be that you don't have a choice if you're outside the UK, the BBC signal being geo-blocked and all that. Or it could be that you've chosen us over and above the likes of Aggers and Michael Vaughan, because maybe you wanted a Vaughan-free zone.
I reckon quite a few people would like that.
I don't know about Aggers that much. If people like him or hate him, I personally don't enjoy his commentary.
That first ball from Cass is misdirected.
I'll drop in a Rahul jingle quickly and then a Bryden Cass one.
Cast it is to continue. This one is better. It's straight and it's short, and but Rahul plenty of time to pat that one down. Mayank, you've tempted us there with your opinion on Aggers. Please expand.
Well, look,
BBC coverage in general. I mean, I personally prefer the guerrilla approach, but you might,
I used to like the BBC. I think mostly because it's the official commentary. You can hear the sounds of the ground, and of course they are ex-players, so they do have some great knowledge as well. But after being with Guerilla for a while,
this one's pushed out by Rahul, and good understanding between these two that allows them to take a single. So Rahul, first run off the bat to Rahul.
Yeah, after being with Guerilla Cricket after a while, I started listening to Guerrillas around 2016, actually before that, in 2013, when it wasn't Guerilla Cricket, it was Test Match Sofa. And then I lost it because it stopped being Test Match Sofa. I couldn't find it anymore for a couple of years, and then in 2016 I found it again. And I've got to say that this format, in my opinion, is still the better format, because it's almost like, even if you're not doing commentaries on here, it's like you're a part of the conversation, as if you are on the sofa with everybody else, and you're sitting around with your friends watching the game, following along, whichever way you're doing it. Whereas you don't get that with the BBC or any other official broadcast.
Cast outside the off stump. Jaiswal lets that one go. And
especially in Test cricket, viewership is lower. They always say this. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's dying, it's falling apart. There's not as many people that want to follow it compared to the white ball game. But Guerilla Cricket, I feel like we are bringing that back because we bring the people in with your comments, with your super chats, whatever it is. You can then join in with the website, and there's all these cool things. If you're a Patreon member and you give £10, £20, whatever it is, you get all this awesome content. You don't
Cast bowls, he dropped that short. This time Jaiswal goes for it and puts it away reasonably comfortably. Although probably wasn't looking at the ball as he hit it for a 2-bounce boundary.
Oh, I've got to get a boundary on it now, have I?
Well, only if you feel like it. Usually it should be more spontaneous than that.
There we go. I was ready for the Pride and Cast one, I'd still not dropped in, so I have to go back straight after. There we go, Pride and
Stick your hopes of victory up your broadcast. Your hopes and dreams of
There we go.
Well, I should drop a word in at the moment for our jinglers, Mog and Jeffrey Perkins, and the men who say something. Yeah, here's Cast Bowls. Oh, that's not connected with by Jaiswal with any great assurance at all. Just a thick edge drops down by his feet and there's no run. So that's the second over. Jaiswal getting off the mark there with a 4. I think he might have had his eyes closed when he played that shot. I certainly would have done in this situation. He's on 4, Rahul's on 1, and India 6 for no wicket.
Yeah, Jaiswal's pull shot, obviously it flew away to the boundary, couple bounces, but as you say, it didn't look completely convincing. It was kind of caught slightly off guard, perhaps, by the shorter ball, which I guess having someone like Cast opening the bowling does bring in as a slightly different kind of bowler than Chris Woakes.
Well, a lot of focus now on Chris Woakes. He scored a few with the bat then. What did he get with the bat?
30, 38, 37, give or take.
So he's done his job as a number 8. If Gary Naylor were here, he would approve. That's a decent score for a number 8.
38.
And I'm sure you've all heard Gary's thesis about the importance of the number 8. And it is a thesis. That was the abridged version. Here's Woakes bowls. It's short and it goes down off the thick edge of Rahul's bat. Might get a boundary here. No, it's picked up by Shoaib Bashir, and they just come back for 2 down at fine leg. Nothing particularly convincing about that.
I was surprised because during the tea break, we did see. I was just looking at the TV and they were showing some raindrops. Umbrellas were up, so I wonder if there is going to be any rain.
Oh, just a few showers maybe, but it won't keep them off the field for very long. That was the general view from the weather forecast I was listening to on the way up. So Rahul's on 3, Jaiswal on 4. So Mayank, you've got a view of the 4th bridge behind you, but that's not your location. I'm just going to ask you to complete the picture for us in a moment. Woakes bowls outside the off stump. Nice shot by Rahul. Goes onto the back foot. Trademark KO Rahul there. Square drive, 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Is that spontaneous enough for you there, Dave?
Absolutely. Toby and I, well, almost. Toby and I in the studio together. Mayank joins us from where?
I'm in Manhattan. I'm in New York City.
Wow, man.
So not too far from that bridge, I guess you could say. Certainly compared to London. But yeah, it's an early start for us, 6 in the morning when these matches start.
Wow.
Compared to your nice and easy 11.
Woakes bowls, and that's played out by KO Rahul for no run. So, how long have you been in New York, man? What are you doing over there? Tell us a little about yourself.
I've been living here only for a few months. I'm originally from Delaware, about 2 hours south, and lived in Philadelphia for a really long time. Now I'm up here in New York. So I'm used to these early starts, and
are you a milkman?
No, not a milkman.
Your early starts. What do you? Woakes bowls outside the off stump. Rahul doesn't have to play at that. Why the early starts, Mayank?
Well, because it's Test cricket.
Oh no, I thought you were referring to your job. What's your line?
No. I mean, my job is I'm a software engineer. So
okay.
My job, luckily, I get to start at 9:30
right.
in the morning. But when it's Test cricket in England, 6 in the morning starts. It doesn't matter. I make time for it, especially even though on a Sunday, I would love to sleep in. But this is a marquee Test match. My parents are Indian, so I do have that heritage as well. Although I would say I'm more of a neutral. I'm just a lover of Test cricket.
That one is Woakes goes for a more pitched up ball, but Rahul drives that away for 4. And I wonder how many opening bowlers in county cricket are thinking they should be taking the new ball rather than Wokes. I mean, when Jimmy Anderson retired, because apparently he was too old, was it really to usher in a new generation in the face of Chris Wokes? Discuss.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. Sorry, Toby, I'm cutting you
go
off,
ahead,
but,
Mike.
I think it's a good question because honestly, the thing is, Chris Wokes is not a bad bowler, but when you put him right up against the likes of Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson, he's going to look a little amateur.
He's not been doing any bowling. He's hardly bowled for Warwickshire.
He's been injured.
He's been injured, so why is he playing? That's off the back foot. We're not going to tell me there are no pace bowlers taking wickets in county cricket. If the Bish was in this chair now, he could reel off at least 5 people who are taking wickets, that without leaving Middlesex. So I'm going to put forward 2 names who would be better. Henry Crocombe at Sussex, John Turner at Hampshire. Both spent the winter at the Dale Steyn Pace Academy. Both vastly improved bowlers thanks to Dale Steyn. They've been running through, taking wickets, bowling fast and straight. They're in form. Why go to Wokes? Keep him in reserve. The last Test series they kept him back. He made an impact when he joined Test 4. Get him playing for Warwickshire. He's not above that. And I think we've got to get away from this sort of cast of international characters who don't have to trouble themselves with county cricket. That's a better ball from Cast. Takes the edge of the bat. He's gone. Jaiswal is out for 4. We don't get the solid start that Mayank was asking for India. Jaiswal is gone. And, that really does open up the match. India 16 for 1. Mayank, your thoughts? You didn't get the solid start you Indian fans would be hoping for. You're a neutral.
Yeah. Well, and like I said, I mean, if India is going to end up being, say, 30 for 2 or 50 for 2, 60 for 3, it's going to be a long slog out here. And I think now at this point, India is probably starting to, especially the Indian fans, are going to be looking a little worried because, like you said, there's possibility they've been out in the field for so long, they're tired. Lack of concentration is going to start seeping in. We're getting towards the end of the day. Is this going to be the part of the time now where England really capitalize? They are bowling with Wokes as well. Can he muster something and overtake with Cars and really dominate the bowling?
Yeah, I
remains
think
to be seen. But I think at this point, I think England would be happy with that first wicket.
Well, it does remain to be seen. Obviously, we're in the business of thinking what's going to happen next. A bit like that competition that used to run on Question of Sport when it was good. What happened next? See, I think what's going to happen next is Wokes out of the attack, get Tong in, and let's have a couple of. I think there's going to be another couple of wickets, and I'm looking in particular at the backside of Saeed Sudharsan, the debutant.
There he is. There he goes.
I mean, he's got Dream 11 on his shirt, but it's not a game of fantasy cricket here. This is serious business, and Sudharsan, limited first-class record, really, only 30 matches, playing his first Test match. The pressure is on.
Yeah, he's a surprise pick in my opinion because, like you said, he's only played about 29 first-class matches before this. He has done well in the domestic circuit. I don't follow Indian domestic cricket too much, but based on his stats, he's not terrible. The only problem is he doesn't have any experience in these types of conditions.
I mean, I just can't get my if I could get my money down quickly, I would be certainly going
Are you going under?
Certainly going under, yeah. And fall of the wicket. Here's Carson. Here's Cast bowls, and this is going to be the first runs in Test cricket for Saeed Sudharsan. It's not quite where he intended it, but he'll take them anyway. It's 4 runs down to third man.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think that will that'll hopefully give him a little bit of confidence. The first innings, wasn't able to do anything at all. So the pressure was definitely mounting on him, especially right now when you're 16 for 1 in a second innings, when only a lead of 6 at the start, which would have really bothered India. I'll break off.
This one is defensive, but didn't quite know where that was going. And we can see Sai Sudharsan out there taking a few deep breaths. The pressure will be on him. It won't be an experience that he'd have been in before, being out in the field for the best part of 2 days. In this type of pressure situation, it's the third innings, to give you the Bazball Stokes mantra, it's the third innings that decides a game. And, well...
Yeah, I think most importantly as well, he's off the pair, which I think is, as you say, Mike, going to just settle the nerves a little bit more. As he leaves that one alone. Just whistles past outside edge. Should have drags his bat back inside to keep it away there. Solid leave from Sudharsan.
And that's the thing. If especially Karst, but if both bowlers on both ends can keep that line and length right there, it looks like it's going to trouble Sudharsan, just like it did with Jaiswal. I mean, you have to play at that ball for the most part, and he doesn't have a lot of experience, doesn't know these kinds of conditions. I don't think he's played. He might have played for India A, I'm not sure.
Karst bowls to him, covers up and plays that one down on the offside. I mean, you've got to look at who he's replaced. He's replaced the great Virat Kohli, who was left out in extraordinary circumstances by coach Gambhir and chief selector Agarkar. I mean, they had every opportunity to bring him on this tour. Certainly Virat Kohli wanted to do this final tour.
No, he retired though.
No, the reason why he retired, Toby, I'll tell you that in a moment. I've got this on very good authority.
It's definitely a point of contention, his retirement.
Yeah, I'll shed some light on that in a moment. Karst bowls it short, and Sudharsan looking every inch the debutant, covers up, plays that back. That's 4 overs gone, and the score 20 for 1. Just before passing back to Toby, if I can just complete that story, what I've heard on good authority and more than one source is that Virat Kohli made a phone call to Agarkar, the chief of the selectors, a man who he would have played with, and a second phone call to Gambhir before announcing his retirement to see what his status was going to be on this tour. He wanted a final tour of England to give English fans a chance to pay their respects and him to the crowd. But the phone calls were not returned. Repeat, not returned. So he took that as a sign that he should retire. But how small-minded can it be not to return the phone call of a man that served Test cricket and India over so many years after such a distinguished career? It really is appalling. Wokes has got another over here. He just moves that one back in off the seam. But it's played confidently enough by Rahul. Took him for 2 boundaries in the last innings.
Yeah, that's crazy that Kohli's wasn't even thought about being selected for this.
Well, they obviously thought about it.
As in, like, they didn't think about selecting Kohli.
Well, they did think about it and decided against it.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
that is an age-old issue in Indian cricket, and I think for the BCCI in general.
That's a good ball from Wokes. He's well directed this time. Wokes gets better as the series goes on. This is already better than he bowled in the first innings. 0 for plenty. Still without a wicket in this return to England action. Wokes, the like-for-like replacement for Jimmy Anderson. Could have gone with Cook again. But Cook's limitations were perhaps exposed in the Zimbabwe test match, weren't they?
It's definitely not the type of attack that I think we've been used to seeing in the last few years, almost 10 years really.
Here's Wokes. Can he get Rahul out? No, he's forward defensive solidly there, but 3 balls that are well directed. And I tell you, it's very exciting for me here, coming to you from the studio in the new studios in the Ladywell studios in Lewisham. Thank you. London SE13. That's where we're bringing you this coverage from. It really is a great studio, and thanks to everyone out there who's supported Guerilla Cricket, who's made their donations, however small, on Patreon. and much appreciated. Wokes bowls, that's tucked away by Rahul for no runs. We've actually got an atmosphere not dissimilar to a sort of test match, because an Indian test match anyway, because the music's blaring from downstairs, and we've got a decent amount of crowd noise thanks to Bear's sophistry, and it does feel like we're here watching. Well, we are in the thick of the action, and Mayank is in Manhattan, and Toby and I are here in Lewisham. Here's Wokes again to Rahul outside the off stump, and no danger there.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. When you're in Manhattan, even though I'm up in uptown Manhattan, kind of away from all the what you would associate with Manhattan, with Times Square and all, it's never quiet here either. So feels as well, just like I can hear a little bit of that noise in the background there. It feels like I'm just right over there with you guys on the couch enjoying this test match. And like I was saying at the beginning too, that's what Guerilla Cricket's all about, is that we feel like we're all watching together and joining in the conversation.
Yeah, as Rahul plays inside the line of that one, Chris Wokes' final delivery of his third over, not for 11. He's currently India 20 for 1. Big wicket, first of all, of Yashasvi Jaiswal, though.
Huge wicket, and I think a decent reward for Cast. I think Cast could be the danger here. I've made a prediction in the first innings which didn't come true about Tong. He didn't bowl as well as he's capable of. If England can get a better performance out of him, because they've got to do a fair amount of the legwork here. Wokes, some suggestion that he's carrying a slight niggle.
Yes.
I would get him out of the attack now. Every run is important. You've got Stokes as well. Here's Cast to continue now. He bowls, and that's bad. Plays a miss. Sudharsan outside the off stump. Sudharsan not looking very permanent at all, and it's huge shoes to follow for him. And I'm sure if I was an England fielder now, I'd be giving him the full Kohli chirp, saying, "God, they dropped Kohli for you." Sudharsan, I think he's going to struggle to get very many at all.
Yeah, it almost feels like I said, if you keep bowling that line in length, it's almost like a matter of time before he's going to go ahead and nick one. He could prove us wrong as the innings progresses, but at this point he does look very tentative.
And this one is tucked away off his legs, down to long leg. He'll get a single. So that takes the India score to 21 for 1. If you're just joining us, having done your Sunday afternoon duties, you'll want to know that India lead by just 27. Their first innings lead was 6. And the England, Toby, you could run through the card for us, I'm sure, in a moment, just to fill in those last few wickets. Because of course Pope went very early on this morning. I missed him. He was out almost immediately after the start of play, wasn't he, for 104? And here comes Cast again. He's bowling now to the right-handed Rahul outside the off stump. That's wide, and he's going to have to straighten up a little bit there.
Yeah, running through the card. Yeah, Pope made 106. Obviously, as you mentioned, fell very, very early. I think it was 100 not out overnight. Harry Brook was the leader of the English batting so far today, made 99. Ben Stokes fell for 20. Jamie Smith made 40, a very good 40, partnered Brook for a long time. Similarly, Wokes 38. He partnered Bryden Cast, he made 22, and together they put on about 50 odd together. Josh Tongue fell for 11. He was Bumrad's, Wokes was Bumrad's, and Bashir was 1 not out.
Bumrad's figures in the end?
5 for 83.
Cast bowls, that's well directed.
Yeah, Bumrah's figures 5 for 83. The rest of the Indian attack 5 for 382.
Wow. It's astonishing. There's Bumrah time and then there's everyone else. Yeah. That ball was driven out by KL Rahul straight to extra cover, but doesn't look anything wrong with Rahul's timing at the moment. It was well pitched up and he shows his excellent technique. But it's asking a lot of KL Rahul. Hasn't been opening in test matches that much.
He's batted everywhere, almost to his detriment, I feel like, KL Rahul. He's never really had a solid spot in the Indian team.
Outside the off stump, good carry from Cast. Passes through.
And
Next,
often it's not his fault because of the way that the team has been structured for so many years. He's kind of been put in that role of, well, we got to shove you in at number 4, we got to put you in at number 3, we got to put you in at number 5 because you've got Kohli and you've got Gill,
well, exactly.
and you had Mayank Agarwal at one point. Then so you had Pujara, you had all these guys who had cemented their spots in certain situations, in certain conditions, and then he was kind of like, well, we can't drop him, but where do we put him?
And that's how the off stump leaves that one alone. I mean, Rahul, perhaps Mayank doesn't have the star quality and the charisma of some of the other names that you've mentioned there, which is why he's had to resort to growing his hair, and it's impressive growth, and just shows you the more he grows his hair, the more regularly he appears in that Indian lineup. I'll say no more than that. 21 for 1, end of that over.
Yeah, he's batted. He's opened the batting, batted 3, batted 4, and batted 6 in Test cricket. Generally, he has opened pretty much all bar 12 of his appearances. So, what's that, about 40 of his 60, 45 of his 60 appearances have been at the top of the order. But he has just played. He's only once played more than 10 tests in a year. Back in 2018, he batted 12 times. He's only averaged over 40 in a calendar year on 3 occasions, having basically played every year of Test cricket for India since his debut in 2014.
Big over for Wokes this. He bowls, and he's got the debutant there who pushes this one out behind square.
It also helps not only the long hair, but a couple of years ago when he got married, he married the daughter of a very, very well-known Bollywood actor, Sunil Shetty. And it was actually very funny because in 2023 or so, when his form was piss poor, Venkatesh Prasad, the old Indian seam bowler, he actually had said, India has to get rid of this guy. This guy's useless. He's dead weight.
This ball, Sudharsan, the debutant, covers up from Wokes.
And he said, multiple times, not only on tweets, but also on camera for Star Sports in India, he would constantly come after KL Rahul and just say, like, this guy doesn't have what it takes. He needs to leave. And then, funnily enough, there was a little joke of a meme where he was actually on a plane with Sunil Shetty on his private plane. They were coming to New Jersey in the U.S. to go to some event and to see what became the largest Hindu temple.
Wokes bowls, and also he's going to get his 6th run here, Sudharsan. Is he going to come back for 2? No, just the 1.
And he said he made a tweet. He made a really funny tweet where he took a selfie with this Bollywood actor who's now his father-in-law, and he said, KL Rahul is one of the greatest number 3s in cricket right now, and I can't wait to see him do phenomenal. And obviously it was just a joke, a tongue-in-cheek, as if Sunil Shetty was going to take care of business if he kept saying what he was saying. But after that, you see KL Rahul has re-cemented his position. So it's not just the long hair; it's also the people he's married into, the family he's married into.
Wokes to Rahul. It's well directed, but no real menace from Wokes. It's lacking in something. By the way, the Bish has come back in with 2 more suggestions for people who might do a better job than Wokes, currently doing well in county cricket. And I can remember one, but not the second one. I remember that the first name that the Bish... tell me both again, Bish. George Hill.
Jamie Porter.
George Hill of Yorkshire and Jamie Porter
Essex.
Of Essex. And of course, George Hill would give you runs as well, because he started playing for Yorkshire as a batter. So George Hill is an excellent choice. Works wide of the crease, but there's no great venom in that. And it's played out very comfortably by Rahul. Yeah, George Hill. So we've got George Hill, John Turner, we've got Henry Crocombe, we've got Jamie Porter. And that's before we go to Division 2.
Yeah, but I think realistically, if you're going to go into county cricket and you're going to select someone, it's got to be Sam Cook. And he played in that first test, and you already said, I think you said probably that
Oh, he's the only bowler. He's the only bowler in county cricket.
Well, he's by far the best bowler in county cricket.
Yeah, well, that doesn't mean he's going to be the best in international cricket, so you have to
But
take that into account. Outside the off stump, that's left alone. I'll leave Toby to debate this with Mayank, and we go to the socials has changed now, and we're going to have Toby staying in the hot seat, and the Bish is going to come back. No, I don't know what's happening next. I'll leave Toby to tell you.
I'm joined by Will and Mayank by the looks of it on both on Zoom.
Hello.
What's going on, Will? How are you?
Hello, Will.
I'm good. I'm actually knackered, but I'm really good. Yeah.
Oh, you can't complain. I've been up since 5:55 this morning for this test match.
I haven't slept in 2 days, dude.
Okay, fine. I'll let you have that one.
Yeah. I don't know why. Insomnia's just gone mental, and I'm just staring at ceilings.
India currently 22 for 1. Grinding cast continues. Angles that one in at Sai Sudharsan. 7 overs in now. India's lead 28. What do you guys reckon they'll need to get to for a somewhat comfortable lead, or what would they be happy to defend? I'll come to you first, Mayank.
Well, I was just looking at the messages in Ravi Nadaraj, and he says that this match is a draw. India will put 300 on the board for England to win on 5th day. So first he said draw, then he said England will win on the 5th day. I think for India, they're probably going to get about 275.
Full again from Carson. That's guided really nicely through the covers from Sudharsan. He's going to race across the square. It won't quite beat the dive there. That's a sub-fielder possibly coming on. Good fielding effort in the end there. Drags that one back in from inside the rope, and they get back for a few runs. They might check it. No, they'll give it as 3 runs there for Sai Sudharsan, bringing KL Rahul back on strike. Sorry, Mike, continue.
Yeah, no, I think this second innings, I think India, 275 looks, in my opinion, to be pretty much all they're going to muster. I'm very well known for being completely wrong in every prediction I always make. So next thing you know, they're 700 for 4. But my gut feeling, the way that they're playing, the conditions, the fact it's day 3, I would say 275.
Carson again, left alone by Rahul. How about you, Will? What do you reckon they're going to get, and what do you reckon they want to get?
So I'm basically the same as Mayank in many ways. Basically, if I say something, you can pretty much put money on the opposite happening. So much so that I often predict the opposite of what I think, so then what I think happens. But I'd say anywhere between 250 and 300 is like an absolute steal from this point.
A steal for England or for India?
For England, I would say for England.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, I think anything under 350 for India is going to be trouble.
Driven there by Rahul, but straight to mid off.
I think they'd be all right with 300. I think they'd get away with that. In a weird sort of way, I think this is the most kind of traditional test that there's been in England since the whole Bazball thing.
Yeah, that I definitely agree with. I mean, I was talking about it earlier. The test in 2023 or 2022, New Zealand versus England in Edgbaston was very similar to this, where England put in New Zealand. New Zealand made like 550. England made about 520 or 530. But then in the second innings, New Zealand only made about 250 or something like that, and England turned it around and won that match. And this is very much like that.
Tucked into the leg side from Rahul there for a single.
Yeah. So I think that for India, they're eyeing. I mean, the media has been talking about it yesterday and this morning. They're eyeing that result from 3 years ago and saying, well, could this be another test match just like that, where England, although they are a little bit behind on paper, the third inning, that's where they're going to really take this match, bowl India out early for under 250, potentially 260, and then just storm across on day 4 into day 5 with an easy win. I'm not so sure, because the conditions are different. That test match was very sunny.
Yeah.
Here it's very cloudy and rainy and cold. I'm not so sure.
And we still had Broad and Anderson.
That's
pushed into the offside from Sudharsan. Yeah, Will, I think that's bang on. I think the difference in England's bowling attack from 2022 to now really affects the tactics.
Discount, well, what is it? 1,600 wickets or whatever it is between Jimmy and Brody.
Some insane number. Yeah, well, Nitin Deshpande, he says that match will be drawn if Indian batters need defense. Match will be decided on term non-chaotic performance. Mr. P, he said, dropping Jimmy, why, oh why, oh why. I mean, I guess I get it. I mean, he was like 40 years old, so you can't rely on him forever.
He's 43 now, I want to say, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's a grandfather in terms of Test cricket. I mean, nobody really
captaining Lancashire right now, and
exactly. I mean, these are the odd things about cricket. You had, like they were saying, Virat Kohli dropped basically, and then he just said, "Well, then sod it, I'm out." I'm not going to be sitting around here waiting to get picked anymore. I'm Virat Kohli, so you can kiss my ass. So these kinds of weird decisions are made.
Yeah.
Wilkson again now, outside off stump, and Sudharsan just prods at that one onto the front foot, but escapes without a thin edge.
And Leah asks, what are the sources on that Kohli story? I'm not sure, but I will look for it after this and then try to put it in the chat if I find anything. But that has been the consensus that, he wasn't originally, behind closed doors, he didn't hear his name in the team before it was announced. He made some calls to certain people at the selection committee. They either just didn't give him an answer. They kind of basically shrugged him off and just told him to talk to him later, and then he said forget it.
Wilkson again now. That's pushed off the back foot from Sudharsan into the point region, but no run in the end. Well, there's appeal of some sort. I think it was a slightly joking one from Pope as the bail was dislodged. I think it was just the wind as much as anything else.
I also very much think that we're not playing the people that in terms of bowling, I don't think we're playing the people that would play these conditions the best. Like, I truly believe that Sam Cooke is the best sort of swing bowler in England at the moment.
Outside edge there from Sudharsan, but he plays it with soft hands, and that's going to run away for 4 between third slip and gully. Wokes will have some joy in that he's found an outside edge, but it was guided nicely from Sudharsan. A slight shake of the head from Wokes.
I think
so I better do a little
there is
1, 2, 3, 4.
Sorry, we'll continue.
Oh no, I was just saying, like, I really think that Sam Cooke is like spectacular.
Would you have
I've
him?
been a huge I've been a huge fan of Sam Cooke for years though, and I kind of I'm very aware that the only reason that he didn't get an England side about 5 years ago was Jimmy.
I was targeting the stumps a bit more from Wokes, swinging in a fraction. Would you have him over Chris Wokes then, Will, or?
No, I wouldn't. What I would do is I would have him over. I'd have him over Cast at the moment.
Okay, so you'd have a bowling attack of Wokes, Cook, Tongue, Wokes, Cook, Cast.
Yeah. I mean, I'd also. I mean, like, this is a bit of a weird one, but
Wokes in again, and this one's tickled into the leg side. It's gonna come back for at least a couple here, I think. Bashir coming all the way round from fine leg. Feels nicely, and I think stops them coming back for a third in the end.
I think Casey Aldridge is great, like really, really talented. He's and I've seen a lot of him live as well, so like I can actually wholeheartedly say that he should be kind of getting in those conversations. I mean, I know he got quite a bit of time in the Lions, which is good. George Hill, but I think you guys were already talking about him. He had a bit of a stint in the Lions squad.
That was past the outside edge again from Wokes. Raises his finger, almost celebrating before it nips away a fraction. Stokes has his hands aloft as well. They're having a chat about it. I think they're probably not going to review, but There was definitely some thoughts there that reviewing could have been on the cards. And ends the over in the end from Wokes.
Well, looking at some of the chat, Warwick Allen, he says that Jacob Bethel is currently bowling for who is he playing for? Warwickshire at the moment.
Yeah.
And Jay Grover says, "Oh lordy, now I feel old. When I was in India, when he used to live in India, Sunil Shetty was a rising star." Yeah, that guy's been in Indian Bollywood since the early 90s. He's been around for a long, long time. Yankee 7000 says, "Commentator named Glory Hole. Glory Roll. Nice."
And first one defended there from Rahul off the bowling of class.
Yeah, Will Reynolds, he says Sam Cooke is the best bowler in county cricket right now. So there's another person who agrees with that.
Yeah, I just what a surprise that somebody that has the same name as me agrees with me. Nitin
Deshpande. Well, Nitin gives a good one. He says England need good spinners. Well, they've got Shoaib Bashir, and I wanted to bring that up because he doesn't even get to play a lot of county cricket, yet he's in the national team. So now you've got the opposite.
Okay, so
tucked into the leg side from Rahul there. Could go all the way to the ropes. Josh Tongue's looking a bit slow getting there, but he gets down in the end and flicks it up nicely to stop the boundary. They'll come back for at least 3, possibly 4 though. I think they make it back for 4 in the end. That's good fielding, making them at least run the 4.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a gut punch. I would have just stood there. I wouldn't go through all that running for nothing.
An all-run 4.
Sorry, Will, you were saying something about my comment on Shoaib Bashir?
No, so basically, what's going on with Somerset is that basically everyone down there kind of quite firmly believes that Jack Leach is the man, and basically Shoaib's probably going to move counties at some point in the not so distant future.
Well, they've got Archie Vaughan now as well, who's offers a lot with the bat as well as the ball, which is very helpful. Carson outside off, and Rahul just hides his bat behind his pad as he leaves that one alone.
Stephen Kelp was saying that England have 4 spinners, one of which is criminally underused. Who are the other 3 spinners then that he would be referring to, and which one is criminally underused?
Well, Rian Ahmed is my guess is the underused one.
So actually both the Ahmed boys.
Yes.
Because I mean the baby Ahmed's about 16 and he's still playing county cricket and is shit hot. Jack Leach I think is probably in that conversation, and maybe Parkinson.
Full and straight and driven down the ground nicely there. Rahul, first boundary in a while, but it is also somehow back-to-back 4s, or almost, because he ran an all-4 as well, so he's definitely adding to the total. Moves on to 20 off 29 now. India 41 for 1, just shy of 10 overs.
Well, it's a 4 for a boundary, but it needs a rope. The bowler don't like it, but it has to go.
Because there's a sort of a huge amount of spin in England at the moment that's being massively underused.
Carson again now and defended by Rahul out towards Gully. Dot ball. Yeah, it's a really tricky one with spin in the UK because it's so conducive to seam and swing early on in the season, and even at the back end. By the time it's September, it's often overcast and cloudy, and even though the pitches might be a bit more tired, they've almost had a bit of time to rest with just the T20 stuff and the sort of shorter format things going on between, so they're not really very spinner friendly either. And actually there's only really a few weeks in the middle of the season right now, for example, where they're playing with some kookaburras and it's a much hotter, drier conditions, as Rahul drives that one gloriously for another 4, 2 full from Kars, and Rahul punishes him now with another boundary.
I'm 4. Have you met me before?
But yeah, it's spin in particular, it's very hard. A lot of teams are very comfortable just selecting a part-time spinner. Surrey, for example, will often use Dan Lawrence or or Cam
Yeah.
Steele, both of whom aren't really proper spinners, but they can offer
Well, it's
enough
funny-
with it.
It's funny you say that because Nitin Deshpande also said part-time spinners are not. It's not good for a test match.
No, definitely
So,
not.
you know, in a test match, you got to have a main spinner. Lockie6, he asks, what's the point of having a world-class all-rounder and then not bowling him? And Stephen Kelk, he says, trying to resist bad Sam Cooke with an E. Joke. Change. Come. Must resist.
I think also a large part of it is with so Taunton, like down at Taunton, we get fined for producing kind of spinning pitches so much that it's so obvious that the ECB don't want like any kind of spin conducive pitches in England. So
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that. I think the issue with the pitches at Taunton, which I enjoy it because it's something different. It challenges batters in different ways. As Wokes fires that one in, defended from Sudharsan. I think the issue that the ECB see is the fact that the games therefore aren't lasting that long, and they're a little bit not one-dimensional, but it's so easy to to bowl spin on a pitch like that actually it just becomes a bit unfair for a team like Somerset. But actually they're just playing to their strengths. They're creating pitches that are so different to anything else in England that actually it allows batters to practice. If you're going to go and play in the subcontinent, you're going to go and play in India, Pakistan, wherever else.
Somerset.
That's what you need to do. You need pitches like Somerset to help batters play spin well. As that one's defended again from Sudharsan onto the front foot this time.
I think that's really my point, is that people say, oh well, England aren't any good in the subcontinent, and they don't adjust well to conditions. I mean, it's something that gets thrown at Chris Wokes all the time. But I think if grounds were allowed to do what Taunton does a bit more, you would learn how to bowl like a bit of seam on those kind of pitches, so then you'd be more useful in the subcontinent. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
but I think that's why defended again from Sudharsan onto the front foot. Wokes has been very good this over so far. Yeah, I think it would be really interesting to see how it happens, but it is probably part of the reason why someone like Jack Leach has been a pretty good spin bowler in Test cricket, because he spent years a very good spin bowler at Test cricket in those conditions, because he spent years at Somerset on spin friendly pitches and effectively perfected the craft of bowling when you've got helpful conditions.
Yeah. And they've got good spin coaches there.
Swinging in from Wokes and just pushed into the leg side this time from Sudharsan. Dot ball.
Also, I totally hold my hands up, and I have a huge Somerset bias. So, can you tell?
Yeah. I think it's always fair enough though, because you're always going to want to see the best of your local team or the team you support, but also it means you'll because you watch them so much more as well, you'll see and know a lot more about the conditions, about the players down there. Someone like Casey Aldridge as well, as you say, you rate him very highly. Flicked into the leg side, another dot ball though from Wokes, and because you've seen so much more of Casey Aldridge, he's obviously favoured very much within the kind of England line set up in the kind of the sort of production line that is in and around at the moment. But actually, he's a very talented guy, good batter as well, can bat sort of 8, 9, 7 even if needed, I'm sure. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes.
And the fact that he can bat at Taunton, I think, kind of shows that he's sort of got that.
Yeah, it was pushed into backward point again for another dot ball, and I think that's a maiden over for Chris Wokes. Very well bowled, on the money every time, not allowing anything easy for Sudharsan. That over. India 45 for 1, 11 overs. Lead by 51 right now. Mayank, any other messages?
There's a couple more. I mean, that Deshpande adds as well that Joe Root is a very good bowler, and that they use his services as a spinner. Stephen Kelk, he says, yes, that's of course what I mean when I'm talking when talking about England having underused spinners. One of them opens the batting too. And Eric J, he says, I don't know what this says, but may need the Shrub and Schuschel soon. So somebody's got to help me out, because I have no idea if it even said that correctly. What the hell a Shrub and Schuschel is? Eric, you got to let me know.
No idea.
Jay Grover says, I'm guessing Duckett is the criminally underused spinner. Yes, 100%. I 100% agree with that, because Duckett has to bowl. I'm very much a part of the Duckett must bowl club. and Stephen Kelk says, there you go, Jay, talking about Duckett again. Broken record you are, but yeah, he's mint.
Change of bowling here. Josh Tongue coming into the attack. I'll just throw in a quick little thing if I can find one. There we go.
Tongue love, Josh Tongue. Let's get together and lick 'em right.
Dot ball first up for Tongue. Just floats that one outside the off stump and left alone by KL Rahul. Good way to get into the attack though.
Yeah, I think both these guys now, Rahul definitely looks like he's settled in. He's ready to play a long innings. I think from the Indian perspective, the nerves might be a little bit more settled now compared to when they were 16 for 1.
Full and driven by KL Rahul. Another boundary. He's smashed a few through the covers so far today. That's another glorious cover drive.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
Glorious again there.
Especially shots like that, when you see him playing these kinds of shots, if you're supporting India, you would probably say, okay, maybe we're fine. As long as he continues like that. Sudharshan's also going okay. I mean, he's on 12 now, but he doesn't look as patchy as he was in the beginning.
Left alone that time by KL Rahul. Yeah, 16 Sudharshan's on at the moment. Yeah, and he's sort of easing his way through the innings so far is probably the best way to describe it.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're not quite playing for stumps, but I think it's definitely kind of getting near that type.
Yeah, there's no need for them to go and take the game on and be massively expansive and explosive, just for them to ease through. And that one's left alone again by Rahul. Another good leave. Probably misses the top of off stump by maybe an inch or so, maybe a couple inches.
They've still got plenty of time. I mean, what time do we end today? 6:30, I think, with the extra half hour.
give or take.
So they've got another hour and a half, and with an hour and a half, you're thinking maybe 18 to 20 overs. So there's plenty of time for India to really. I mean, let's say there's 20 more overs after this one, for example. So they've batted maybe 31, 32 overs. You would expect. I think these two would expect to still be out there. Maybe the score would be on about 110, 120 for 1.
Yeah, I reckon they'll be looking to try and get a lead as close to 150 as possible, somewhere over 100 though, as you say, minimum really, and then come back tomorrow, hopefully one down. But I'd say that's probably the most important thing, almost forgetting about the lead and actually just having these two at close if they can, maybe 2 down if they need to with Shubman. But I think if you're getting down and Rishabh's coming into face and Karen Nair's coming into face tonight, that'll leave India in a very precarious position, as that one's again by Tongue, 86 mile an hour. His pace is still up there, but left alone by KL Rahul. Ends the first over for Josh Tongue in this third innings. 4 runs from it, 49 for 1, 12 overs gone. Lead is 55 for India.
So Leah, she says, good to see Sai making some runs second time around. Vaki 6, the lad is always overlooked. I think that's about Duckett as a bowler. And Mr. P, he says, has anyone actually ever seen Duckett? He's so tiny. I have said that for so long, that he's a garden gnome. He looks like a little midget. And then I realized he's 1 inch taller than me. Now I have to take back all the poo-poo stuff I've said about him on Twitter and on the chat, because I look like a total fool. Stephen Kelk, he says, right, it is officially cider time, so I will love you and leave you all. Thank you for the lovely coverage and company as always.
On that
Hopefully
note,
the cider is good.
Yeah, hopefully so. We have a change of bowling. Shoaib Bashir coming into the attack. We already saw Josh Tongue come in last over, but now Shoaib Bashir.
Likes to attack. Now in an England cap.
So we'll see some off spin here from the 6'4" finger spinner. Full to start off with, but Sudharsan rocks back and pushes it into the leg side. Single first up. I was very impressed personally with what I saw of Bashir in the first innings. I thought he bowled very, very tidily, particularly to the right-handers, where you can always struggle with as an offie, turning it into. I thought he showed a lot of control compared to what we have often seen from him in Test cricket in particular.
Well, we've been talking about spinners for a moment, so I just saw Nitin Deshpande. He says Joe Root's a very good bowler. I'm very upset. Nobody agrees with me. What do you guys think? Do you think he's a good spin bowler? Do you think they should bring him in as well into the bowling attack?
Pulled away there by Rahul for 4 runs behind square, fraction short from Bashir that time, and Rahul is onto it in a second, dropping back and launching that one for 4 runs.
I mean, he's definitely good.
I feel like if you're going to continuously bowl spinners on this pitch, you might be going for a bit too much, especially if you're going to bowl half trackers like that are just angling down the leg side. That is a batter's dream. Even a number 9, 10, or 11 would most likely put that away. So who knows? I mean, it's still too early in the innings to be bringing in somebody like Joe Root, but if India keeps going and then they need a mystery spinner, maybe he'll have to come on.
That was pushed down the ground, dot ball. I'd be shocked if we see Joe Root tonight for more than maybe an over if they want to change ends for someone or something like that. I think Root is a good part-time spinner, but generally he's only going to go well when the conditions favour him. If he's bowling to 2 left-handers, if he's bowling on the subcontinent and the ball's turning, he's a very sort of one-dimensional really, and has to have it in his own favour. As that one's turned around the corner, 2 runs there, 2 more runs to care Rahul's name. What do you think, Will? Joe Root, overrated, underrated?
I would say that he does an excellent job, but he finds it hard to assert himself on the game with the ball. Yeah,
I think that's very, very well described. Yeah, absolutely. Shoaib Bashir in again now. And Rahul again through the leg side. Pope is under the lid there, but it was played firmly into the ground, out towards the sweeper on the square leg boundary. Rahul onto 35 off just 41. He's absolutely flying right now. We have one more ball in this Shoaib Bashir over, and then I think we will be having a bit of a change. Who's going to be on? Ditch will be doing ball by ball. David's coming on for some summarising, and Tony for some socials. So we will have all 3 in the studios after this.
Before they get on, I've got a couple people praising me, so I'm going to get those out of the way as well.
Dot ball to end the over there. Why don't you talk us through some of that, Mayank, while we have a bit of a swap around in the studio.
While we do that, Mr. P says, happy piss up, Stephen. Lucky Singh says, Stephen, let's play cricket together, which Stephen Cowper responds with, well, if you are ever in Maastricht, we have a club, the Maastricht Cricket Club, which is the real MCC. Deshpande says, Jack is good, and now here's the compliments here. Stephen Calc says, Mayank is truly the best Guerilla Cricket commentator there's ever been, completely unbiased, because I said duck and must bowl. Nitin Deshpande says, I am outstanding. Thank you so much. Richard Peel, a good friend of mine from New Jersey. Don't know if it is quite time to get Rudy on, but definitely need a change of bowling. Stokes for a couple, and hi, Maya. And Nitin Deshpande says, I want a result. So that's everybody so far. And to Richard, give me a call sometime, man. I haven't been to a Philly Union game with you in a while. So that's me, and I'll see you guys in a bit.
Thank you, Mayank. And here comes Josh Tongue in for just his second over. Wokes was left rather too long in the attack for my liking. Ditch, he bowled tidily enough, but did he really look like taking a wicket?
He's a bit unlucky. He had a couple of possible chances, didn't he? One went down into the ground, one went through a gap. But yeah, he's not He doesn't look like the bowler he used to be. I'll give you that. Whether there's anybody better than him at the moment, I'm not entirely sure.
Okay,
There's been
well,
some discussion.
Yeah, certainly. Tony got the ideal person with Tony alongside me as Rahul plays that. Bish is back in the socials. If you want to get in touch with the Bish, who you would like to see replacing Wokes in this England pace attack.
The thing is, you're going to put someone inexperienced in with not much experience against India in the first Test match? I don't think so.
I think that's probably what they went for, the best they could in terms of experience. He certainly batted well.
Sounds like a very cautious approach from Bazball. That one's outside the off stump from Tung.
Well, they have talked about a modified view of the world, haven't they? Not ever taking the first step back or not being aggressive, but.
Well, the selection of Wokes is a definite step back.
I think
he hasn't. He's been injured. He hasn't played much. Has he played for Warwickshire this season?
Yeah,
one match.
One match, I think.
And the Bish and I were just sort of vamping in the green room just now and came up with 4 names, Ditch, immediately on. And we can think of more as well who should be in there. That's good ball from Tung, gets a bit of lift, which noticeably Wokes was not getting. I came up with 2, and I'll leave Bish to talk about his 2. I'm putting up Henry Crocombe of Sussex and John Turner of Hampshire. They've both been at the Delstein Pace Academy over the winter. They've come back vastly improved bowlers and have been running through county sides. Bish.
Well, I had George Hill of Yorkshire, just because he's been taking wickets at about 15, and he's the second leading wicket taker in Division 1.
Tung, that's short and wide, and Rahul wants nothing to do with it. And your second choice?
Jamie Porter of Essex, who's consistent. Now, against that, I know they'll be talking about Sam Cook, who got his chance at Lord's.
Did we pick the wrong one?
And there is a possibility of that, indeed. George Hill, would have been. I'm just going to quickly try and find his figures against, because I'm pretty sure he played against India A.
I've got another couple of names up my sleeve as well. That one is well directed into Rahul, and they take a single. Good understanding between these two, as you'd expect from IPL players. They're hungry for runs whenever they can find them, and they're on 59 for 1. I'm going to put up 2 more, Tony, for you to think about during this break, because Ditch has challenged us to name anyone. Someone with a lot of experience who would have done a much better job, moves it around a lot more, takes a lot more wickets. Ollie Robinson of Sussex. And my other selection, someone that you will know particularly well, Tony, who's had a very good change of county, Ethan Bamber.
Ethan Bamber. I thought you might be heading in that direction. Well, first of all, let me just quickly tell you George Hill's figures this season. He's taken about 30 wickets, second only to Kyle Abbott in Division 1. We'll wait for Josh Tung to bowl this ball.
Outside the off stump, left alone by Sudharsan.
His wickets have come at 15. He took 2 for 56 and 3 for 64 in the Lions game at Northampton. Prior to that, against Notts at Leeds, he took a 5 for 40. Against Surrey at the Oval, he took 5 for 66. Against Essex at Chelmsford, he took 6 for 51 and 3 for 31. And he took 3 for 35 against Warwickshire, also at Leeds. So he comes with the benefit of knowing the terrain really well. And what noticeably Tung and Cass didn't do well on that first day was really appreciate the undulations and the strange nature of Headingley. This is not a surprise change of bowling.
We've got Ben Stokes coming into the attack, and absolutely key moment for this game. Can Stokes conjure up a breakthrough? He's got Rahul looking set on 36, and the debutant Sudharsan hasn't yet settled, so Stokes will have his eye on. He bowls now out. It's wide, and Rahul takes the runs available there, but there's a fielder down at deep. Well, it's third really, and they go through for a single. Tony.
There's Ben Stokes.
Ben?
Well, we kind of know how this one goes. Ethan Bamber, I love Ethan Bamber. Had he still been at Middlesex, he'd have been my first choice.
He's moved to
Warwickshire, and he's doing pretty well. but he's not doing as well as my other choices anywhere near in Division 1 of the Championship. But he certainly will never let you down. But whether he has that extra bounce that England just crave, I don't know.
And that extra bounce that Tony was craving, in evidence there from Stokes, it was just a good length ball, but just did a bit more, didn't it, Ditch?
Yeah, just took off a little bit, and he looked a bit uncomfortable, didn't he, facing that one? But I just think England are probably thinking, are any of these youngsters or county cricketers who've not played Test cricket, are they going to get on the tour to Australia? Probably not. So surely what they need to do is find some people who...
That doesn't make sense, Ditch, because Wokes would be next and useless in Australia. That's been proven over and over again.
Well, I don't think Wokes will go to Australia.
Well, why is Wokes playing then?
Well, because
By
I
the
don't,
same logic.
I don't think any of the other guys that you're mentioning, I think perhaps what they're thinking is, why get some people's hopes up? Let them learn their trade in the county championship. And probably they're hoping they're going to get a couple of the old boys who are a bit injured back to go to Australia with. I think Ollie Robinson could well go to Australia if he's back fully recovered from injury. And obviously there's the other names that are permanently injured who could easily be back.
Yeah, well, there's a whole list that's down the leg side from Stokes. The whole list of those in permanent injury list. Let's see if we can name them: Stone, Archer, Wood. I'll start with those three.
Yeah, that's three. But there are others, aren't there?
The problem for England selectors is it's a self-constraint when it comes to selecting bowlers. There is a plethora of right arm fast medium bowlers, and they're looking for that X factor, that something different. George Hill, I think, is the closest to giving them that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Being in the Lions team.
Down the leg side, Stokes just hasn't found his radar yet, but give him a chance. This is his first over, and of course he took 4 in the first innings. I mean, George Hill, what an exciting player he is, because he gives you runs with the bat as well. He established himself in the team as a bat first.
Yeah, but he's not even quick medium, he's medium. But what he does do is use the Headingley conditions magnificently, hence those 6-fers and 5-fers.
Stokes, that's outside the off stump. Should have been stopped in just behind cover point. That was poor. And it's given away 4 runs. The guilty person was Bryden Carse, who's probably unused to fielding in so close. But
and if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Looks like drinks are coming in, so I have a little gap here. We can banter on about these fast bowling.
Well, let's name some others.
I'd say if he's just a medium pacer, that's probably why he's not in there, because you're not going to want a medium pacer.
Sure, but a lot of the names, Ditch, we've mentioned, and way above medium pace, not least the first 2 I mentioned. Don't forget Crocombe and Turner, both been through the Dale Steyn Pace Academy. They bowl with pace and accuracy, and they've been taking wickets on their appearances
taking
this
his
year.
wickets at 22 this season.
But Jamie would suffer from what Ditch is saying. He's not that extra bit of pace.
Yeah,
so let's just
medium.
restrict our comments to people with a bit of pace. So I'm sticking.
He's on the faster side of medium. Is Porter, so he's lively.
Would that do it for you, Ditch? Just above fast medium?
I mean, we don't. I think we haven't got a lot of choice, have we? Because
Rain at Durham.
You need some real pace, and we've only got a couple of real pacers.
No, there's plenty of choice.
Available.
No, there's plenty of choice. That wasn't the question. The question was, would it do you? Would Porter do it for you? Just a bit above fast medium, but moves it around, does a bit with it.
I mean, I'd like to see us trying a few prospects later in this series once we know what's going on with the series. I don't think they were going to experiment in the first test.
So
if we're 2 down after the first 2 tests, I think you'll see quite a lot of experiment.
Well, it'll be a bit late by then.
Well, I don't think
that's what tends to happen these days in England.
I'm not sure how seriously are they taking this test series. Are they looking at using it to get better for the Ashes? I'm not sure.
Oh, but I hope that's not the case, Ditch. I mean,
we'll see.
Ty Taylor at Worcestershire's taking wickets. He's 30, so he's hardly a new cab off the rank, but he's taking wickets incredibly efficiently. He's on the quicker end of medium, but again, they crave the extra pace and bounce.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is there's a massive gap between county championship, first division, and Test cricket. There is just such a massive gap. I mean, a lot of the best cricketers don't even play county cricket anymore.
Outside the off stump, and that's a little nick, and he's got it. Carter's got the wicket.
No, that's Jaiswal.
Oh, sorry, that's been done by a replay. It's the Tony Bishop middle of the night thing. I do apologise to everyone out there. It was a replay of the first wicket. You could see where my money is on getting Sudharsan out. That was the wallet talking there. So I do apologise. The score remains India 64 for 1 with Rahul 37 not out. Sudharsan 21 not out. The wicket to fall was the wicket I just commentated on, so treat that as a replay.
Well, you could,
Dryden Cast 1 for 27.
If you could change this jingle to David, it would be for you.
Yeah.
Tony, the most forgetful man in the room. Tony, can't tell if it's alive, he just assumes. Tony, it's a replay.
I mean, Tony, if Mrs. B was listening to this, she'd say there was a more forgetful man in the room.
I.e. you?
Yeah. Terrible.
I think one of the things with England bowlers is there's a massive disparity between the guys who bowl in Test cricket and the guys who represent England in the other two formats. There's loads of guys who are, very good over 4 overs, but they'd be hopeless in Test cricket.
Well, that's why I didn't include T-Mal Mills in my list of pacers. But going back to your previous statement, which I'd like to challenge you on, because I think Bish might join with me on this one, about this huge difference between Championship, Division 1 and Test cricket. I mean, of course there's a difference, but it's not a huge difference. And I'm going to ask you a couple of follow-up questions, Ditch, in a moment. Here's Tongue, bowls, angles that one in to Rahul, who plays that one down. Just to get a sort of a feel here, Ditch, because it's the first time we've been on together for a while. Last county match attended, Division 1.
What, for me?
Yes.
Ooh, a very, 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 very long time ago.
So what gives you the confidence to say that there's this huge gap between Division 1?
I just say there's always been a big gap between county cricket and Test cricket all my life. There's, what percentage of county cricketers ever play Test cricket? It's a tiny percentage.
That's a different logic altogether. That logic doesn't follow down the leg side from Tongue. And that's a completely different curveball there, Ditch. Are you
I'm just saying
debater?
that I'm just saying that there is a big difference between playing at the Test level and playing at the county level, and most guys who play Test cricket for England anyway are streaks ahead of the county championship average player, and that's why they play donkey's years for England. And quite often don't play that huge amount for their county because they're just at a different level.
Well, I'm not sure who you're talking about there. Gus Atkinson is injured, I think. Otherwise, he'd be playing, and he got into the team.
Well, I'm not just talking about bowlers here. I'm talking about just.
Oh no, we're talking about bowlers.
Yeah.
So we're talking about pace bowlers. That's what the discussion's about who should replace Wokes. So Gus Atkinson, I think Tony will correct me here, got into the team on the back of consistent performances for Surrey, and
yes, he did.
And we haven't mentioned the man who was expected to be talked about, Worrell, the guy from Australia who's now qualified to play for England, ripping up trees in Division 1. Decent bowler, outside the off stump, and Rahul lets that one.
15 wickets at 26.
That's who?
It's Dan Worrell.
Dan Worrell.
4 games.
Dan Worrell might be the answer to this one, Ditch, because he's got all the experience.
Again, on fast medium.
He's fast medium, bit more than that. And he's an Aussie, which never stopped England from picking South Africans. So I don't see why it should stop England from picking him. He'll have all the knowledge of the conditions if he was picked for the Ashes. And
I think the real.
Here he comes to Tongue bowls, and that's covered up by Rahul. Single is on offer, and Sudharsan trades for it. So India 64 for 1. Sudharsan's on 21. Rahul 38. The reason why we're having this lively, or did they say heated debate? That was it. Who was that? Mrs. Merton's heated debate is because of, in my view, an innocuous opening spell from Chris Wokes, who hasn't played much county cricket. And if he was the reason why Jimmy Anderson was forced to retire, then Anderson should still be playing.
I think actually the conversation itself sums up why it's such a difficult dilemma, which I'll tell you about in a moment.
That's short and wide from Tung, who's not doing my argument any good at the moment. If this is I bet you're thinking this is the best that Division 1 can produce, but it's misdirected, and that could be the difference in that you're referring to. Who can do it under pressure at test level?
And I think that. So the point I was going to make was that actually you guys have come up with 15 bowlers,
so
all on the edges.
Yeah.
There's you haven't gone. Well, it's got to be this guy. And that's what you want, isn't it? The guy you just say, it must be this guy. There's a lot of people in contention, but nobody would say, well, why the hell isn't that guy playing?
Well, I don't think if we could have a line of chairs as long as this studio, and there wouldn't be someone that says, it must be Wokes.
No, I agree. Right, you're getting no argument from me about whether Wokes should be playing or not.
Oh.
I think he's a bit past it. I'm not trying to defend Wokes here.
No.
What I'm saying is, who do you replace him with isn't obvious.
Here's Stokes, bowls now, and it's his second over, and that one is it swings. Led again, Stokes showing that he can get that movement, and of course he got 4 in the first innings. He got that one down the leg side. Tony's chortling to himself. He's seen something amusing. Is it a social?
It is. It's Pirate Badshaw. I had a row with a mate about gas boilers the other day. It was a heated debate.
Very good.
By the way, can people hear me okay? I've been getting some grief from a number of
just the microphone. I was going to say that.
Adjusting the microphone.
Yeah.
I have adjusted it. Toby must have a very odd-shaped head, is all I can say.
Outside the off stump, and that odd-shaped head has just turned round to give you a quizzical look.
Did he give me an old-fashioned look?
Well, it was, yes, but
an old-fashioned look.
He gave you a big smile, actually.
He gave you a big smile, but do you know, there was something odd about the shape of Toby's head as he gave you that smile.
Well, it was, but hopefully I've adjusted it, and please tell me. Because I might have to call technical support, and I really don't want to have to do that.
No, you're coming through.
He was grumpy as fuck when he left. He's going to be grumpier still if I disturb him now.
No, you're coming through loud and clear now, Tony. That one is pushed into Rahul. Try at the stumps to go quick single, and Rahul picks himself up as if to say, I'm not sure I want many more singles like that, because the element of danger about that.
Interested to see this one. I think he might have been out if it had hit. It was a rubbish throw. If it'd gone anywhere near the stumps, he could have been struggling.
I think what England fans want to see now is England's A game, because this is a key part, absolutely crucial part of this Test match. It did the hard work. They got to within 6 of India. Now they need to knock 3 or 4 over tonight. And how many overs we got to go? That's the question.
Lots and lots.
66 for 1.
Well, we had that delay, didn't we?
And will it get in the way of important evening engagement down the leg side? Thanks to Guerilla Hendo, I'm looking at. I'm now the proud owner of 2 tickets for Rory Bremner tonight at the Richmond Theatre. Thanks, Hendo, for that. With special guest Miles Jupp. So 2 reasons to go, and that's why I was. Obviously, it's a 7 p.m. start, so let's say it's more like a 7:30. Would you say, Tony?
Yeah, but as far as I can tell, Hendo's reason for offloading those tickets is a severe hangover.
So, well, that's well
directed.
Good
reason, if you
that's
ask me.
exactly where you need to bowl to the debutant Sudharsan, who just gets his bat down in time. He's not looking. The body language from Sudharsan is someone who's not yet sure of his place on the international stage in Test cricket. So it's very different from the white ball
21
game.
overs minimum.
21 overs minimum.
That said, we've had spots of rain appearing.
Right.
They seem to be playing through it. There is the threat of more. So we're crossing everything we can cross.
Stokes bowls, and good single here for Sudharsan. They will look for 2. No, he wants it, but KL Rahul wants absolutely nothing to do with running to the danger end, just so that Sudharsan can break his run of singles. End of that over, 17 overs have gone, 67 for 1. Tony, the Bish, is on socials waiting to hear from you.
Yeah, well, John071 says, I was supposed to say that you can't beat the old jokes. Yeah, well, that was in response to Pirate Badshaw. Sorry, Badders. Paul Stratton, any chance of getting Bold and LBW back in the game by bowling effing straight? I think you'd agree with that.
Well, we had a bit of that earlier from the Indians. I mean, there was a couple of shattered sets of stumps.
I may have been too quiet, but according to Mark Zip, David is very hot on the mic. I think in the technical term sense of that, not that you are just hot on the mic. Overdriving it particularly fiercely. Good to hear that a good Christmas themed jingle, says Mike. Now that midsummer's over, we have shorter days. It's just around the corner.
Here's Tongue to the debutant. Just gets his bat on that. I'm going to continue to call him the debutant until he's got a century. Then I'll refer to him as Sudharsan. Sai Sudharsan 22, Rahul 39, India 67 for 1. Peter is listening to this coverage from Southsea.
Oh, right.
In just outside Portsmouth. That's the really nice bit of Portsmouth, the Liberal Democrat area. And not to be confused with the area that in Fratton that tends to vote Labour.
Where Fratton Park is, presumably.
Exactly, yeah. And you don't need any encouragement to describe Fratton Park.
Hi-ho, Pompey, Pompey hi-ho.
My dad was born in Southsea.
Outside the off-stump, Sudharsan really throws the bat at that in an IPL fashion, but it won't do in Test cricket. Surely Rahul's going to have a word with the... I was going to say youngster. Would I be correct in saying youngster for Sudharsan?
Sudharsan's 23.
23,
He's
so
from
yeah.
Chennai. That's very young for an Indian Test cricketer nowadays.
Can we have his first class record, Tony, if it's available?
It is, but I don't have it here, but I can soon find it for you. I can tell you he didn't feature against the Lions, so it's been all IPL stuff for him.
Outside the off stump, and that Sudharsan lets that one go. Ollie has been in touch saying, please bowl effing straight. Was it the same Ollie who...
It's the same one who I read that very same message a couple of moments ago.
Oh, beg your pardon. And Peter has been in touch to say, this is Peter from Southsea, Worrell for Wokes. Yes, we're homing in. That is to me, that is the name that stands out, because he answers all the points that the ditch was making. Oh, that nearly got through and just got a bat on that. That was could have been absolutely plumb. Wry smile from Tongue. He's got the bit within his teeth. This is what an opening bowler should be doing, attacking the debutant. Stokes was a bit lax in letting the old clique at the top of English cricket, him and Wokesy and all that. If it had been someone else, he might have pulled him out of the attack before now. But Worrell is the name that stands out. And congratulations, Peter. You win the prize. I offered a prize to the first non-Guerilla commentator to post a comment, and it is you, Peter, and you win a prize. That's 2 runs here to Sudharsan on the leg. That one on the legs of Tongue. He goes through to 22. I said it was a cricketing prize. It's a rather good one. It's a seat in the upper tavern stand for the first day of the 3rd Test match between England and India.
Oh, fantastic.
And that's the prize I've just given away.
Wow.
The only downside is the seat next to me.
Oh.
So it's just as well that my brother, Peter, has won that prize.
Oh, it's
no, it could have gone to anyone on my WhatsApp World of Cricket group.
I'll tell you in a moment.
This is outside the off stump. He has a flash of that. Has it been taken?
No.
It's been spilled by Ben Duckett in the good catch has got to be taken. We've seen a misfield from Carse, and now Duckett put that one down. It was sharp. It was at gully. Should have been taken. It's Test cricket. Ditch.
Yeah, I agree with that. He's got his overall average is 40 in 29 first-class games. Sai Sudharsan.
I think I'll be
for Tamil Nadu.
I think I'll be seeing Ben's dad shortly on the 8th of July. He usually turns
Duckett or Stokes?
Not Ben Stokes' dad.
No, Duckett's dad.
Right. What's the occasion?
It's the Steve Mayers Memorial Match. It's at Dulwich College on the 8th of July. I shall be scoring. Steve Mayers is a legendary old Olanian who played many championship games. Sadly died far too young.
Another player that died far too young, Sid Lawrence.
Yeah, very sad.
Very sad news we woke up to this morning. David Lawrence, of course, named after the 1950s band leader Sid Lawrence, outside the off stump. That's wide from Stokes. Let's that one go. 18 overs, 69 for 1. Yeah, R.I.P. to David Sid Lawrence, who sadly passed away Tremendous, wholehearted competitor, and latterly, president at Gloucestershire County Cricket Club. And
the more we look at that drop, by the way, from Duckett, the more
it should have taken it at the second.
Absolutely, is one that should have been snaffled.
Over to you, Tony.
It's not the first he's let drop this season, unfortunately. I seem to recall another one that he should have taken, but it was that might have been in the ODIs against West Indies.
He's taken a few though as well. He has taken a few.
Yeah, no, he's normally reasonably reliable, it must be said.
Yes, I think his dad normally runs the opposition in this Steve Mayers match, and he's a very, very nice chap indeed. I'd known him for donkey's years, had no idea Ben Duckett was his son whatsoever, even though his name was Duckett. But, there you go, I didn't put two and two together. So,
well, I'll tell you after this ball.
Production note here to Toby. Toby, could you just pass the bottle of water through? That's what you don't get on TMS, because they have a whole team doing this sort of thing.
Yeah, they probably have fluffers before they go on, David.
They
probably get fluffed.
There's a bit of movement around the ground staff here with a few drops of rain. And
no, I think it's the covers are sticking up over the signs, and they're putting something over the covers so that the batsman's not distracted by the blackness of the covers.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
And
so Ditch, you mentioned your playing career at the Old Elenians. Would you have played alongside a promising slow left arm bowler, maybe carried a little bit of excess? The Bear, Roger Walker?
Many a time. Not what I
Stokes
say.
bowls outside the off stump, and Rahul lets that one go.
I say many a time, not that many a times, because the Bear wouldn't demean himself to play for my somewhat more junior side that often. But I've seen him bowl hour on hour for the twos with Dan Norcross. The Bear was the mainstay of Dan Norcross's bowling attack for many, many years at Old Elenians.
So Dan Norcross captained the Old Elenians.
Yeah, Old Elenians twos.
Old Elenians twos. Dan now of Test Match Special.
Yep.
Then of Test Match Sofa. And so it was an all Test Match Sofa attack, was it? Mainly. Here's Stokes coming in now to... he's played. Has he played on? Nearly played on.
Played on to his pads.
Just hit his pads. Second line of defence. But India living dangerously here at 69 for 1.
Yeah, so he had the Bear, and then I think he struggled to get a regular, other member of his bowling attack. So it was spread around all sorts of people. Nobody that I can particularly think of who's a Test Match Sofa or a Guerilla boy, particularly. Of course, the other chap was around. Who used to captain the OA's thirds on a Saturday, is a man that most of you will have forgotten, but was a legend
down the leg side. Stokes, well stopped by Smith
on the sofa for many years. Jonathan Zoob.
The ghost of Zoob does still turn up occasionally.
Turns up
on social channels.
So I have not seen John for a very very long time. Which is rather sad.
It's disappointing to see that public school boys are dominant, even at club level and Guerilla Cricket level. I've never. So Elenians, was that a private school?
It's Dulwich College.
What?
Dulwich College Old Boys.
So yes.
Yes.
Hold on a moment. That begs a question, and that's covers up by. How did that? Rahul, there's no run. What was Bear doing in that team then?
Well, because Bear was a pretty decent bowler. We needed a decent bowler, and Dan met him in a pub, I suspect, and said, "Do you want to fancy a game?" And Bear said, "Oh yeah, all right then." And so
Norcross is Dulwich College.
Norcross very much Dulwich College, yeah.
And Bear very much not Dulwich College.
Bear very much not.
He did get
Dulwich
there,
College.
He did try and go there for a job actually recently.
Oh, did he?
Which he didn't get badly.
Oh well.
I mean, it was a bit ambitious going for netball coach.
I can't imagine anybody playing netball at Dulwich personally.
No,
but
here's Stokes. Can he get the breakthrough that England fans are after now? No, not there. Rahul just tucks that one comfortably to mid-wicket. So at the end of England have bowled 19 overs. India, with the first innings lead of 6, are 70 for 1.
Is Hendo's not a public school boy, is he?
I don't know where he went to school actually. I know he played for Epsom, I think.
Yeah,
Kieran Roseblade says England have thrown us away. They need wickets, maybe 6 of them. No point England going to Australia to play cricket with these bowlers unless they unleash the duck. Well, there you go.
The duck?
The duck being the duckster. Get the boy bowling.
Oh.
It's becoming something of a movement. Without a doubt. Now, someone was asking as well, has the pitch flattened out?
I don't think so. I think there's a lot in this for the bowlers. It's we're seeing a lot of bounce and good carry.
Well, yeah. And
an occasional one that keeps low as well.
We spent a lot of time yesterday talking about the decision to bowl. I'll just reprise a couple of
here's
those
tongue
points in a moment.
To that's very
that's
wide
horrible.
and surely going to be called a wide by the umpire. Is that allowed?
No,
Is it?
that's allowed in Test cricket. It wasn't outside the popping crease.
Yeah.
Stokes want more from his frontline bowler Tongue here, Josh Tongue, who's been carrying the drinks for a while. He's had to wait for his opportunity.
The interesting stat that we found was that Headingley is the only ground in the world. I'll just wait for Josh Tongue.
Here he is. He bowls. That's well directed, but Rahul's looking very confident and competent at the crease. He's on 40.
It's the only ground in the world since 2011 where overall batting averages rise innings on innings from the first to the fourth.
Mm.
Oh, that's very interesting.
So, yes, it does have a tendency to play better as time progresses, and that was very much in Ben Stokes' mind. A decision which doesn't look quite so desperately awful now, given that England have got to near parity on the first innings.
Lovely drive, sumptuous drive there from KL Rahul. Anyone that paid their money will have enjoyed that shot. Probably one of the shots of the day. He just leant into it, and his hair flowing as he played that shot. Bastard.
I think the only problem for India here is that if they want to win this game, they really have to get on with it, because we've only got 2 days left. And we could easily have 4 innings over 400 here, couldn't we?
Well, I don't think that. I don't think that will happen. But it's the great unpredictability of cricket. Rahul rocks onto the back foot and shows he's got all the shots. There's a man deep mid wicket who fields that, and they run 2. So Rahul's got a half century within his sights here. Let's have a quick look and see what that would make. So Rahul on 46. What is his Test match average? Another production note. Have you got any? Can you find a way of charging the latest iPhone 16? Because they've changed, thanks to the European Union directive, they've now changed the Apple charging. That's played out to extra cover, and
I
there's
think
no
you
run.
might be very lucky, because I don't think there are any leads here. If it's a standard USB-C, I haven't seen a USB-C lead here all day. So
76 for 1 India, and they lead by 82. And Tony, you've got something to say, I think.
I'll wait till the end of the over.
Oh, ever polite and courteous. After you, Claude.
Yes. My dad always used to say that. Where did that come from? Yes, no, after you, Claude.
Your dad.
Well,
His tongue
yes.
bowls outside the off stump. Rahul leaves that alone. That's the end of 20 overs. India 76 for 1. Tony.
It's I can tell you where it comes from. It comes from an act on the musical.
Yes, I thought
years
it
ago.
was, but I was trying to remember which one.
I should know, and I've forgotten what their names
I'll
was.
look it up, because it's going to torment me now. It was Nitin Deshpande who was asking about the pitch being flat at the end of the third day. He then went on to advise British people, when you watch cricket, eat cheese with the beer so that you can protect your liver and brainwave function. Well, that's a good tip. Kieran Roseblade says, Tony, that's not the only movement. Duckett can move it off the pitch, in the air, and from the wrist. There is also one more movement when he bowls from the batsman who would shit himself.
You don't get out to Duckett in a Test match. Can you imagine Sudharsan facing Duckett now as a debutant with the whole of India watching?
He'd be quaking
and
with fear.
Duckett gets him out. I mean, you'd want to do anything to avoid that. Stokes bowls to him now. Defensive, no run there. Stokes surely is going to try and keep him down at that end, because 1 over from Stokes, I think, could be enough here to get rid of Sudharsan.
A little bit of shape on that one as well. It just started to go at the end, I thought.
Got to keep him down there, keep him on strike. Nothing down the leg side, skipper. Stokes.
It was noticeable in the first innings of this match that the ball really didn't swing till about 20 overs much.
Until Stokes came on.
Well, no, I think the others did get it before him, but it was very not doing much for quite a while. And then suddenly it just started to do a little bit. Not a huge amount, but just enough to make it a lot more difficult.
Stokes bowls it short. Ooh. And just a reminder to Sudharsan that he can't just rock onto the front foot, which is his first movement. That'll keep him back there. So Stokes is setting him up here. I'm twitching over my Bet365 account because I feel a wicket is coming.
What have you gone under?
Unfortunately, that's gone. Yeah, we don't talk about that.
Okay.
You got it.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I thought that was because I hadn't bargained for Wokes bowling 7 innocuous overs. I thought he'd be taken off after 2 of them. I thought we'd seen enough. But he's one of the clique. Stokes into bowl now. Attacking shot from Sudharsan, of course, who should be out because Duckett put him down a couple of overs ago. He's going to come back for 2 here, down to deep cover point.
I've just realised why Toby's looming and lurking. It's because we've been rabbiting on past our sell-by date.
Doesn't time fly?
Past our sell-by date. End of the over, Toby.
Toby will be taking over on...
you can have a breather, David,
yeah,
until you're back on at 6:10.
Excellent. So Toby taking over on the ball by ball?
It's either me or Toby. It might be me actually on ball by ball and Toby on comments.
Okay, so
Ditch
Toby's coming back.
Stay in the CT's in
okay,
and take over social duties.
Stokes bowls. It is leg side. Really shouldn't be bowling there to Sudharsan. That is his shot, and he gets 4 runs.
Oh, you'll have to pass me the iPad
It's
over
me,
there.
Yep, we can do that. But while you do that, David, this should be good for your iPhone, surely. It's good enough for an iPad. It should work for an iPad.
No, it's because that's the proper iPad one. I
Oh,
tried that on my phone.
right.
You need a USB-C.
It's is that the name for the universal?
Yeah.
Yeah, the universal. That this is a European directive.
Yeah, you won't
very
find
rarely hear me say anything against the European Union, but on this issue, I am very much against what they've done because it means that everyone with an iPhone has got to get a new charger, and the European Union would say they're doing the consumer a favour. Let the consumer decide.
You haven't got to get a new charger. Just
let the consumer decide.
Just a new lead. That's all you need.
Here's Stokes. He bowls. That's taken. It's out. I would have got the money, but unfortunately I was commentating, so I couldn't get the money on. It's taken at mid-wicket. Sudharsan, the debutant, is out, set up by Ben Stokes. He actually put that one right up to him, and he flicked it to mid-wicket. It was nicely taken catch, and Ben Stokes, of course it had to be him, gets the wicket. India 82 for 2. The debutant is out.
Do you want to pass me over? We can. Do you want to come in, Toes?
I'm a loser.
I'm a loser,
babe. I'm just a loser.
Well. There was the breakthrough. Debutant Sai Sudharsan. He's gone. He faced 48 balls for his 30. Caught low down at mid-wicket by Crawley off the bowling of Ben Stokes. And it wasn't actually, I don't think. Did you catch it there, Toby, before you came in?
Just about,
it
yeah.
didn't actually look like the best of deliveries to me.
He
just seemed to miss time the shot, didn't he?
Yeah. It was,
but he's gone.
Most importantly.
Yeah, he has gone. So England have that breakthrough. Now there'll be another 16 or 15 or 16 overs tonight.
This has got to go.
Plenty of time for more wickets.
I don't think they'll get that
England
many overs in.
Pitch it up. Let's have a look.
There's only another 40 or so minutes.
That's got to go back to Tony to sort out putting it back on YouTube, unless you can do it.
Yeah, it's updating the app.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Not helpful.
Not at all.
17 overs remaining that to be played officially. It's only 10-6, and we can go
half
late.
6 or
Tea was slightly
later?
delayed, wasn't it?
Yeah, but they'll take that time from after tea and put it before, don't they? Because it's the extra half an hour.
Oh yes, you may be right. So when they finish at 6:30, whatever.
Yeah, I think
in which case they're not going to get 17 overs in, are they?
Yeah, another 8, maybe.
Well,
9
anyway,
for
Ben
push.
Stokes, he's got 3 slips a gully and he's got a backward point. So he's attacking that off stump. It's flicked up in the air. over slip and gully. One bounce. Ben Stokes kicks the ground in frustration. He'd made the breakthrough, but he's allowed Shubman Gill, century maker in the first innings, to get off the mark with one of these.
On the floor, and one more four than the four before. That's what fours are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
What it is to have a bright former Dulwich College student sitting next to you and sort out your technology for you. How fantastic.
Teamwork makes the dream work there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. I think you should also say much younger.
much
I
younger.
think that possibly...
Yeah.
That's where my tech advice, other than, I'd go to the bear, but I only get shouted at. But if I ask either of my lads, I do
Yeah, he's
pretty
only
well.
He's only 6 years older than my grandson.
Who, the bear?
No,
oh, is it?
Toby.
I was going to say, surely not. We're going to see that wicket again. Yeah, flicked away, taken low, ankle height by Crawley. And for a big, he's got further to go down than most, Toby, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
So he did take that particularly well. And it was very unfussy. I suppose he didn't have time to be fussy. Came at him pretty quickly. But he didn't do much with the bat. But he has done pretty well there for England. He's got Ben Stokes the wicket. He's got England the wicket.
Oh. Have we had three lovely specimens?
In what sense?
Well,
as a tweet.
Yeah.
I was going to say, you're not talking about us then.
No. Well,
or you may be indirectly.
Yeah. Three lovely.
Indirectly, you may be right.
Right after this,
Bashir slip and a leg slip go down. That's sort of speared into the ground. Really, it does turn, but he had to really sort of chuck it into the ground to get it to do it. Rahul turns it to leg. There's no run. Ditch.
This must have been beforehand because Toby doesn't. It doesn't apply to Toby. Three lovely specimens commentating at the moment. Looks like a doctor's waiting room.
Well, at least not God's waiting room. At least over the wicket comes Bashir, throws it up outside of off stump. For some reason known only to Harry Brook, he throws his arms up in the air as if that had just brushed the off stump, which it was nowhere near.
I think if it had gripped and turned maybe 2 or 3 feet, then maybe that's what Brook was thinking, obviously.
Yes, that's a lot of
what ifs
for the level of excitement that Harry Brook was demonstrating. Right, Bashir again, in he lopes. Again, it's a good off break. Played off the back foot by KL Rahul, back to the bowler.
Kieran Blowsblade says, for the uninitiated, Duckett has a first-class bowling average of 49.50 and has bowled 25 overs and taken 2 wickets.
Well, that's a better first-class bowling average outside of Test matches than Shoaib Bashir. So there is your argument, Kieran Roseblade. What more could you possibly want to justify the Ducksters being given the ball that's left again outside of the off-stump? Not quite so excited from Harry Brook this time.
Yeah, and a wicket every 12.5 overs. That's not bad.
Well, it depends how many runs you're going for in between those wickets, I
Well,
suppose.
yeah, that's true.
There's buying wickets and there's buying wickets.
But he's only gone for 2 and over.
Oh, well, that's
49.
not bad, is it?
Oh no, that's an average of 49.5.
Yeah.
So no 4 and over. It's gone for 4 and over. Tell a lie.
That's high.
Yeah.
At red ball level, that turns and takes the inside edge of a slightly tentative prod from KL Rahul. It's away to the onside. Snow runs good over this so far from Bashir. Probing, teasing, testing, flighting the ball, giving KL Rahul, a man of some experience, plenty to think about. He's also 4 short of a 50. So tempting him, not a bad move. In he comes, again, plenty of air, gives it a rip, when it doesn't really turn though. And is eased into the offside, no run, it's a maiden over. Well bowled Shoaib Bashir. 92 India lead, it's 86 for 2. Ditch.
Pirate Badshaw says, yes, but which cheeses pair well with beer? I can imagine blue would pair well with anything. And then Kieran Roseblade comes back with, blue cheese and Carling go great together, if you like mould and piss.
Yeah.
Bit of stinking Bishop alongside Bishop's finger.
Yeah.
There you go. There's a recommendation.
Stinking
for
Bishop
both beer
Bishops.
and cheese of the most excellent combination available.
Yeah, Pirate Badshaw says, well, that's your own fault, Dave, for buying an iPhone. If you had an Android phone, this wouldn't be an issue. It's only Apple who are laggards in adopting USB-C. Yeah. Well, he'd still have the same problem because he'd still have the wrong lead. Because he's
Ben Stokes again into the attack. 3 slips and a gully. He's in from the Kirkstall lane end. As the slips go down, it's down leg. Jamie Smith tumbles to his left. There's very half-hearted, almost apologetic appeals for a leg side strangle.
Dave's real problem is he didn't bring his lead with him. And then if he brought his lead with him, he wouldn't have a problem, would he? You know.
I'm going to leap to David's defence here because one, he phoned me at 7 o'clock this morning, woke up my missus, who immediately blamed me. I said, it's not my fault the idiot phoned me at 7 o'clock this morning, and now you're saying somehow it is. So I rushed off to the bathroom, literally having just been woken up, and I'll wait. So that one is again down leg, taken on the tumble by Jamie Smith. There is no run. Not being fully compos mentis, and taking in information as I should have done, I sort of knew David was going to be on this morning, but I didn't know he was going to plan to come to the studio this afternoon. So I said, well, can you do the morning from home and then get to the studio? And he said yes. I hadn't realised I was asking him to do it in sort of record time. Oh, that swings away, and he's taken as he moves to his right by Jamie Smith. That Shubman Gill gives him an appreciative nod back to the bowler. And I'm not surprised because captain bowling to captain, that one really swung, Toby, didn't it?
Yeah, really good ball again from Stokes. He's definitely been the pick of the bowlers in both innings so far. I'd have thought Stokes has. That one just angled in, as you say, nips away off the pitch. Probably a fraction too short to really trouble Gill.
Well, a man who knows Headingley pretty well, of course. After heroics here in 2019, that one is left alone and taken behind the stumps tidily by Jamie Smith, who's been generally tidy.
Lucky Six says
his glove work.
He did drop. Was it Rishabh Pant? No, missed a stumping for Rishabh Pant.
He missed the stumping. For
yeah,
Pant, yes.
It obviously got a bit big on him, but it was a pretty simple.
This was the
stumping.
one where Pant threw his bat away.
Yes.
So he should have stumped him the first time, and throwing the bat away would have made no difference. I'll just hold the thought. So yes, that was undoubtedly a wicket-keeping error. That's well defended and pushed to mid-on by Shubman Gill. However, there was the potential that he dropped the ball, but it was right at his feet, and he could have got him the second time. And I think what then put him off was the bat flying past his ear. So, in other words, the second chance, you could say, okay, fair enough, but he shouldn't have needed a second chance because he should have effected the stumping in the first place.
Just
so
popped
it was
up
still a
mistake.
A
little bit more than he thought, I think.
Right, Ben Stokes, in he comes, his red hair flowing behind him, and that's worked away nicely off his hip to backward square. In comes a tall Shoaib Bashir, who carries on running. Actually, he decides not to throw it. Well, he does eventually throw it to Harry Brook, but he threw it on the run.
I think he'd miscounted, had he? Or was that? No,
he thought it was the end of the over.
I think perhaps it is the end of the over because they've gone on to highlights, so that usually means it's. Oh no. Oh yeah, no, it is because
these are highlights.
That's Harry Brook, yeah.
So that must have been the end of the over, and he had correctly counted, and he was just rushing in to get the ball. Lucky Six says, "Give the lad a crack at the new batsman. The time has come." I think he's referring to Duckett.
He is
not to Bashir. Nitin Deshpande says, "Pitch is flat. I told you tens of times. You ignore me." And Pashatz says, be fair to Bashir, more than half his first-class matches are tests. Yes, we know that.
Well, that is true. He's very much a man learning on the job. I think the Duckett movement, of whom we're very fond, are of the belief that if you keep saying something, eventually it becomes true.
Yeah. I'll make another comment in just a moment. But
he was going to come in. The slip and
it's gone back now.
Leg slip were ready. The conventional slip much finer. The leg slip probably set at what would be second or third slip.
Oh, now he's pulled away again.
Shubman Gill has pulled away again now. Something must be troubling.
Yeah. I'm going to do. I'm going to.
We know what it is.
I'm going to do this tweet very quickly. Eric J says, "The lad is a true shock bowler. He's a hell of a shock when he's called on."
The shock would be if A, when he comes on, and B, if he did take a wicket. Right, in comes Bashir. That's nicely guided all the way along the ground by Shubman Gill down to cover, where a bejumpered Crawley strolls into field and they take a single. It's been a windy day. Every time, the first day of this test match, every time we cut to anyone in the crowd, it was all shirt sleeves. If we went to the players' balcony, it was shirt sleeves. Today it's been jumpers and on occasions towels and scarves and goodness knows what else.
Lots of hoods up, hats on.
Yeah, hoods up, hats on. who is a very promising player, I think, for Chennai. Hoods up, Hudson. That one is steered away by KL Rahul. Crawley again. Field to cover, they take a single.
That reminds me of the legendary bit of stuff we did many years ago. I'll see if I can dig it out from somewhere. West Indian cricketer or English village.
Yes, there's plenty of those.
That was most excellent thing we used to do occasionally.
Roston Chase being a prime example of that.
Indeed.
That's a superbly flighted ball by Shoaib Bashir. Talk about him learning on the job for England and not doing it at county level. No real movement, but that was all flight. And it just kind of went on with the arm instead of being the more traditional off break back into the right-hander. And it was pure flight that did for Gill, but he didn't get an edge, and we move on. That one's driven. Should be Crawley back into play, who's riding that cover boundary. Indeed he is. They'll take another single. 89 for 2. Beg your pardon, 90 for 2, 96 the lead. So 96 for 2 effectively. Add 2 wickets to the score.
I think,
and it may all look very different. We did see Jeffrey Boycott looking quite sprightly on the boundary. I think yesterday we saw him. It's good to see him looking better than he certainly has been. That one's defended to one of the slips by KL Rahul. So poor old Bashir, yes, I mean he's in his third over. He's still gone for 11. But hello.
What's going on? Rain?
Could well be rain.
Yeah, looks like
it. It is. We're not going to complete that Bashir over. Ben Stokes is going.
Are you kidding me?
What are you talking about? He stood.
What? Ups? You sure?
Well, he had his arms wide open. Then he put both arms on his hips.
You could have finished the over though, couldn't you? One more ball to come.
It did
What
seem
difference is that going to make?
Strange that they didn't finish the over. Well, there we go. Rain has stopped play. Score 90 for 2. The lead 96. England will be thrilled that they got Sudharsan. They'll be even more thrilled, perhaps, that they got first innings century maker Jaiswal, the Jaiswal.
Supposedly only 20 minutes of rain, but that could basically end the day.
That'll end the day.
By the time.
Well, we'll keep you posted on that. That's a very good question.
Once it gets to past the time, they can't come back anyway, so it's pretty much certain to end the day, I would suggest.
Well, you can tell that. Normally, if you're going to bring the covers on, you'd have a real sense of urgency, wouldn't you?
There's nothing from them, was there?
But they seem to be just casually strolling them out, whilst the players strolled off past them, and there looked to be no one in any particular hurry.
I think they probably know that will be.
So we shall wait and see. I'm not so sure yet that would be the end of the day. I think you might be.
We've only got 25 minutes left, so by the time they got the covers on and off again, we're past time. I don't think they're going to start again, do you? Maybe they will.
We may have to. Well, we're going to have to wait and find out. The England players are taking as long as they can possibly take. I think really rather sending out the signal that we think we should still be out there.
Yeah,
but,
indeed.
I know they are now disappearing. Century maker Ollie Pope. It looks like he's going to be the last man in. Let's put it this way: it's more in India's favour to come off than it is England's.
Oh, absolutely. To get to the end of the day, just 2 down.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter what the total is, whether you get an extra 20 or 30 runs, but 2 down, I think, is the big fact. 'Cause as you say, one brings 2. Add 2 wickets to the total, 90 for 4 makes India look a lot weaker. The fact Rahul's there tomorrow, Gill's there tomorrow.
Yeah. The weather has done England no favours here. It didn't do England. It hasn't done England really many favours generally, but that was self-inflicted because they missed the best batting weather. The pitch, however, as we've often remarked, has behaved itself very well from a batting perspective. It just offers that little bit more when there's some cloud cover, that little bit of extra bounce, that little bit of extra movement is there, but plenty in it still for the batsman too, as we know with Headingley.
We can go back to the pitch because Kieran Roseblade says to Nitin, "Yet you persist," and Nitin says, "Pitch is flat. I'm shouting. Blame it on the curator."
It is stumps. It is indeed stumps.
They've called it.
They have called it. According to Cricinfo, they've called it. I haven't seen that, but they knocked the stumps down.
Yeah, I think
I
actually
think that
it's
means
past
it-
6 o'clock, and once they go off
Yeah.
past 6 o'clock, you can't come back.
The
I think
Western
that's right.
Terrace is dispersed already.
BBC say the same. Close of play.
Yep, it's all done.
I hope you're ready with the jingle
That's
machine here. I
a
hope you're ready
real
with the
shame.
jingle machine here.
Mrs. B will be very happy. I might actually.
He's not
get
ready.
home.
He's not ready
He's
with
not
the
ready
jingle
with the jingle machine. No.
No. When I say Mrs. B, I mean my Mrs. B. I'm not heading home to see Davy's missus while he's staying in London. That said, she did ring me. Sorry, yes, go on. I can't hear. Phil Savage of the Sussex Martlets. David really doesn't like you much. I don't know what he said. Why? What did you do to him? No, he's just saying hello. He's saying hello, and we're delighted to have you with us.
Yeah. For not very long.
We know very well the chairman of Sussex. I'm happy to
Tony,
say.
do you want to get the jingles ready? I think
we got one coming through that you need to do a jingle for.
Oh,
Super
right. Oh,
chats.
sorry. I
From
didn't realise. Here we go.
Jay Grover, who says, before we leave, can I return to the first thing I said this morning? And that is the utter weirdness of Dickie Bird being mates with Stephen King. There you go. I suppose that is quite
You
weird.
just never know how people get to know each other and who gets on with who. That's life. It's very strange.
Hombre
Nuevo.
Nuevo.
Yep.
I think he sent some, and it says 199, but it's blue instead of green. And he also says GPL ?
Ooh, that's a very good question. Don't know is the answer. I don't know if his missus is listening. But
we'll
will
check on
certainly
that
have
and
a
be
look.
back to you.
Well, how many runs have been scored in the day? We should be able to work that out pretty quickly, shouldn't we? So that's at
I'm
least
sure Toby can do that. He's young and able with a computer.
He's young and he's able.
Yeah.
Start of the day, it was 209 for 3, and England went on to make
465.
465. So you can take 465 minus 209.
56. 256.
256.
Plus a 90.
Plus 90.
So 246.
So 246. It would, by our calculation, would be the magic number, hombre. If you 246, did you say?
I think so, yeah.
246. So anyone who's got 246,
let us know.
There's at least, well, it was 199. I think at 190 at the start of play. Should be over £200 coming your way now. If no one has got that 246, then it will roll over tomorrow. And if you you go to guerillacricket.com competition, and you can see how to do that. You simply register. It's £1 for any estimate you make. I'm not going to call it a guess because it's a game of skill.
Absolutely. I reckon 246 is probably a lot lower than your average guess.
Yeah, today. Well, we haven't had a full
Can we
day,
just
have we?
double check our do it one more time so I'm absolutely sure before I get people
the numbers
excited or otherwise? Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't sound enough.
England
Surely
made,
that's not
yeah,
enough.
that doesn't sound enough to me. So
Surely we
England-
got more than 246 on our
465
own.
all out England made, and they started on 209. So it's 465 minus 209.
Well, that's way more than you just said. 'cause that's-
346 then, is it?
Yeah.
That sounds much more likely.
346.
What about this young able mind you were telling us about?
Mm.
The lad's an imbecile. Can we try again one more time?
346.
346.
That sounds more likely.
So only 100 out.
Only 100 out.
Just as well you're not
Which makes
aiming
more sense.
I don't think anybody would.
Like.
I don't think anybody would have put 246. To be fair.
Well, I'm gonna double check it.
346.
Can you two talk amongst yourselves?
Yeah. Well, I'll do some tweets.
I'm not
if
confident
that's what
in
we still call
my
them.
advisors here.
Yeah. Eric J informs us that a famous England fast bowler who we'd like to have bowling is currently 31 not out for Sussex. That's not a lot of help, is it? It's not taking any wickets. Joffre. Yeah. Well, we probably more than 31 now because that was a while ago.
I'll be doing some commentary on Joffre over the coming days. I'm off to Durham tomorrow.
Very nice.
Oh, fantastic.
Mr. R. Rolite, or Mr. Rolite, in Prague, I once had beer, cheese, pinivicir, never heard of it, which is cheese mashed with beer. Sounded terrible, smelled awful, tasted far worse. Oh, well, that's a recommendation not to do something. Brian in Brisbane says, have we a new breed of GC in the studio? No drinks, no vapes, no swearing, all very tame and
No
a
swearing.
bit
We've
odd.
had some swearing.
I've read out a few tweets that are sweared.
346, by the
Sworn.
way, is absolutely correct on the GPL. Toby got it right the second time.
Yeah, Mr. Rolite says, but the fabulous bellies are so familiar.
The Fabulous Bellies. That would be a fantastic name for a band.
Yeah.
Well, we had. I tell you, you weren't here yesterday, Ditch. Probably just as well, to be honest.
Yeah.
In that there is going to be a day to be named during the series when if we get, I think we said £50 in super chats, specifically for this, then the Bear, myself, and one other yet to be named, depending on who's on, is going to have to do a belly dance.
A belly dance. My God, fathers.
Well, we're not going to duck away from it.
I think £50 is cheap for that.
Well, maybe I think we might have said 150.
No, that sounds more like it.
Let's just say that the agreement is there in principle, but we're haggling over the price. Right. I think that's where we stand on that.
I think when he gets
but we will honour it.
When he gets to 45, I reckon you up it to 100s. When he gets to about 95,
now I remember it. I think 50 is I mean,
low. Maybe it's 50 per person.
You're talking back at King's Cross Station levels of cheapness there. We're not having that. It's going to have to be a bit more than that for sure.
I'm going to do
the final messages. We should.
Yeah, I'll try and finish them off. I'm going to do Nitin first because he's done loads of them, and then I'll go back and do the rest. So Nitin first of all said we have hundreds of bowlers like Bashir. I'm sorry. Probably in an answer to someone else, but and then he says Brook will be the next route. Outstanding record. England need accurate bowler like Pat Cummins. Yeah, we wouldn't mind Pat Cummins. And then he says good night, Nitin. I'm sure he's gone by now, but there we go. Do you want me to finish the rest of these off?
Yeah,
quickly?
please do. And then we'll say farewells.
Hombre Nuevo says, if there is rain, what's the GPL position? Well, we've already done that. We've sorted it out.
3, 4, 6.
At long last, 3, 4, 6. Lockie 6 says, Stokes is not disappointed, he's just angry. Sagnic Data, it's done. Stumps, declared.
And another hello to Phil Savage from the Sussex Martlets, who... I don't know if David's paying you or...
I wonder if Phil Savage... I've got Savages in my family tree. I wonder if Phil and I are related.
Oh, you're related to everybody.
Not impossible.
You're related to everybody, Ditch.
I'm not sure. Mind you, mine are the Nottinghamshire Savages. I'm not so sure they're the same as the Sussex Savages, but who knows?
Anyway.
Paul Stretton says, next 3 wickets will decide the outcome of this match. Can someone please tell our so-called quicks to bowl effing straight? There we go, effing. Well, it's all right, fucking, if you want me to say it. A swear word. England... Oh, no, I've done all those. Hombre Nuevo, bastard. Not sure who he's talking to, but it's another sort of swear word. Eric J. Pity would have made a new man of you. And Hugh Sheridan has reminded us he could work it out. He's obviously a man who could do it, use a calculator. It is 3, 4, 6, actually. Yeah. And that's all. That's it all. All done.
Well, we shall be back tomorrow. 11 o'clock start, as you might expect. We will be here for every ball. Middlesex have had a good day too. 397 for 8. That's not too bad. At Northampton. At least some bonus points.
I saw we had a couple of Middlesex boys when I was scoring last week at the...
Oh, we could do... Yeah, we'll very quickly give you the county scores. Yep, we'll do that before we go. Right. Here we go. Let's start in Division 1, as we are supposed to do, I suppose. Sussex, as Phil will already know, 322 for 9.
James Cole's 117 not out right now.
All right, fantastic.
Going
Essex,
well.
292 for 8.
Charlie Allison, 101.
At Chelmsford against Hampshire. At Edgbaston, Somerset, 290 for 3. Who's making the runs
Tom
there?
Kohler-Cadmore, 104. Josh Davies, 64, opening the batting.
Good
Tom Lammonby, 54, not out.
Worcestershire at New Road, not so good for them, I'm afraid, against Moneybag Surrey. 209 all out. Who took the wickets for Surrey?
3 for Matt Fisher, 3 for Jordan Clark. Worrell is not playing.
Worrell's not playing. Hello.
Dropped.
Do they know? So dropped, yes.
Well, interestingly, Surrey have often elected not to pick Worrell this year because when they're on the road, pitches have been so flat they don't think it's worth picking
Surrey
him.
finished at 47 not out. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire chose to bat and they made 295 for 6.
Ben Slater, 96. Haseeb Hameed, get him back in, 52.
Yeah, probably his England days are done unless he can score his runs quicker, I fear. Right, going into Division 2 where the real action is. It's Gloucestershire and Derbyshire in Bristol. Gloucestershire, not a good day for them. They were all out for 187.
Jack Morley, 6 for 55.
Jack Morley. Derbyshire 95 for 2. Who's in for Derbyshire?
Currently, Harry Kane, 27 not out. Wayne Madsen, the 40.
Harry Kane,
27 goals. Bloody hell.
Wickets for Derbyshire. Jack Morley, 6-for.
Oh, 6-for, that's right. Yes, we are. It's Bear, yes, we're
Left
just
arm
about
spinner.
to end, just finishing the county scores and we're done. Right. 213 for 3, Kent in Blackpool.
Ben Compton,
Not
86, not out. Twandamieye, 63.
Who made the runs for Middlesex? 397 for 8 at Wantage Road.
106 not out for Joe Cracknell.
Get in, Joe Cracknell.
Loose deploy, 66. 50 for Luke
good.
Holman.
Excellent,
A few other 30s around. And a 6-for for Liam Guthrie.
Not so good.
Left arm fast. Aussie, though.
Yeah, that's no good. Right. At Grace Road, Glamorgan 305 for 5. Good day for them. Who was wrapping them up for
Asa
Glamorgan?
Tribe, 21-year-olds. Opening bat made 107.
Right, that's it then. We really are going to go. We have homes to go to. You're probably already at yours. And we cannot wait to see you tomorrow. In the meantime, good night from all of us.
Good night, good night.
Guerilla Cricket. Whoa. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerilla Cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerilla Cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerilla Cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif